This woman with a terminal illness only has a few months left to live, but her once loving husband has recently been ignoring her. The woman couldn't help but go home to find her husband. However, she witnessed a scene that broke her heart. Her husband and her best friend were in the room, discussing selling the house and buying a bigger one with her insurance money. Ji-won felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. A bone-chilling cold spread from her heart. It turned out that her husband learned Ji-won's father died of cancer. He heard cancer could be hereditary, and Ji-won often complained about stomach discomfort, so he secretly bought insurance for Ji-won. He calculated that he should be able to get $3 million in insurance money. Hearing this, the best friend was overjoyed, coyly asking the husband to buy her a bag. The husband indulgently agreed. Ji-won walked into the room, angrily questioning why they would do this to her. The husband nervously stepped forward to explain. Ji-won was shaking with anger. She gritted her teeth and told them she would post big character posters at their company. Not only would she tell their families, but she would also post it online, making them unable to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. As for the insurance money, it was just a dream. She would make sure they wouldn't get a penny. The best friend begged Ji-won not to do this, saying they were good friends after all, and there was no need to go to such extremes. Ji-won found it laughable. How dare she use the term good friends? The best friend knelt before Ji-won, crying and begging her not to ruin her life. You're going to die anyway, and the living still need to go on living, she said. Ji-won was so angry she grabbed her best friend's hair. The husband stepped forward and slapped Ji-won hard. Ji-won looked up at him in disbelief. The husband viciously said, "What? You can hit others, but you can't be hit? If you're going to die, die with some dignity." Ji-won found it both pathetic and laughable. Who was responsible for her death? It was all because of her husband. Her husband had taken all her money to invest in stocks, often yelling at her. Ji-won had no money to go to the hospital. If she had gone earlier, there might have been hope for survival. She angrily declared that even in death, she would drag them down with her. "You too. I will absolutely not let you have your way." The husband used all his strength to slap Ji-won hard. Ji-won's body staggered backward. Her head accidentally hit the makeup cabinet behind her. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. Ji-won fell to the ground, unable to move, her breathing gradually weakening. The best friend broke down and screamed. The husband comforted her, saying not to worry. Ji-won would have died sooner or later anyway. The last scene Ji-won saw before she died was the two of them discussing how to dispose of her body. When she opened her eyes again, time had gone back 10 years. This was her 27-year-old self. At this time, she wasn't married yet. The younger version of her husband walked over with coffee, smiling. "Ji-won, what are you doing there?" The woman had returned to 10 years ago, seeing the younger versions of her husband and best friend. But the woman wanted to tear these two apart, because 10 years later, these two would murder her and use her insurance money to live a better life. Now, Ji-won hadn't married Manhwa yet. They were still dating. She, Manhwa, and her best friend all worked at the same company. At this moment, Manhwa concernedly asked Ji-won what was wrong. Ji-won, however, told Manhwa to get out of her way with a grim expression. Manhwa grabbed Ji-won's hand, puzzled, asking her what was wrong. Ji-won angrily shook off Manhwa's hand. She angrily told him to get lost. Soo-min, her best friend, was attracted by the commotion and concernedly asked what was wrong with them. Ji-won looked at Soo-min's hypocritical face. She felt sick to her stomach. If possible, she really wanted to push these two down the stairs right now. Just as Ji-won was about to have an emotional breakdown, Manager Young rushed over, asking Ji-won with a worried face if she was feeling unwell. Ji-won quickly wiped away her tears. The manager asked her to go see the department head. Ji-won dragged her tired body towards the department head's desk. Ji-won had some impression of the department head in her memory. He was a tall person who always wore the same suit and never said more than necessary. The department head scolded Ji-won, saying this was a workplace and she should separate personal matters from work. Ji-won mumbled an apology to the department head. The department head handed Ji-won some documents and told her there was no other work today, so she could go home. When Ji-won received the documents, she found a handkerchief on top of them. Without looking up, the department head advised her that controlling emotions was also a kind of strength. He hoped she would pull herself together and not let personal matters negatively affect her colleagues. Ji-won gratefully thanked the department head. As she was leaving, her foot got caught on the trash can and she was about to fall. The department head quickly caught her. He asked with concern if she was all right. This was the first time Ji-won had seen the department head up close. Coming to her senses, she quickly left his embrace, saying she was fine. Then she quickly ran away. The department head thoughtfully watched Ji-won's retreating figure. Ji-won left the company in a state of confusion. She didn't understand why she had returned to 10 years ago. Now she just wanted to get home quickly and sort out her thoughts. At this time, Manhwa was looking at his phone in confusion. He had called Ji-won many times, but she wouldn't answer or reply to his messages. When Ji-won left the company earlier, she looked completely lost and even left without her bag. He didn't know what had happened. Sitting across from Manhwa, Soo-min asked with concern what was wrong with Ji-won. Manhwa shook his head helplessly, saying he didn't know either. Maybe Ji-won was just in a bad mood. Soo-min then suggested they buy fried chicken after work and take it to Ji-won. That would surely cheer her up. Manhwa nodded in agreement. The department head nearby spoke up disapprovingly, telling them not to chat idly. It was still working hours, and they should focus on work until the end of the day. Both of them apologized repeatedly to the department head. After sitting down, Soo-min took out her phone. She saw that all her messages to Ji-won were unread. Soo-min's face instantly darkened. Ji-won, are you ignoring my messages now? She had returned to 10 years ago. She planned to set up her future husband with her best friend, as this would be the best revenge on both of them. When Ji-won rushed home, she found that her room's password was her boyfriend's birthday. She cursed her bad luck and quickly changed the password. Returning to her home from 10 years ago, Ji-won felt both familiar and strange. As soon as she entered, she saw on the table there were photos of herself with her boyfriend and group photos with her best friend Soo-min. Ji-won immediately threw the photos into the trash. She went straight to the cabinet and took out her bank book. There wasn't much money in it. It seemed her top priority now was to save money. Ji-won planned to use her 10-year advantage to find a way to make money quickly. She remembered that her boyfriend Manhwa was once obsessed with stocks. All the stocks he bought skyrocketed around this time in 2009. Although later he got greedy and lost everything, including his retirement fund and loans. After they got married, they had to rely solely on Ji-won's salary to live. This time, she wouldn't be so foolish. Ji-won felt excited. This was the advantage of having 10 years of extra life experience. She was determined to make this money. Her phone chimed with a message at that moment. It was from Manhwa. He informed Ji-won that he and Soo-min would buy fried chicken and come over after work. Ji-won replied to him, suppressing her disgust. She decided to look for a new place and move out as soon as possible. Manhwa read Ji-won's reply and fell into deep thought. Don't buy fried chicken. Let's meet at the food stall near my place. Ji-won had never done this before. The department head nearby reminded Manhwa not to use his phone during work hours and asked if he had finished the sample report. Manhwa quickly handed the completed report to the department head. However, upon checking, the department head found that one sample was missing. Manhwa apologized immediately. The department head reminded him to pay more attention to his work, as this wasn't school. Manhwa angrily returned to his seat, mentally criticizing the department head. They were about the same age, and he clearly got the position through connections. This kind of work should be done by lower-level employees. Why make him do it? Across from him, Soo-min timely passed him a sticky note. Cheer up, we're going for fried chicken and beer after work today, right? Manhwa felt better. Soo-min was indeed nice, cute, and good at cheering people up. He wrote a note back to her. Thanks, Uncle Ji-won. See you at the food stall after work. Soo-min nodded with a smile, but inside she was upset. Ji-won had only replied to Manhwa's message, but not hers. Meanwhile, Manhwa thought he should clean up his car before leaving work. Although Ji-won was used to the messy car, he couldn't let Soo-min ride in it like that. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Soo-min was much better than Ji-won. If it were Ji-won, she probably wouldn't care about his work mistakes. Compared to her, Soo-min was like an angel. Back in the past, the woman stood perplexed in front of her wardrobe. She couldn't believe how poorly she dressed 10 years ago. Her closet was full of shirts in various colors. Moreover, it seemed she had never worn makeup and always had her hair in a neat, slick ponytail. She also wore glasses that hid her features. The only improvement was that her skin was much better than 10 years later. Since this was her last dinner with her boyfriend and best friend, she couldn't go out looking like this. Ji-won took out her curling iron. At that moment, her phone received a message. It accidentally fell to the floor while vibrating. Ji-won reached out to grab it. Just as she was about to touch the phone, she hesitated. That day, she was also sitting at her dressing table, turning on the curling iron. Then she received a text message and reached for her phone. As a result, the phone got tangled in the cord, causing the curling iron to fall and burn her wrist. Remembering this, Ji-won carefully picked up the phone. Her wrist was clean, which made Ji-won more convinced that fate could be changed. The message was from her boyfriend Manhwa. "I'm on my way. Oh, and I brought you a gift." Ji-won was once again lost in memories. Minhwan and Soo-min had brought beer and fried chicken. At that time, she didn't realize how well-matched these two were. Suddenly, Ji-won had an idea. She knew I'd get back at these two. She would make Soo-min marry Minhwan instead of herself. That evening, Ji-won arrived early at the food stall to wait for them. Soon after, Minhwan and Soo-min arrived together. After they sat down, Soo-min offered a treat today and caringly asked how Ji-won was feeling. Ji-won couldn't stand her fake demeanor and brushed off the question casually. She noticed the earrings Soo-min was wearing. Soo-min had given her the same pair. Back then, Ji-won had no sense of aesthetics and didn't realize how unsuitable the earrings were for her, yet she wore them everywhere. In front of Ji-won, Soo-min shamelessly chatted with Minhwan. She even kept giving him flirtatious looks. Ji-won calmly looked at the menu. She didn't care anymore. But these two kept getting more animated in their conversation. Soo-min even put her small hand on Minhwan's, exaggeratedly exclaiming, "Your hand is so big, almost as big as Ji-won's." She laughed and said, "I wish I could grow into a beautiful giant like Ji-won too." Ji-won calmly took a sip of water and pointedly said, "Junior, we ate the same cafeteria food. What were you doing when I was growing this tall?" Soo-min suddenly panicked and quickly changed the subject, toasting with Minhwan. Her best friend was acting coy and flirtatious in front of Ji-won's boyfriend. Ji-won ordered boneless chicken feet. Soo-min exclaimed in disgust. Unable to bear Ji-won's boyfriend, Minhwan thoughtfully asked if she wanted to order something else. Ji-won calmly exposed him. "Didn't you order chicken feet takeout with me last time and drink 3 bottles of soju?" Soo-min looked embarrassed and laughed it off, changing the subject. At that moment, the waiter brought fish cake soup. Suddenly, a man passing by bumped into the waiter. The soup spilled out. Ji-won painfully covered her hand. Her wrist was scalded. The waiter hurried to get ice and ointment. Ji-won looked at the burn in disbelief. Soo-min came forward with concern to check, but Ji-won pushed her away. Soo-min was confused. Ji-won stood up, coldly stating she was going to the restroom. Anxiously, she rinsed the burn under cold water. She couldn't believe that even after returning to 10 years ago, her left wrist was still burned. It was exactly the same spot as the curling iron burn from her previous life. She had avoided the curling iron in the afternoon, yet this happened in the evening. Was it impossible to escape fate? Was she destined to marry that jerk Minhwan in this life too? Feeling defeated, Ji-won felt helpless. Would things that happened still happen? No, marrying that jerk was absolutely not an option. Back at the table, Soo-min was acting drunk. She became even more shameless, acting cute and flirting with Minhwan. Ji-won knew very well that Soo-min was faking it. She just gets red-faced when drinking, but usually for bottles of alcohol aren't a problem. However, Ji-won couldn't be bothered to expose her. Soo-min suddenly asked Minhwan what he liked about Ji-won. Minhwan praised her, saying Ji-won was kind, intelligent, and excellent at work. They got along well. Soo-min nodded in agreement. Ji-won laughed coldly inside, thinking these two were such good actors. Soo-min grinned and asked Ji-won to feed her some fish cake. Ji-won expressionlessly stuffed a bunch into her mouth. Soo-min choked and coughed. Ji-won also switched to acting mode. "Are you okay? You seem pretty drunk. Come on, I'll put you in a taxi first and then come back." Of course, Soo-min refused to leave, repeatedly explaining she wasn't drunk. But Ji-won forcefully dragged her away. She roughly pushed Soo-min into a taxi. As soon as the door closed, the car drove off. Ji-won felt she had been such a pushover before. It was so easy to get rid of Soo-min. How could she have been so stupid to care for her before? Now that Ji-won had returned to 10 years ago, she didn't know how to do makeup yet and always wore old-fashioned glasses. Without makeup, she could only dress casually to meet her boyfriend. She deliberately took off her glasses in front of her boyfriend. As expected, Minhwan's eyes lit up, complimenting that Ji-won looked great without glasses. Ji-won laughed coldly inside but put on a warm smile. asking Manhwa if he could teach her which stocks to buy recently. At the mention of stocks, Manhwa became enthusiastic. He was, of course, more than willing to share everything he knew. After dinner, it was time for them to part ways. Unexpectedly, Manhwa took the liberty of kissing Ji-won on the forehead. Ji-won held back her disgust and urged him to go home quickly. Back home, Ji-won lay exhausted on the sofa. Her phone was playing a recording about the stocks Manhwa bought. Ji-won smiled with satisfaction. She remembered that at this point in time, the stocks Manhwa bought would surge. She had to make this money. The next day, Ji-won refused Manhwa's request to meet and came to the library alone. She carefully examined books on stocks, trying to catch up on this knowledge. However, there were too many technical terms. Ji-won couldn't even understand these words. She decided to buy a basic book to read, but the book was placed too high. Ji-won couldn't reach it even when jumping. Suddenly, a hand reached out to help her. It was the department head. He curiously asked if she was planning to quit her job by reading these books. Ji-won quickly explained that she had no such intention. It was because Manhwa said he was trading stocks recently, so she wanted to try it too. Unexpectedly, the department head seemed even more upset. Ji-won tried to find an excuse to leave. The department head suddenly asked, "Are you going to meet Park Manhwa?" Ji-won awkwardly explained that she wasn't and asked the department head not to tell other colleagues that he saw her here, because she had texted Manhwa saying she wasn't feeling well and was resting at home. The department head's mood visibly improved. He caringly asked if Ji-won was really unwell. Ji-won laughed it off, saying it was just an excuse because she wanted to be alone this weekend. The department head held back what he was about to say. He pretended to look for books to hide his embarrassment. As Ji-won said goodbye and was leaving, the department head called out to her, "By the way, those earrings really suit you, Miss Ji-won," although the other earrings she wore before didn't suit her well. Ji-won was stunned. The unsuitable earrings the department head mentioned must have been the friendship earrings Soo-min gave her. That's right, in her memory, it was the department head who told her those earrings didn't suit her. Ji-won politely bowed goodbye to the department head and left. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable inside. Ji-won didn't notice that behind her, the department head was staring at her thoughtfully. She returned to 10 years ago, intending to get ahead and make some money, but she found that everything in the future had changed. The stocks Ji-won's current boyfriend bought during this period would surge. She took out her phone to research various materials and came to the company early to buy stocks. Unexpectedly, the department head arrived even earlier than her. The department head had taken off his glasses and was sleeping soundly. Ji-won walked to the side, thoughtfully closed the blinds, and wondered why the department head came so early if he was this tired. She curiously observed the sleeping department head. Looking closely, she realized his skin was surprisingly good, and the department head was quite handsome without his glasses. The department head suddenly opened his sleepy eyes and saw the person in front of him. He gently called out, "Ji-won." Ji-won was startled. The department head then came to his senses. He quickly put on his glasses, returning to his usual composed appearance. Back at her seat, Ji-won was still puzzled by the department head's reaction earlier. She suspected she might have been hallucinating. Shaking off her scattered thoughts, she focused on the stocks. Manhwa had told her about the stocks he was buying now. This pharmaceutical company's current stock price was around 8,000 won. If she remembered correctly, this company's clinical trial results would soon be approved overseas. In a month, the stock price would increase fivefold. Now was the perfect time to buy. The department head suddenly brought her a cup of coffee and a sandwich. He explained that he bought them when getting his own breakfast and told her to eat when she's hungry. Ji-won instinctively wanted to refuse, but then she suddenly remembered that she had said she wanted to change her old self. The first step was to stop habitually refusing others. Ji-won gave the department head a friendly smile and accepted his kindness. Unexpectedly, the department head frowned, seeming slightly displeased. He turned and quickly left. Ji-won sat there confused, thinking to herself that a man's heart is truly unfathomable. After eating, Ji-won logged into the stock market window. She placed a buy order for the pharmaceutical stock, purchasing shares worth about 120,000 won. At 8:30, employees started arriving at the company. Manhwa and Soo-min came together, explaining to Ji-won that they met near the company. Ji-won didn't care. It was better if these two got together sooner. Soo-min greeted Ji-won enthusiastically. Ji-won coldly told her to address her as Deputy Kong at the company. Manhwa, standing nearby, smiled and told Ji-won not to be so rigid among friends. Ji-won coldly told him to be more careful at the company and to address her as Deputy Kong. Manhwa curiously asked Ji-won where she got the iced Americano, saying she usually only drank cappuccinos. Ji-won casually explained she just bought it. 10 years ago, she indeed liked the sweetness of cappuccinos, but now she preferred the more bitter and aromatic Americano. Manhwa was like the cappuccino she used to be addicted to. He looked at her seriously as she focused on her computer. Ji-won guessed that Manhwa must be buying stocks. This time, she absolutely wouldn't let Manhwa profit from this money. As Ji-won passed by Manhwa's seat, she casually glanced over, but she saw that he had actually sold all of J Pharmaceutical stocks. Ji-won was stunned. Could it be that the future had changed? Her boyfriend had made a completely different choice from the previous life. Having returned to 10 years ago, Ji-won was a bit confused about the current situation. She couldn't understand why Manhwa would sell J Pharmaceutical stocks. This stock was clearly going to surge 5 times in a month. 10 years ago, Manhwa had gained several times the profit by investing in this pharmaceutical company. Moreover, he had already made some money from this stock now. So why sell it? Ji-won couldn't understand why Manhwa sold right when she had just bought in. What was he thinking? Manhwa curiously asked Ji-won what she was thinking about, looking so lost in thought. Coming back to her senses, Ji-won hesitantly said, "I was thinking, this pharmaceutical company seems to have risen a bit again." Manhwa nodded. "I just made a small profit and sold it. Because I heard some good news over the weekend," he excitedly told Ji-won. "I heard that MW Tech is going to use new technology to collaborate with S Electronics. It's going to explode soon." Ji-won had heard of MW Tech. This company was very famous. They claimed to have mastered new technology in the mobile phone field, causing their stock price to skyrocket in the short term. But a month later, the company's boss fled abroad, causing huge losses for investors. Ji-won couldn't understand why Manhwa would buy such a stock. In her previous life, he had made a small fortune from stocks during this time period. Manhwa winked at Ji-won. "This is high-level information. I'm only telling you because it's you. Don't tell anyone else? Okay." This variable gave Ji-won a new idea. If what was meant to happen would still happen anyway, could it be assumed that she had stolen someone else's luck? Ji-won decided to test it. During lunch break, she actively invited Manhwa to have lunch together. Her best friend Soo-min also followed, praising Ji-won's newly bought shirt as very beautiful. Ji-won politely thanked her with a slight smile. "Although the shirt you just praised will soon be stained red by the soup you're about to spill." Of course, Ji-won said these 2 sentences secretly in her heart. Arriving at the company cafeteria, Soo-min indeed got a bowl of exotic soup. Ji-won also got a little. Soo-min, carrying her tray, looked around, thinking about where to sit. Ji-won silently counted down in her heart, 3, 2, 1. Soo-min suddenly turned around, smiling and calling Ji-won's name. The soup in the tray spilled out as well. Ji-won, who was prepared, nimbly dodged. As a result, all the soup spilled onto Manhwa. Ji-won, who had returned to 10 years ago, discovered that the future couldn't be changed. But she could steal someone else's luck, making that person bear her unlucky future. Just like this moment in the cafeteria. Originally, in the previous life, this bowl of soup from her best friend Soo-min was supposed to spill on Ji-won. This time, Ji-won dodged it in advance. As a result, the soup spilled on Manhwa. Soo-min, flustered, apologized to Manhwa. Manhwa forced a smile and told Soo-min not to worry, but his heart was bleeding. This was a designer's shirt worth 7,000 won. Ji-won urged Soo-min to quickly go get some napkins. This kind of logistical task was usually done by Ji-won. Soo-min uncertainly pointed at herself and asked, "Me?" Ji-won nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course you spilled the soup." Soo-min suppressed her displeasure and ran to get napkins. Ji-won casually asked Manhwa what he would do about his clothes. Manhwa regretfully said he'd try to wash it later. "After all, it was the 1-year anniversary gift you gave me." Listening to their conversation, Soo-min's face darkened even more. When the napkins were brought back, Manhwa was nowhere to be seen. Ji-won explained he went to the bathroom. "I'll also go wash my hands." Soo-min nodded with a smile. After washing her hands, someone in the stall knocked on the door, calling out to Ji-won. "Hey, person outside." Ji-won asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" The person in the stall hesitantly asked for help. Ji-won directly asked if they needed toilet paper. The person inside nodded frantically. Ji-won agreed with a smile. After getting the items, Ji-won passed a makeup bag through the gap, telling them to use whatever they needed. Concerned that the person's clothes might be dirty, she thoughtfully brought a cardigan as well. When the person in the stall came out, they realized that their savior was Manager Kong. They gratefully thanked Ji-won. Ji-won recognized the person too. It was a new employee who had joined a month ago with Soo-min. He was also the youngest in the office, 25-year-old Lee Hee-yeon. Hee-yeon enthusiastically told Ji-won that he would definitely repay this kindness. Someone else hadn't helped him earlier and just left. If it weren't for Ji-won, he would have been in big trouble today. Ji-won realized that the person who didn't help was probably Soo-min. She smiled and invited Hee-yeon to have lunch together. Hee-yeon happily agreed, of course. At this time, Soo-min was chatting with Manhwa. She said that she was the type of person who couldn't ignore someone in need of help. Little did she know she was about to be exposed. Her best friend wanted to score points with Ji-won's boyfriend, but it backfired unexpectedly. She told Manhwa that she was the type to always help others. She even bragged that earlier in the bathroom, she had encountered someone stuck in a stall. She said she had kindly helped them, and they had said some grateful words that made her feel good. Manhwa praised Soo-min for being such a good person. In fact, when the person in the stall had asked Soo-min for help earlier, Soo-min had impatiently told them to just stay there. Ji-won arrived with Hee-yeon at this moment. Hee-yeon was the person who had been stuck in the stall. Ji-won had saved him when she passed by. The two curiously asked Soo-min what they were talking about. Soo-min laughed it off evasively. After they sat down, everyone quietly enjoyed their lunch. Hee-yeon sat next to Manhwa. This made Soo-min very unhappy. She thought Hee-yeon was just showing off because of her good looks. Hee-yeon noticed the stain on Manhwa's shirt and curiously asked if it was okay. The shirt looked expensive. Soo-min looked guilty across the table. Manhwa casually said it was fine, it's just a shirt. Ji-won's expression darkened. The gift she had given Manhwa, and he said just this word. Soo-min breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. She turned to Hee-yeon, who was eating heartily. How can you eat so much as a girl? Hee-yeon took even bigger bites. To do great things, you must eat well. That's my grandfather's teaching. Soo-min deliberately asked again. Oh, what great things did your grandfather do? The naive Hee-yeon answered honestly. My grandfather sells bean sprouts, also tofu and seasonings. Recently, his soup has been selling well too. Soo-min chuckled and said pointedly, oh, so he sells side dishes. Unfortunately, Hee-yeon didn't understand the implication at all. She just nodded and continued eating happily. After the meal, Manhwa had work to do, so he went up first. Ji-won offered to treat Hee-yeon to coffee. Before Hee-yeon could respond, Soo-min eagerly asked Ji-won to bring her a cappuccino. Ji-won coldly pulled away her arm, asked Hee-yeon what she wanted to drink, and then headed to the cafe. After she left, Soo-min started to get delusional again. She first smiled and asked Hee-yeon when she became so close with Ji-won. Hee-yeon explained that earlier in the bathroom, she was stuck inside without toilet paper and Ji-won saved her. Soo-min's face changed. She finally realized that the person stuck in the bathroom was Hee-yeon, but she was worried if Hee-yeon had recognized her voice. Unexpectedly, Hee-yeon's next words made Soo-min's face turn extremely unpleasant. Her best friend was bad-mouthing Ji-won behind her back, but she didn't expect that this usually effective trick wasn't working anymore. Soo-min tried to sow discord by telling Hee-yeon, Ji-won isn't a good person. Don't trust her too much. As they say, you never really know what's in someone's heart. At the end, Soo-min didn't forget to boost her own image. I'm saying this for your own good. But Hee-yeon interrupted her with a stern face. Then what about you, who ignored my plea for help in the bathroom? What kind of good person are you? Soo-min's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant, so Hee-yeon had really recognized her. Hee-yeon walked into the elevator with a cold smile. Soo-min was left standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, fear welled up in her heart. Hee-yeon must have heard the lies she told Manhwa. What should she do? What if Hee-yeon tells others? Just as Soo-min was feeling uneasy, the department head walked by and greeted her. Soo-min suddenly had an idea. If she could just get Hee-yeon out of the company, everything would be fine. She flipped her hair and said coyly to the department head, Department head, your tie looks so handsome today. The department head was flattered and said it was because of Soo-min, the beauty, that he had motivation to come to work. But Soo-min put on a troubled expression. Seeing this, the department head quickly told her to speak up if she had any problems. He would definitely help if he could. Good, he took the bait. But this wasn't a good place to talk. Soo-min urged the department head, asking softly, Can you treat me to some soju after work today? Meanwhile, Ji-won arrived at the cafe. She ordered a cappuccino for Soo-min and 2 iced Americanos for herself and Hee-yeon. Lastly, remembering she didn't see the director during lunch, lunch he probably hadn't eaten. So Ji-won also ordered a grain smoothie for him. Now Ji-won could be 100% certain that the future couldn't be changed, but she could seize other people's good fortune. For example, she bought stocks that were doing well, while Manhwa sold them. This meant she had seized Manhwa's good fortune. Also, Soo-min spilled soup on Manhwa's clothes. Ji-won couldn't help but smile. In this life, she wouldn't let anyone take away what belonged to her. After buying coffee and returning to the office, the seats were empty. It seemed everyone hadn't come back yet. Ji-won looked towards the department head's seat. He was sleeping again. She placed the smoothie on his desk. Carefully, she called out, "Department head, this is for you." But he showed no response. Ji-won was puzzled. He seemed fine when working this morning. Was he really that tired? Suddenly, someone roughly grabbed Ji-won's arm. It was Manhwa. With a gloomy face, he told Ji-won to come with him. The jerk violently grabbed her wrist, forcefully pulling her out to talk. Ji-won frowned in displeasure, telling Manhwa to let go. Awakened by the noise, the department head immediately came forward to protect Ji-won, reversing Manhwa's grip on her wrist. Both Ji-won and Manhwa were stunned. The department head coldly questioned Manhwa about what he was trying to do. Coming to his senses, Manhwa was displeased. Glaring at the department head, he said, "It's nothing. I just need to talk to Ji-won." But the department head didn't back down. "This is the office. Please handle this after work." Ji-won hadn't expected the department head to stand up for her. The department head warned Manhwa again not to cause trouble at work. He took the smoothie from the desk, thanked Ji-won, and left. Ji-won stared blankly at the department head's retreating figure. Was he really helping her? Ji-won thought it impossible. Maybe he was just annoyed at being woken up from his nap. Beside her, Manhwa glared at Ji-won furiously, but he didn't confront her further. He just tersely said, "We'll talk after work." His expression made Ji-won feel anxious and scared. It was just like in her previous life, the look he had before every fight when he was about to hit her. This memory made Ji-won tremble with fear. Suddenly, Manager Yang appeared beside Ji-won, kindly asking if she wanted to go for tea. A cup of mint tea helped ease Ji-won's tension. She gratefully thanked Manager Yang. Yang thought Ji-won was feeling unwell due to overwork. She smiled and advised, "Don't take work too seriously. After having my baby, I realized health is the most important." Ji-won then remembered that in her previous life, Manager Yang had resigned shortly after returning from maternity leave. Something must have happened then. Ji-won asked with concern, "Have you been having any troubles lately?" Manager Yang shook her head. "It's just the team leader making things difficult for me. He's been overworking me since I came back from maternity leave." Manager Yang smiled and said, "Thanks to capable colleagues like you, Ji-won, I've found the motivation to keep going. So don't shoulder everything alone. If you ever feel tired, just tell me. We're colleagues, right? I'll make you some hot tea then." Ji-won felt a warmth spreading throughout her body. She thanked Manager Yang gratefully. 10 years ago, she had been indifferent to those around her and hadn't realized she had such good colleagues. As they were returning to their seats, they ran into Hyun. The three of them gathered and chatted happily. Manager Yang enthusiastically showed them photos of her daughter, expressing both happiness and worry about needing to work hard to provide for her. The two exclaimed how cute the baby was. At that moment, Soo-min and the team leader walked into the office. The three immediately changed their expressions. They quickly dispersed, which displeased Soo-min greatly. She suspected they might have been gossiping about her. Moreover, Ji-won was laughing and talking with people other than her. This wouldn't do. Soo-min felt she needed to do something about it. Ji-won, who had returned to 10 years ago, was threatened by her boyfriend. After work, she might face a beating from that jerk. This caused Ji-won to be restless all day. Especially after work, Ji-won became increasingly anxious. She was afraid Manhwa would beat her when she went downstairs. All of this was noticed by the department head. Ji-won hid in the bathroom, nervously checking her phone. Manhwa had texted saying he was waiting for her at the company entrance. Ji-won waited 20 minutes before deciding to go downstairs. He's not a particularly patient person, so he should have gone home by now. Ji-won arrived at the elevator and met the department head. She curiously asked why he hadn't left yet. The department head casually explained he had some business in the management department. He had just returned when the elevator quickly arrived at their floor. Ji-won reluctantly entered the elevator. She was afraid Manhwa might still be waiting at the entrance. The department head suddenly asked if Ji-won wanted a ride. "If you don't mind, I can drop you off on my way." Ji-won was more than happy to accept. They arrived at the parking lot. Ji-won gave her address to the department head. If it's not on your way, you can drop me off halfway. The department head replied that he happened to have some business near her place. Ji-won felt there were too many coincidences with the department head today. She suddenly noticed there was an expensive lipstick in the car. She realized the department head must have a girlfriend. Well, he's so handsome, it would be strange if he didn't. As the car left the company, Ji-won saw Manhwa waiting at the entrance. He seemed to notice something and suddenly looked up, making eye contact with Ji-won. Frightened, Ji-won quickly covered her face with her hand. The department head told her not to worry. The car windows were tinted dark, so no one could see inside from the outside. Ji-won finally relaxed, but they soon arrived at their destination. The department head gentlemanly opened the car door for Ji-won. Ji-won said goodbye and went home. The department head quietly watched Ji-won's retreating figure until the light in her house turned on. Only then did the department head sit back in his car, relieved. His phone rang at that moment. The person on the other end asked why he hadn't left work yet. "Big brother, do you have something going on? You haven't been coming around lately." Department head Chin-shing said he couldn't make it today. "You guys carry on without me." The other person wanted to say more, but the department head hung up. Meanwhile, Soo-min was drinking with the team leader, enduring her impatience while placating him. Her thoughts had already drifted to Manhwa. Right now, Ji-won must be on a date with the handsome Manhwa. The more Soo-min thought about it, the angrier she became. She wanted to rush over and disturb their lovey-dovey time. The team leader, satisfied, told Soo-min to come out and drink with him more often in the future. Soo-min smiled and nodded. "But team leader, I have something that's been bothering me lately." Seeing Ji-won make new friends, Soo-min felt dissatisfied. She deliberately spoke ill of these two colleagues in front of the team leader. With a forced smile, she said, "If I keep being bullied by these people, I might have to quit soon." The team leader immediately took Soo-min's side, while boasting about his own authority. "I'll teach them a lesson for you, sister. After all, I'm the second in command in the office, right after the department head. Don't worry about it." Soo-min cheerfully clinked glasses with the team leader. She thought to herself that inviting the team leader out for drinks tonight was the right move. This guy was indeed simple-minded and easy to manipulate. Now she just needed to sit back and reap the benefits. After returning home and taking a shower, Ji-won checked her phone. She saw a message from Soo-min, just more sappy expressions of friendship. Ji-won couldn't help but marvel at how dedicated Soo-min was to her act. Checking her call log, she saw it was full of missed calls from Manhwa. Ji-won considered whether to take this opportunity to change her number. Just then, Manhwa called again. Ji-won irritably answered Manhwa's call. He asked in an unfriendly tone where she was. Ji-won calmly replied that she was at home. Manhwa became even more displeased, even suggesting he'd come over right now. Ji-won quickly stopped him. She directly said on the phone, "Dad, I'm tired and have to call in night." He questioned Ji-won about why she bought coffee for the department head at lunch. Wasn't she the type who neither gave nor received such things? Ji-won explained impatiently. "It wasn't coffee, but a grain milkshake. The department head bought me coffee in the morning. I was just returning the favor." Manhwa persisted, asking why the department head bought her coffee. Ji-won clenched her fist, trying to calm down. There were only two people in the office. In that situation, would you just buy coffee for yourself? Manhwa then asked why she turned off her phone. Ji-won didn't lie. "Didn't you just yell at me earlier? I was in a bad mood, so I turned it off. Get it now. I'm going to sleep." Manhwa finally let Ji-won go, even saying goodnight. Before hanging up, he added, "Oh, Ji-won, I love you." Ji-won immediately hung up the phone, tossing it carelessly on the floor. She lay exhausted on the couch, feeling only ridicule in her heart. Had Manhwa and Soo-min ever had a moment of true sincerity towards her? 10 years ago, there were also many good people around her. As if afraid of others discovering her misfortune, Ji-won had never properly acknowledged these people around her. Although some people had always been paying attention to her, like Deputy Yang. Suddenly, some scattered memory fragments flashed through Ji-won's mind. They were scenes of Deputy Yang being mistreated by the team leader. Ji-won finally remembered why Deputy Yang resigned in her previous life. Ji-won, who had returned to 10 years ago, decided to interfere with someone else's future again, risking her life. At this moment, Deputy Yang, still unaware that he would soon be fired, happily returned home. Seeing his precious daughter, his fatigue instantly vanished. His husband, watching TV at home, impatiently asked why he was back so late, saying he was starving. Deputy Yang told his husband to help bathe the child while he cooked. However, the husband said he had made plans to eat out with someone later. Deputy Yang complained that his husband did nothing at home and wouldn't even cook. The child's hair was still in the same style he had done in the morning, and the diaper hadn't been changed all day. The husband irritably told him to stop nagging. Then the door was slammed shut violently. On the table were the husband's unwashed dishes from lunch. Deputy Yang felt incredibly grateful. He took care of the child while working on the project plan the team leader had requested. Then he soothed the fussy child to sleep. Deputy Yang also felt drowsy, so he lay down beside the child and fell asleep. In his deep sleep, he didn't notice his nose suddenly started bleeding. The next day at work, the team leader violently threw the project plan Deputy Yang had made in his face. He angrily questioned what kind of trash he had produced. How could he be a deputy when his workability was worse than a new employee's? Deputy Yang humbly asked the team leader to point out the problems in the project plan. The team leader angrily pointed at him, saying, "Do I have to teach you everything? How many years have you been working? You can't even make a decent project plan." Deputy Yang could only pick up the documents, saying he would revise and resubmit them. But the team leader angrily told Deputy Yang to redo the entire plan and submit it to him by tomorrow morning. Ji-won witnessed all of this. The team leader was really going too far, throwing his weight around when the department head wasn't around. Ji-won unintentionally glanced at Soo-min and instantly realized something was off. Why was he smiling, as if his scheme had succeeded? Deputy Yang apologetically promised the team leader that he would redo the plan. Only then did the team leader let him leave, satisfied. Ji-won worriedly watched Deputy Yang. It seemed Deputy Yang had been working overtime for several days in a row. This couldn't go on. Ji-won couldn't help but follow him to the break room and call out to him, "Deputy Yang." Deputy Yang, covering his bleeding nose, gently asked Ji-won if she wanted a cup of coffee. Seeing his nosebleed, Ji-won understood that Deputy Yang had been overworking himself lately. They drank coffee together. Ji-won was very worried. She wasn't sure if interfering with someone else's fate would ultimately lead her back to her own death. After some hesitation, Ji-won decided to help Deputy Yang. She told Deputy Yang not to redo the project plan under any circumstances. Soo-min had intended to drive away Ji-won's friends, but her plan had failed. The team leader kept giving Deputy Yang a hard time, demanding he redo the project plan. But Ji-won privately instructed him not to redo it or change the content. She told him to just change the font and layout before resubmitting, because the team leader hadn't actually read his plan properly. Deputy Yang was hesitant, but Ji-won asked him to trust her just this once. She said, "If the team leader explodes because you brought the same plan, then I'll help you redo it. Of course, it will be submitted under your name." Deputy Yang was finally convinced. Ji-won handed him something. "This is a voice recorder. Record every time the team leader yells at you." Deputy Yang hesitated, wondering if this was going too far. The team leader said he worked very hard when I was on maternity leave. Ji-won sighed. "That's clearly nonsense. When you were on leave, I took on more than half of your work. The rest was shared among our department colleagues." The team leader must have been very busy throwing reports around. Deputy Yang finally lost his guilt and prepared to record without hesitation. As they left the break room, they saw the team leader scolding Sion. Ji-won frowned slightly. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, Sion hadn't stayed long before transferring to another department. Naturally, it was because of the team leader. He always chose times when the department head was away to treat the office like his own territory, throwing his weight around. This time, Ji-won wouldn't let him have his way. The one who should leave the company wasn't Deputy Yang, but the team leader. The next day, as expected, the team leader criticized Deputy Yang's project plan again, demanding he redo it. The third day was the same, with the usual complaint that his plan was terrible. This continued for several days, with the team leader giving the same reason each time. The plan was poorly done. After a week of redoing, the team leader finally approved Deputy Yang's project plan. He asked him to make copies for everyone as meeting materials and submit the original to the department head. Deputy Yang silently took the documents and returned to his desk. Ji-won was right. That guy really hadn't read the project plan carefully. He had only changed the font and layout. The team leader didn't even notice. Deputy Yang smiled at Ji-won. Ji-won gave him a reassuring gesture. She then sent him a message. "I'll submit the project plan to the department head. You just need to make copies for the colleagues." Deputy Yang was confused. The original was with him. What would she submit to the department head? Ji-won waved the documents in her hand at Deputy Yang. She was looking forward to the upcoming meeting. The show was about to begin. The team leader was likely to be in for a shock. The team leader, who had been throwing his weight around in the office, was finally about to get a harsh lesson from Ji-won. Before the meeting, Seon bought Dunkin' Donuts coffee for everyone. The team leader jumped out and yelled at him. Drinking this first thing in the morning for a meeting? You're just a contract worker. Yet you dare to use the company card to buy this expensive, awful coffee. The department head stopped the team leader, saying, I gave him the card. The team leader immediately backed down. He nervously explained, I just thought using the company card to buy coffee was a bit. The department head interrupted, It's my personal card. I don't really like instant coffee. This statement shocked everyone present. Seon had used the department head's card. Until now, no one had ever used the department head's card to buy coffee. Soo-min showed a displeased expression. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in the conference room. This project plan was done by Deputy Yang. He introduced that the packaging and promotion plan for the new product would combine current popular phrases with the main product to be launched. The third page of the plan was the ingredient list, and the fifth page was the packaging plan. The department head flipped through the materials several times, feeling increasingly uneasy. He asked Deputy Yang to stop. My copy of the plan is incorrect. The third page isn't the ingredient list, but the packaging strategy. Hearing this, the team leader angrily asked Deputy Yang what was going on. Deputy Yang explained that he had accidentally given the department head the plan that the team leader had rejected. The team leader quickly handed his copy to the department head and told Deputy Yang to get a new one for the department head immediately. The department head compared the two plans. He asked the team leader, puzzled, why did you reject the previous plan? The team leader stammered an explanation, saying that Deputy Yang's earlier versions were poorly done. After rejecting it several times, today's version was finally acceptable, so he approved it. The department head threw the documents in front of the team leader, telling him to look carefully. The two plans were identical in content, only the layout was different. What exactly did you reject, and why did you approve it? The team leader felt a tightness in his chest. He blamed everything on Deputy Yang, asking him what was going on. At this point, Ji-won stood up. She apologetically stated, only the earliest version of the plan was done by Deputy Yang. The current plan was done by me. The department head asked her what she meant. She explained that Deputy Yang hadn't been feeling well recently, so she wanted to help him. I thought the plan he gave me was for reference, so I just followed it directly. She bowed to the department head again, apologizing. The department head coldly glanced at the team leader. The team leader frantically made excuses, saying he was too tired and didn't look at the plan carefully. The department head, with a cold gaze, told the team leader to submit a detailed explanation by tomorrow. The team leader was on the verge of tears, feeling very regretful. The department head stated that from now on, project plans would skip the first round of approval and be submitted directly to him. Ji-won smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth turning up. Deputy Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. The team leader was sweating nervously. This meant his authority would be completely undermined in the future. Soo-min gritted her teeth in frustration. It seemed she would have to implement a new plan. Back to Ji-won 10 years ago. She planned to rewrite the most embarrassing day of her life. The reason was that Ji-won received a message from Soo-min. You haven't forgotten our date this Sunday, right? Ji-won, who had just returned to 10 years ago, had completely forgotten about it. She had no intention of meeting Soo-min. Ji-won glanced away. Il-ri's eyes widened immediately. She remembered that Sunday. Various discussions surged forth. This was the scene Ji-won most wanted to erase from her memory. That day, Soo-min said she would take her to a good restaurant. But when they arrived, it turned out to be a class reunion. A group of people whispered, discussing how Ji-won had the nerve to come. They assumed she must have pestered Soo-min to bring her. How thick-skinned. No one here welcomed her. Those earrings must have been an attempt to copy Soo-min's style. Ji-won stood there, her body rigid. Soo-min clung to her arm, seemingly oblivious to her state, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Ji-won timidly excused herself to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, even in the bathroom, she couldn't escape the gossip. Two classmates who came to the bathroom spoke freely about her. Soo-min is such a fool. She was always at a disadvantage in school, always taking care of Ji-won. Even after starting work, she still has to look after her. If it were me, I wouldn't have brought Ji-won along in the first place. After the two left, Ji-won broke down, covering her mouth as she sobbed. She stayed in the bathroom alone for half an hour. When she finally came out, everyone was gone, including Soo-min. At that moment, she happened to run into Baek and Ho. Hyun's call pulled Ji-won out of her memories. She smiled and asked Ji-won if she wanted to go out together this Sunday. Ji-won explained that she had plans that evening. Hee-yeon's exaggerated, disappointed expression made Ji-won laugh out loud. She quickly added that she was free during the day and they could go out then. Hee-yeon instantly became as happy as a 200-pound child. She promised Ji-won that she would plan an amazing itinerary in advance. Ji-won noticed the lipstick in Hee-yeon's hand. It was the same as the one she saw in the department head's car. Plus, there were recent rumors that Seon was dating the department head, and he had used the department head's card last time. Ji-won suddenly realized that Seon might be the department head's lover, but their personalities seemed completely opposite. Though with Seon's good nature, it's understandable that the department head would like her. After the two left the bathroom, Seon excitedly hugged Ji-won's arm, incredibly looking forward to the weekend. The department head suddenly passed by and curiously asked if they were going out on the weekend. Seon's expression changed instantly. She coldly dragged Ji-won away in a flash. Ji-won felt she had discovered the truth. These two must be secretly dating and didn't want anyone to find out. The department head stood there with a bewildered expression. He took off his glasses and sighed helplessly. Ji-won returned to 10 years ago. She attended the class reunion again. This time, she removed her old-fashioned glasses, applied exquisite makeup, and proved everyone wrong. Sunday daytime was Ji-won's date with Hee-yeon. She deliberately wore contact lenses for the occasion. Hee-yeon was stunned. She generously complimented Ji-won on how beautiful she looked without glasses. Ji-won smiled and mentioned the department head. Last time I saw the department head without glasses, he looked very handsome too. Unexpectedly, Hee-yeon's expression turned mischievous. Ji-won was confused. Does she not like others praising her boyfriend? For the next part of their outing, Hee-yeon first took Ji-won to a hair salon. She asked the stylist to give Ji-won a nice hairstyle and suitable makeup. The stylist first trimmed Ji-won's hair, then curled the ends a bit. While perming her hair, they also applied makeup. When everything was done, Ji-won stared blankly at herself in the mirror. The stylist smiled and asked if she was satisfied. Hee-yeon, standing nearby, exclaimed that Ji-won looked like a goddess. The curled hair and makeup suited her perfectly. Ji-won felt incredulous. Was this really herself? At that moment, her phone rang. It was Soo-min calling. She reminded Ji-won not to forget their meeting that evening, insisting that she wear the earrings she had given her. Ji-won remembered. It was that pair of earrings that didn't suit her at all. She smirked and assured Soo-min that she would definitely wear them. After hanging up, Ji-won turned to Hee-yeon and invited her to go shopping together. Hee-yeon was more than happy to oblige. In the restaurant, Soo-min was gathered with a group of high school classmates. She smiled and boasted about working at a big company, eliciting envy from everyone. Soo-min smiled more, saying it was just luck. Ji-won is very supportive of me too. Hearing this, the other's tone turned malicious. What? You're still hanging out with Ji-won? How much have you suffered because of her? Soo-min coyly said it was fine. Those were things of the past. A classmate nearby sighed helplessly, lamenting that Soo-min was such a pushover. Two classmates curiously asked Soo-min what Ji-won was up to these days. Was she still wearing strange clothes and dirty glasses? Soo-min smiled and told them not to say that. Ji-won had become much prettier, and she was about to arrive. Hearing this, everyone complained, dissatisfied about why she had to come. Worried that Ji-won wouldn't come, Soo-min called her again, urging her to hurry. Ji-won answered the phone, saying she had already arrived. Seeing the person standing at the door, Soo-min's expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant. The female classmates were shocked. The male classmates were amazed. Ji-won smiled and greeted everyone. Long time no see. Her friend wanted Ji-won to embarrass herself at the reunion, but she didn't expect the made-over Ji-won to stun everyone. Everyone stared blankly at this person with exquisite makeup, beautiful like a female celebrity. They couldn't associate her at all with the Ji-won who used to wear old-fashioned glasses. Soo-min's face turned sour. Ji-won pretended not to know this was a class reunion, reproaching Soo-min for not telling her. Soo-min forced a smile and hugged Ji-won's arm, saying she just wanted to give her a surprise. The two female classmates across from them whispered about Ji-won. The male classmates excitedly approached Ji-won to get close. They complimented her on how much she had changed from before. She was so beautiful now. Ji-won stared at the person coming towards her in confusion. The male classmate introduced himself with a smile. I'm Kim Tae-sung. Don't you recognize me? Of course she recognized him. Ji-won would never forget that name until she died. He used to call her an ugly freak and four-eyes girl at school every day. Tae-sung simply sat down next to them. He pointed out with a smile that Soo-min and Ji-won were wearing the same earrings. Ji-won, you look pretty. Those earrings really suit you. Soo-min, you look like you're wearing your mom's earrings. Soo-min's face grew increasingly sour. Tae-sung didn't care about her mood at all. He kept talking to Ji-won, asking for her number and if she had a boyfriend. The two female classmates across from them started whispering again. Ji-won is so heartless. We always knew she was that kind of person. Ji-won stood up with a smile and said she was going to the restroom. The male classmates' eyes unconsciously followed her. How did Ji-won become so beautiful? Does everyone become this beautiful when they come to the big city? No, look at Soo-min. She's still so short. Soo-min glared angrily at Ji-won's back. She had originally wanted Ji-won to come and embarrass herself. How did it turn into her being mocked instead? And what was with Ji-won's hair, clothes, shoes, and bag? What was going on? After arriving at the restroom, Ji-won found the stall where she had hidden in her previous life. Although 10 years had passed, she still remembered it vividly. This time, she was determined to find out what Soo-min had been saying about her all these years, and why Soo-min's friends disliked her so much. In her previous life, those two girls came to the restroom and mentioned that sentence about school days. Ji-won was so to Soo-min. They didn't finish, realizing Ji-won was still in the restroom, and quickly left. This time, Ji-won was determined to find out what those two didn't finish saying. This was also the reason she returned to this terrible memory. Suddenly, her phone message alert sounded. Ji-won realized she had forgotten to put it on silent. It was a text from the department head. "What are you doing?" Ji-won thought it was the weekend. There shouldn't be any urgent work. So she replied to the department head, "I'm attending a class reunion. Do you have any work for me to do?" Just as she closed her phone, she heard those two girls' voices outside the stall. Ji-won is so thick-skinned. No one here welcomes her. How dare she come? She finally discovered why everyone disliked her. It turned out all of this was her best friend's doing. At this moment, Ji-won was hiding in the restroom. Several female classmates also came to the restroom soon after. They freely discussed how Ji-won's bag was fake, her face was fake, and her earrings were obviously bought to copy Soo-min. Soo-min is really kind like an idiot. During school, Ji-won was so to Soo-min. At this point, they suddenly stopped. They realized Ji-won had also come to the restroom. Just like last time, they stopped at the crucial point. Ji-won simply opened the stall door. She boldly told them to continue what they were saying. "What did I do to Soo-min in school?" They stared at Ji-won with dissatisfaction. "You're still pretending not to know? You're really thick-skinned. If I mentioned Baek Eun-ho, do you remember now?" Ji-won's heart tightened. Why was Baek Eun-ho being mentioned? The long-haired girl angrily accused Ji-won. "I heard you knew Soo-min liked Baek Eun-ho, but you didn't let her confess. Just because you had feelings for Baek Eun-ho. You treated your friend like this for a guy." Ji-won looked at them in disbelief. How is that possible? The one who always liked Baek Eun-ho during school was actually herself. That day, Ji-won was planning to confess to Baek Eun-ho. But Soo-min came running, distraught, to tell Ji-won, "Eun-ho confessed to me. I'm sorry, Ji-won, but I don't have any feelings for him at all." Ji-won told them, "I did like Baek Eun-ho, but Soo-min never told me she liked Baek Eun-ho. I never stopped her from confessing to Baek Eun-ho." The long-haired girl didn't believe her. She accused Ji-won. "You must have forgotten such a trivial thing. But Soo-min has been suffering all this time. She even messed up her college entrance exam because of this. And you, the perpetrator, got into a prestigious A-level university on your own." The long-haired girl told Ji-won to leave Soo-min alone if she had any conscience. The short-haired girl beside her worriedly asked the long-haired one, "Soo-min is now in UK. Will Ji-won leave her alone? She'll definitely cling to Soo-min and take advantage of her again." Ji-won felt it was absurd. She took out her business card from her bag and handed it to them. She told them, "I recommended Soo-min for the job at UK. Soo-min is just a contract worker now." They were instantly shocked. The long-haired girl snatched Ji-won's business card. It really said Deputy Ji-won, Marketing Department 1 on it. Soo-min had said she got the job through open recruitment. Ji-won smiled sarcastically. "As you can see, I'm very busy with work. I don't have time for plastic surgery. By the way, I just noticed the long hair. Isn't your bag the fake one?" The long-haired girl instantly became angry. She questioned Ji-won on what basis she was making such accusations. "Yeah, making accusations without evidence. These people never understood this principle. Ji-won gave her former school bullies a good lesson. She insisted that the long-haired girl's bag was fake. The long-haired girl angrily accused Ji-won of making baseless claims and demanded an apology. Ji-won coldly asked them, "Shouldn't you be the ones apologizing? You believed Soo-min's words and bullied me throughout school. You've been bad-mouthing me behind my back based on unconfirmed information. Didn't you also do these things without evidence?" They were left speechless. Ji-won asked the long-haired girl for the receipt from the department store where she bought the bag. If she could produce it, Ji-won would apologize for calling her bag fake. The long-haired girl was about to explode with anger. It was the first time she had been accused like this. Ji-won looked at her sarcastically. "What, feeling wronged and angry? Well, I felt wronged and angry too. If you don't believe me, go ask Soo-min." Before leaving, Ji-won threw out one last sentence. "It was nice seeing you all today. Let's not meet again." The bathroom door slammed shut. Ji-won stood outside with her head down. Even though it was summer, she felt the chill of winter. Only now did she understand how Soo-min had been talking about her behind her back. She had been bullied throughout school, and it was all because of this reason. Soo-min came rushing over at this moment, concernedly asking Ji-won what was wrong. Ji-won distantly said it was nothing and left. No matter how Soo-min called after her, Ji-won didn't look back. She thought back to her school days. Baek Eun-ho was always a popular student council president. The area around him was bright to the point of dazzling, because that light, different from her own, was very warm. Although he responded to her confession with contempt, not long after, he went to confess to Soo-min. But that was already a long time ago. Ji-won was glad Baek Eun-ho didn't come. Outside the class reunion, a man got out of his car while answering a phone call. He uncertainly asked the person on the other end, "Did she really come?" The reply came, "Yes, and she's become super pretty. You'll be shocked when you see her. She's no longer that nerdy girl with glasses from before." Baek Eun-ho nodded in agreement. She was always pretty. At this moment, Ji-won walked out of the store with tears in her eyes. The memories of her school days had made her emotional for a moment. She and Baek Eun-ho, who was outside the door, brushed past each other. Baek Eun-ho was stunned. He turned around and called Ji-won's name. Ji-won looked up in confusion. That one glance shook her to her core. The person in front of her was actually Baek Eun-ho, her naive first love. Baek Eun-ho looked at Ji-won shyly and bashfully. "I've been looking for you for a long time. I've finally found you." Ji-won stared blankly at Baek Eun-ho. Memories of her school days flooded back again. Baek Eun-ho asked with a disgusted expression, "Is this how you've always thought of me?" This was a memory Ji-won didn't want to recall. Why did she have to run into him at this moment? Ji-won turned and quickly ran away. Baek Eun-ho hurriedly stepped forward, asking her to wait. "I came here to see you. Just give me a moment. Let's talk." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Soo-min was cornered against the wall by the long-haired girl. She angrily demanded Soo-min to explain everything that happened back then. On one side was Ji-won's high school crush. On the other was the department head who liked Ji-won at work. Who would Ji-won choose in the end? On one side was Baek Eun-ho, begging Ji-won to give him a moment to talk. At this moment, the department head's car pulled up to the curb. He quickly got out of the car and called out to Ji-won. "Miss Ji-won, I'm here to pick you up." Ji-won was confused. How did the department head know to come here? Baek Eun-ho called out to Ji-won, but Ji-won refused to look at him. Baek Eun-ho had clearly rejected her impatiently back then. Why was he pursuing her now? Ji-won walked towards the department head's car without looking back, no matter how much Baek Eun-ho called out to her. Just as Ji-won was about to leave, Baek Eun-ho shouted for Ji-won to check her personal space when she got back. Ji-won was stunned. After graduation, she had never opened her personal space again. What did Baek Eun-ho mean by that? The car quickly started. Ji-won curiously asked the department head how he came to be here. The department head explained that he was passing by coincidentally and saw her. He noticed she seemed troubled, so he stopped to pick her up. Ji-won felt this behavior was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the department head was Hee-won's boyfriend. Hee-won would definitely be upset if she knew about this. She awkwardly changed the subject, asking the department head what he wanted to tell her in the message he sent. But the department head said it had already been resolved. Ji-won straightened up and then thanked the department head. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the long-haired girl and others were asking Soo-min why she had lied to everyone. "We heard you're just a contract worker at UK. and you got in because of G1's recommendation. G1 has already shown us her deputy position business card. Take this opportunity to show us your business card too. If you're a full-time employee, you should have a business card, right? Of course, Soo-min couldn't produce one. The fact that she was a contract worker was a secret. Even her parents didn't know about it. Soo-min decided to try and calm the group down before making her escape. She forced a smile and asked, "When did I ever say I was a full-time employee? You must have misunderstood." But the long-haired girl wasn't buying it. "You said yourself that you got in through open recruitment. Anyone who gets in through open recruitment is a full-time employee." Soo-min smiled awkwardly as she explained, saying she might have mixed it up with another company at the time. Inwardly, she began to resent G1. The long-haired girl questioned Soo-min, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Every time we treat you to a meal, you always brag about getting in through open recruitment." The blonde guy behind her looked exasperated. It seemed that everything G1 said was true. The long-haired girl continued to interrogate Soo-min. "You said Jun didn't let you confess because she liked Baek Eun-ho herself. But Ji-won says she never did that." Soo-min silently cursed Ji-won, wondering if she had gone mad to embarrass her like this. She continued to explain that she couldn't remember clearly, as these were all things from the past. The long-haired girl couldn't believe Soo-min was this kind of person. They had been fooled by Soo-min for 3 years, and now she was saying she couldn't remember. The friend who wanted to embarrass Ji-won ended up exposing herself instead. At this moment, the classmates who learned the truth accused Soo-min of being a hypocrite. Taking advantage of Ji-won's inability to explain, she had spread rumors about her everywhere and lied to gain other sympathy. Soo-min tried to defend herself, saying, "I admit I deliberately concealed the truth about the company. But that's because you all hated Ji-won so much. I was afraid Ji-won would be scolded again." The long-haired girl angrily interrupted her. "Why would Ji-won be scolded? It's all because of you, Soo-min. Ji-won has been scolded all this time because of your lies." Soo-min's face was full of embarrassment, but she still didn't realize her mistake. She once again blamed others. "You're the ones who wanted to scold her. I told you not to scold Ji-won. Why are you blaming me after you freely scolded Ji-won?" The long-haired girl felt it was absurd. She stopped trying to reason with Soo-min and just said, "Don't contact us anymore in the future." After that, the group left. Soo-min sat on the ground, trembling. Why had things turned out like this? It should have been Ji-won receiving all this slander and mockery. Ah yes, it had to be Ji-won. That way, she could appear to be the kinder, better child. But Ji-won had ruined everything. Soo-min just sat there blankly in the bathroom. By the time she stood up again, her legs were numb. She didn't know how much time had passed. Soo-min agonized over what to say when she went out. After much thought, she decided to say she had misspoken earlier. If she cried a little, her classmates probably wouldn't hold it against her anymore. But when Soo-min returned to the restaurant, everyone had already left. Soo-min called Ji-won, but Ji-won had fallen asleep in the car from exhaustion. She dreamed of things from the past. In high school, she was always bullied. Those people bullied her recklessly. Soo-min stood up to defend Ji-won, but Ji-won stopped her. She didn't want Soo-min to be disliked by their classmates too. Baek Eun-ho saw all of this. He voluntarily offered to let Ji-won sit next to him. That bright smile made Ji-won's heart flutter. After that, whenever Ji-won was bullied, Baek Eun-ho would angrily retaliate. Ji-won couldn't help but smile. Baek Eun-ho sincerely complimented her. "Your smile is beautiful. You should smile more often." Ji-won lowered her head, blushing, her heart racing uncontrollably. After that, she planned to confess to Baek Eun-ho. Soo-min suggested that she put the letter in Baek Eun-ho's locker. Ji-won actually did as suggested. But unexpectedly, Baek Eun-ho angrily came to confront her. "Is this what you've thought of me all along? I have nothing more to say to you." Ji-won cried her heart out. She had accidentally forgotten that she was a child loved by no one except Soo-min. Although this only friend had stabbed her in the back. Ji-won opened her eyes, tears still in them. She realized she had fallen asleep in the department head's car. She was covered with the department head's coat. The department head had even moved closer to Ji-won, their bodies touching. Earlier, Ji-won had fallen asleep in the department head's car. When she woke up, she happened to see the department head taking off his glasses. Ji-won secretly marveled at how handsome the department head was. She quickly shook off other thoughts and asked the department head what time it was. Only then did she realize she had slept for 3 hours. Ji-won apologized to the department head in embarrassment. "I'm really sorry for wasting so much of your time. I'll head back now." She hurriedly got out of the car, but the department head stopped her. Ji-won froze. The department head was too close to her, so close that she could even hear his breathing. The department head leaned close to Ji-won's ear and softly told her to wait. Myung-hwan was downstairs at her place. Only then did Ji-won notice Myung-hwan's figure. Perhaps he had waited too long. Myung-hwan impatiently put away his phone and got back into his car. He soon drove away. The department head reminded Ji-won that Myung-hwan had left. Due to the tension earlier, they were still in the same position as before. Ji-won awkwardly tried to get out of the car. At the same time, the department head wanted to help her open the door. Their hands touched. Ji-won blushed and pulled her hand back, turning her head and almost kissing the department head. They were even closer than before. The department head's breath was on Ji-won's face. Ji-won panicked and quickly apologized. But the department head asked Ji-won if she truly loved Myung-hwan. This question calmed Ji-won down a bit. She nodded and admitted, "I love him. After all, we are lovers." Ji-won turned her face away, telling the department head not to ask such personal questions in the future. After saying this, Ji-won reflected on whether she had been too cold. The department head lowered his eyes sadly, apologizing for his intrusion. Ji-won worried if the department head was angry. Before leaving, she tried to make amends by thanking him, but the department head still looked dejected. Ji-won decided to compliment the department head. She smiled brightly at him and said, "You look good without glasses too, sir." The department head paused for a moment, then quickly put on his glasses. He replied, "That outfit really doesn't suit you, Miss Ji-won. I'll see you at the company tomorrow." With that, he drove away unusually fast. Ji-won stood there speechless, wondering if her outfit was really that ugly. Inside the car, the department head's face was already flushed red. His heart was beating uncontrollably. Ji-won had smiled at him so brightly. However, there was one thing that bothered the department head. Ji-won had cried while sleeping earlier. Was it because of that bastard Myung-hwan? The department head had long noticed the ambiguity between Myung-hwan and Soo-min. That kind of guy wasn't worthy of Ji-won at all. Ji-won's high school crush reminded her to remember to check her personal space when she got back. After returning home, Ji-won curiously opened her personal space. She saw that it was full of messages from Baek Eun-ho. At the high school graduation ceremony, Ji-won didn't attend. Baek Eun-ho concernedly asked why she didn't come. He also left his phone number. After that, there were messages from Baek Eun-ho every year. When he enlisted in the military, when he was discharged, when he came to H-City, and a message a few days before the class reunion. "Are you coming to the reunion? If you go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't go either." He left his phone number again. Because he was worried Ji-won couldn't contact him, he hadn't changed his number all these years. Ji-won was shocked. Why did Baek Eun-ho go to such lengths? At that moment, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Ji-won answered puzzledly. It turned out to be long-haired girl, the one who had bullied Ji-won in school. She had called the number on the business card. Ji-won thought she was calling to bully her again and was about to hang up. Long-haired girl said, "I'm sorry." Ji-won was stunned. "Ji-won, we only listened to Soo-min and had a problem with you. We're really sorry." Long-haired girl continued to apologize to Ji-won. "It wasn't right to curse at you with our classmates without confirming the facts. It seems shameless to come and apologize now too. We're not asking you to forgive us right away. If you're ever willing to forgive us, can you contact us?" When former bullies apologize to their victim years later, will the victim feel relieved? Ji-won expressed her complex feelings, saying that even if she accepted their apology, she didn't have the courage to meet them again. Long-haired girl said she understood. Ji-won wiped her tears and continued, "But since you've mustered the courage to apologize to me, I'll try to muster up courage like you. Thank you for contacting me first." Ji-won, not wanting to live in the shadow of the past, chose to forgive these people. Long-haired girl and the others gratefully apologized to Ji-won and told her she could contact them anytime if needed. Before hanging up, long-haired girl reminded Ji-won that Baek Eun-ho also seemed to want to contact her. The next day at work, Xia-yin shipped the CP. Ji-won dressed especially beautifully today. She wasn't wearing glasses, and her whole person was radiant. The department head also took off his glasses. He looked much more handsome than before, almost like a male celebrity. Hee-yun bluntly said, "You two look like a couple from an idol drama." This made both of them blush. The department head helplessly reminded Hee-yun that it was work hours and to be quiet. Myung-hwan and Soo-min came to the company together. Seeing Ji-won with makeup, they both froze. This was the first time Ji-won came to the company with makeup. Myung-hwan, that scumbag, was thoroughly stunned. Ji-won, who had taken off her glasses and dressed up nicely, was as beautiful as a female celebrity. Was this really the Ji-won he knew? Myung-hwan no longer cared about Soo-min beside him. He excitedly circled around Ji-won. Soo-min's face was full of resentment. Myung-hwan leaned close to Ji-won, praising her for dressing up nicely. But don't dress like this for work. I'm afraid other guys will set their eyes on you, especially the department head. He used to wear those old-fashioned glasses and the same tie every day. Today he even dressed up specially. He must be trying to seduce you. Myung-hwan enthusiastically asked Ji-won if she wanted to go on a date tonight. Ji-won didn't even want to look at him. Sorry, I already have plans today. After work in the evening, Ji-won arrived at the agreed location. Baek Eun-ho had been waiting for a long time. After sitting down, Ji-won awkwardly began, I've seen all the messages on the board. Why did you, for so many years? Baek Eun-ho told Ji-won directly, of course, it's because I had a crush on you. I've been secretly in love with you for all 3 years of school. Ji-won was stunned by his straightforwardness. Baek Eun-ho apologized for his misunderstanding back then. Although it was a misunderstanding, it still caused you harm. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to express my true feelings. Ji-won told him she already had a boyfriend. Baek Eun-ho nodded, saying he knew. I'm not here to pressure you. Let's be friends again. He extended his hand to Ji-won, sincerely saying, we can greet each other occasionally, have coffee together, eat and chat. Friends do that, right? Ji-won felt relieved and accepted this friendship. Afterwards, they talked a lot. Ji-won also learned that the confession letter she wrote back then had been swapped out by Soo-min for a different letter, and that Baek Eun-ho actually liked her very much at that time. But Ji-won never told Baek Eun-ho that she had also liked him very much back then. On the way back, Ji-won fell into deep thought. If it weren't for Soo-min, if she had married Baek Eun-ho, who still liked her to this day, would her life be happy? Would Baek Eun-ho warmly embrace her desolate death and cry for her? Suddenly, someone called out to Ji-won. Ji-won looked up with tears in her eyes. It was the department head. Why did he always appear when she was feeling terrible? Ji-won held back her tears and asked the department head puzzledly, why are you here so late? The department head explained that he saw Myung-hwan come by again. Although he had left, the department head still stayed here, just in case. Ji-won coldly told the department head to leave. Myung-hwan is my boyfriend. These things have nothing to do with you. Please don't come to my house for things like this anymore. The misunderstanding between Ji-won and the department head was finally cleared up. At first, she thought the department head was Ji-won's boyfriend, so she was cold and distant, telling him not to interfere with her and Myung-hwan's affairs anymore. The department head asked Ji-won, would you call someone you're afraid of and avoid your boyfriend? You don't love that person at all. Your expressions every day tell me that. Ji-won urged the department head to say what he really wanted to say. The department head decided to lay it all out, saying everything in his heart. Don't cry alone anymore. I can't bear to watch you cry anymore. This sentence was too ambiguous. Ji-won asked the department head unhappily, does Hee-yeon know about this? The department head was confused. What does this have to do with Hee-yeon? Ji-won thought he was playing dumb. Her expression became even more displeased. I know you two are lovers. Don't you feel guilty towards Hee-yeon? The department head was still confused. Ji-won warned him not to pay attention to her private life anymore, or she would tell Hee-yeon everything. The department head finally realized Ji-won had misunderstood. He quickly explained that he and Hee-yeon were just siblings. Ji-won was shocked. The department head asked her to keep it a secret at the company because it was a sensitive issue. Ji-won found it unbelievable that these two were siblings. It's worth noting that at the company, the department head never gave Hee-yeon any special treatment. The department head turned his face away awkwardly and shyly said, also, although I like someone, I don't have a lover. On the way back, the department head called Hee-yeon to inform her that he had told Ji-won they were siblings, and asked her to continue pretending not to know about it from now on. Hee-yeon didn't say much, but when she learned that her brother had gone to Ji-won's house so late, she immediately scolded him loudly, saying he shouldn't do that. He should approach Ji-won slowly, without putting any pressure on her. It's infuriating. You useless, forever single guy. The department head couldn't help but retort, aren't you single too? Hee-yeon asked if he was going on a business trip next week, saying she'd figure something out then. She warned her brother not to do anything impulsive during his trip. The reason Hee-yeon agreed to help her brother was because Myung-hwan was unreliable. She couldn't stand by and watch Ji-won date that kind of guy. Everyone knew about the ambiguous relationship between Myung-hwan and Soo-min. Ji-won was kind-hearted and didn't hold it against Soo-min, but Hee-yeon wouldn't let Myung-hwan off the hook. After returning home, Ji-won lay on her bed exhausted. Her thoughts unconsciously drifted to the department head. His words, don't cry alone anymore, made Ji-won cry again. She didn't understand why she had to die so lonely in her previous life when there were so many people who cared about her. If she had been a little braver back then, would the outcome have been different? But those painful memories surfaced again. This made Ji-won more determined. In this life, she was determined to return the life that Myung-hwan and Soo-min had ruined back to them. She would never live like she did in her past life. Ji-won decided to take revenge on her boyfriend and best friend. The next morning at the company, she deliberately brought breakfast for Myung-hwan. Myung-hwan was overjoyed to receive breakfast from his beautiful and thoughtful girlfriend. Ji-won had been cold towards him recently, but now it seemed she had finally come to her senses. Myung-hwan felt relieved. At this moment, Soo-min jumped in to cause trouble. Ji-won, you've been dressing up so beautifully lately. Are you meeting a man today too? Seeing Myung-hwan's confused expression, Soo-min helpfully explained. Because yesterday Ji-won dressed up so prettily, I thought she was going on a date with you. But you were alone yesterday and went home with me. Jun, who did you dress up so beautifully to meet? Ji-won casually explained it was a friend from a class reunion. She changed the subject, smiling and asking Myung-hwan if she looked good without glasses. Myung-hwan instantly forgot what Soo-min had said, happily praising Ji-won's beauty and insisting they have dinner together that evening. Soo-min was very unhappy. How did their relationship become so good again? Ji-won just dressed up a little and started showing off. Even so, she was no match for herself. Ji-won was just pretending. Soo-min knew very well what he was planning. Whenever things didn't go Soo-min's way, he would want Myung-hwan even more. Ji-won laughed coldly inside. That ruthlessness of yours, always wanted to snatch what you desire. I will definitely make good use of it. Everything about you is under my control. Hee-yeon arrived at the company just in time in the last few minutes. She greeted Ji-won with a smile. Ji-won secretly glanced at the department head. Looking closely, he and Hee-yeon did seem a bit alike. The department head noticed Ji-won's gaze. Ji-won immediately turned away awkwardly. The department head's words from last night echoed in her ears again. Although I like someone, I don't have a lover. Could it be what she was thinking? Half an hour later, the department head came out to announce that Deputy Yang's proposal had been chosen for the new product project. Once the development department finished the prototype, they would begin field research. The section chief looked very displeased upon hearing this. The department head stated that he was about to go on a business trip, so the project would be fully entrusted to Deputy Yang. Deputy Yang bowed excitedly to everyone. If this project succeeds, he'll be promoted. He'll definitely be busier than now. But looking at his daughter's photo, Deputy Yang instantly felt motivated. Ji-won suddenly sent Deputy Yang a message. I have a favor to ask you. After meeting, Deputy Yang looked troubled. Ji-won wanted to help Soo-min become a permanent employee by arranging for her to join the project team. Her best friend was constantly thinking about how to ruin Ji-won. Yet Ji-won was trying to help her become a permanent employee by arranging for her to join the new project team. Deputy Yang strongly disagreed with Ji-won's decision. After all, Soo-min's abilities were far from sufficient. Ji-won explained that she wasn't doing this for Soo-min, but to ensure the project could continue. Section Chief Kim would surely try to obstruct the project, but he was interested in Soo-min, so as long as Soo-min stayed in the project team, it wouldn't face obstruction from the section chief. Deputy Yang was shocked to hear this. Section Chief Kim was almost a generation older than Soo-min. His conscience must have fallen out along with his hair. But for now, this was the only option, so Soo-min successfully joined the project team. In the morning, all members of the project team gathered for a meeting. The development department head showed 3 types of samples for the survey. Deputy Yang praised that the samples were much better than he had imagined. They could now proceed directly to testing. Ji-won considered how to assign work to Soo-min. This woman with her mind full of romance probably had no interest in working. Following Ji-won's suggestion, Deputy Yang assigned Soo-min to conduct surveys with customers at the supermarket. Soo-min was very dissatisfied with this, showing clear reluctance on her face. Deputy Yang said that if she wasn't willing, he would assign Hee-yeon instead. Soo-min quickly waved her hands, indicating she was willing. She absolutely wouldn't give up this chance for permanent employment to Hee-yeon. Plus, this time she could be in the same group as Myung-hwan. She didn't want to go to Section Chief Kim's side. However, upon arriving at the supermarket, Soo-min felt both embarrassed and resistant. Anger welled up inside her. How dare they make me solicit customers? Do they really think I'll obediently do this kind of thing? Sumin simply sat down and started playing a matching game. When customers passed by asking if they could eat the samples, Sumin casually replied they could and just needed to stick a paper on the box they thought tasted good. She thought to herself, since it's all free anyway, even if I do nothing, the samples will still be distributed. And the stickers are increasing too. This is so easy to handle. A passing Annie asked Sumin if these samples contain nuts. Busy playing her game, Sumin carelessly nodded. The Annie took one and gave it to her husband to eat. Unexpectedly, after eating, the husband's face changed. His body was instantly covered in red bumps. The uncle was allergic to peanuts. The Annie screamed while supporting her husband. The commotion made Sumin, who was playing her game, frown in annoyance. The Annie angrily questioned Sumin, "What's going on? Didn't you say there were no nuts in this? How are you going to take responsibility? Are you trying to kill someone?" Sumin rushed over, intending to push all the blame onto Ji-won. At this moment, due to Sumin's carelessness, a customer had eaten food containing peanuts. This led to a severe allergic reaction. The customer angrily demanded Sumin take responsibility. Sumin, whose game was interrupted, was in a bad mood. She impatiently told the two to go to the hospital if they felt unwell and not cause a scene here. Ji-won hurriedly arrived and asked Sumin what had happened. Seeing the manager arrive, the aunt suddenly felt emboldened. She shouted angrily, "It's all because of this woman. She told us there were no peanuts in this. That's why such a big incident happened. The person has become like this, and she still tells us to go away." The socialite immediately bowed to apologize to the two people. She sincerely agreed to take them to the hospital, but inwardly she complained, thinking if she had known, she wouldn't have come and gotten into this trouble. Behind her, Sumin no longer had her previous assertiveness. She acted weak towards Myung-hwan, saying, "I'm so scared." Myung-hwan quietly said he would take the customers to the hospital first and told Sumin to take a taxi and follow. Sumin nervously nodded, but in her heart, she increasingly hated Manager Yang. If he hadn't let her come, none of this would have happened. After settling the two customers, Myung-hwan learned from Sumin that Ji-won had never told her that the samples contained food that could trigger allergies. Sumin choked up and answered, "Maybe she said it, but I don't remember. I might have heard it. I'm really sorry." Myung-hwan frowned, not knowing what to do. He thought Sumin was trying to cover up Ji-won's mistake. If this incident was discovered, Ji-won would definitely be punished or have her salary reduced. They couldn't afford to be without money before getting married. Myung-hwan told Sumin not to tell anyone else about this. But if the customers or the supermarket complained, it would be troublesome. They could only apologize to the customers together until the customers calmed down. Sumin, with tears in her eyes, asked emotionally if Myung-hwan was really willing to do this. Myung-hwan nodded matter-of-factly. Sumin excitedly threw herself into Myung-hwan's arms. "Thank you, Appa." This Appa made Myung-hwan's heart flutter. Sumin sniffled and choked out, "I'm a contract worker. It doesn't matter if I get fired. But Ji-won has been working here for so long, right? You don't know how worried she is." Myung-hwan hesitated before finally hugging Sumin. He couldn't help but marvel at what a good friend Ji-won had. He gently patted Sumin's back, comforting her softly. "Sumin, you didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, just trust me." Sumin looked at Myung-hwan with teary eyes, full of trust. Myung-hwan compassionately wiped away her tears. This made Sumin want the man in front of her even more. Manager Kim couldn't compare to Myung-hwan at all. The best friend wanted to pin her own mistake on Ji-won. Little did she know this was exactly the result Ji-won wanted. At this moment, Ji-won received a call from Myung-hwan, informing her that Sumin had given allergenic samples to customers. She even played the victim, saying it was because Ji-won didn't tell her about the ingredients in the samples. Ji-won was stunned, truly not expecting Sumin to go to this extent. She had specifically reminded her that sample number 3 contained crushed peanuts and instructed her to make sure to put up a warning sign. Now Sumin was turning the tables on her. Ji-won didn't tell Myung-hwan about this, only asking how to handle the situation. Myung-hwan said he planned to quietly suppress the matter and pretend not to know. After all, Ji-won couldn't get into trouble. Ji-won inwardly sneered, but outwardly thanked Myung-hwan gratefully and reminded him to take good care of Sumin. After hanging up, Ji-won's lips curled into a slight smile. Sumin had indeed lived up to her expectations. In the evening, Manager Yang returned home with a happy heart. Her mother had come to help take care of the children today, which made things much easier for Manager Yang. Her father was helping cook in the kitchen. Her husband no longer had his previous arrogance and was meekly assisting his father-in-law. Manager Yang was very glad she had listened to Ji-won's advice. Originally, she had been worried about not having the energy for the new project. After all, her husband wasn't even willing to change the baby's diaper, and her parents-in-law couldn't even hold the baby due to herniated discs. Ji-won had suggested she ask her own family for help, but Manager Yang was hesitant. Her parents had always thought she was living happily. They didn't even know about her husband quitting his job. Manager Yang was afraid of worrying them, so she hadn't told them. Ji-won disagreed with her behavior, advising her not to lose her job over small matters. Parents would definitely be willing to do anything for their children. After all, parents are the strong support for their children. Manager Yang was convinced and honestly told her parents everything, asking for their help. The result was an unexpected joy. Now, she could focus her energy on the project. After getting promoted, she wouldn't have to fear Manager Kim anymore, and her family could live more happily. After Manager Yang finished her shower and came out, her husband immediately complained. He accused her of telling everyone about his resignation. Manager Yang didn't coddle him. She told him if he didn't like it, he could leave the house. After all, the house was in her name. She was paying for the mortgage and all living expenses. Her husband was very reluctant, but because his father-in-law was outside, he didn't dare to shout loudly. He could only quietly ask her to send her family away. He said if he went to work early and came back early to take care of the children and do housework, wouldn't that be enough? Manager Yang angrily clenched her fists. She told him sternly to either go out and earn money or stay home quietly and take care of the children. If he didn't want to be kicked out of the house, he should at least do one thing well. Her husband instantly became submissive and continued to work resignedly. The next day at work, Ji-won learned about Manager Yang's current situation and was happy for her. Manager Yang thanked Ji-won profusely. If it weren't for her suggestion, she wouldn't have been so relaxed. After Ji-won said goodbye to Manager Yang with a smile, suddenly someone approached. Ji-won encountered the department head early in the morning at the company. The department head was going on a business trip in the afternoon. Before leaving, he said he had some words for Ji-won and asked if she was available now. Ji-won immediately had a bad feeling. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't find an excuse to do so. The two came to the newly opened coffee shop on the first floor. To their surprise, the employee inside was Baek Eun-ho. Baek Eun-ho greeted Ji-won with a big smile. Ji-won was shocked. It was too much of a coincidence. The department head keenly sensed the crisis. Baek Eun-ho also realized something was off. The two looked at each other with hostile gazes. Ji-won stood by helplessly. Baek Eun-ho smiled and greeted the department head. You must be Ji-won's boss, the one who came to pick her up at the class reunion that day. The department head retorted sarcastically, yes, that's right. So you're the one who shouted at her to check her personal space. Ji-won was caught in the crossfire. The two exchanged barbs, stopping short of going too far. Baek Eun-ho smiled and told Ji-won that his coffee shop had moved in here. They could see each other often from now on. Ji-won forced a smile and nodded. Inwardly, she regretted coming here. There were so many coffee shops. Why did they have to choose this one? After they sat down, the department head curiously asked Ji-won, aren't you classmates with Baek Eun-ho? Didn't he tell you he was opening a coffee shop here? Ji-won nodded awkwardly, saying she had no idea why Baek Eun-ho suddenly appeared here. The department head grumbled, I think I know why. Ji-won felt even more awkward. Of course he knew why. It was obviously because Baek Eun-ho had a crush on her. She laughed it off and changed the subject. Didn't you say earlier that you had something to tell me? The department head then remembered the main point. He told Ji-won that during his business trip, Manager Kim would be acting in his place. However, the department head had already made arrangements. Manager Yang's project could be submitted directly to the higher-ups without going through Manager Kim. Ji-won was a bit surprised. She thought the department head didn't care much about the department employees. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. Ji-won curiously asked the department head if he knew about the bad relationship between Manager Yang and Manager Kim. The department head sighed helplessly. How could I not know? But that's between them. As their superior, there's a limit to how much I can intervene. Unless, like last time when Manager Kim didn't check the project proposal, things come completely to the surface. In that case, the situation would be different. This statement gave Ji-won an idea. In other words, if there was a concrete situation like last time, Manager Kim could be punished. Ji-won sincerely thanked the department head for his concern and wished him a good trip. If she could get such a hint, then this coffee was worth drinking. Using her experience from her previous life, Ji-won thought of a way to completely take down Manager Kim. As soon as he arrived at the company in the morning, he sensed something was off. Manager Kim was surprisingly friendly and speaking kindly to Shi-yin. It happened to be on the day when the department head was on a business trip. Manager Kim must be up to something again. Later, Shi-yin walked out of the meeting room with a bitter expression. She complained to Ji-yuan that she was disgusted by Manager Kim first thing in the morning. The two went to the break room to drink coffee. Shi-yin told Ji-yuan everything. Early in the morning, she was called to the meeting room by Manager Kim. The manager's attitude was particularly friendly. He asked Shi-yin if she had submitted a proposal when she first joined the company. Shi-yin nodded. It was a proposal for religious food products. However, it was rejected by the manager at that time, and he even scolded her harshly. Manager Kim earnestly explained to Shi-yin that the company couldn't possibly use a proposal from a newly hired contract worker for such a big project. The higher-ups would definitely object, so he had to reject it first. But now Manager Kim proposed that he was willing to give Shi-yin a chance. He would submit the proposal under his name and add her name to the project team. In other words, Manager Kim was willing to lend his name to her. Shi-yin felt it was ridiculous. The manager was just trying to steal her idea. She refused Manager Kim without hesitation. However, the manager threatened Shi-yin, saying if she wanted to become a permanent employee, she had to listen to him. If she didn't want her career to end in just 1 year, she'd better reconsider carefully. Recalling this, Shi-yin was furious. She'd rather be fired than see Manager Kim succeed with her idea. Ji-yuan nodded in agreement. He deliberately rejected her proposal before and now wants to steal her idea, which proves her proposal was really good. Shi-yin was delighted by the praise. She proudly said that there are over 1.3 billion religious followers, but no fast food products specifically prepared for them. If we seize this opportunity now, it would definitely have great prospects. Hearing this, Ji-yuan instantly recalled a crucial memory from his previous life. He told Shi-yin to give this proposal to Manager Kim. After all, that proposal wouldn't be implemented in the end. Shi-yin was surprised and asked why he was so certain. Ji-yuan casually explained that this proposal had risks. Shi-yin's creativity would definitely shine, but not now. Ji-yuan instructed Shi-yin to follow Manager Kim's requirements for now. He promised her that he would help her reclaim this idea no matter what. Ji-yuan was looking forward to what would happen next. This time, they might be able to completely take down Manager Kim. The show was about to begin. His best friend wanted to seduce Manager Kim to find a backer, but she didn't expect to fail again. Manager Kim took Shi-yan's proposal to the executive director. After reading it, the director excitedly praised the manager for his great creativity. He was very optimistic about this project. But once the project is executed, someone would need to be sent abroad. Manager Kim was beaming with pride. He assured the director that he already had someone in mind to send abroad. That person was Shi-yin. The manager had long disliked her, so he thought let the new female employee go abroad. The director reassured Manager Kim to start the project immediately and report progress to him at any time. The manager reluctantly expressed that the department currently had a major ongoing project that might affect his planned project. The director immediately told him to stop all other projects. Manager Kim was overjoyed. Walking out of the office, Manager Kim secretly determined to take back his rightful authority during the department head's business trip. This way, Soo-min would rely on him more. Then they could smoothly date and get married. Ji-yuan took the prepared documents, intending to deliver them to Manager Kim. This would be the death warrant for taking him down. The manager's project was temporarily suspended, pushed aside by Manager Kim's project. However, Ji-yuan wasn't worried at all. This project would restart in at most half a month. After arriving at the rooftop to meet Manager Kim, Ji-yuan handed him the documents. With a smile, he said this was a report he had compiled. It might be helpful for the project he was working on. Manager Kim took it and examined it carefully. Ji-yuan told him that according to foreign media reports, this industry would soon become a trend worldwide. Other companies were surely seeking opportunities too. It was important to seize the initiative at this time. Since the project had been confirmed, they could release the news first. This would have a promotional effect and create the image of UK as a pioneer in religious food. Ji-yuan had even drafted the press release. Manager Kim was suddenly delighted. This way, he could shed the label of being a perpetual manager. He praised Ji-yuan for doing a good job and invited him to join his project team. Ji-yuan politely declined. After all, the manager would only be able to show off for a week at most. Back in the office, Manager Kim immediately contacted various media outlets. He released the news, and the response was very good. The executive director was very pleased with him. They both hoped to get promoted together through this project. These days, Manager Kim was successful in his career. He walked around with a spring in his step. Soo-min started to actively contact Manager Kim. She came to him with glue, saying she was in a rush to come to work and didn't even have breakfast. The manager's heart was melting. He asked her indulgently what she wanted to eat, saying he would go buy it for her. Soo-min said she wanted strawberry milk. Manager Kim found Soo-min adorable. He exclaimed that she was like a soft and cute little cat. At this moment, Secretary Han called to inform the manager that the executive director was looking for him. The manager nodded obsequiously and said he would go right away. Both work and love were progressing smoothly. The manager couldn't help but hum a tune. After his promotion, he planned to formally ask Soo-min out. Little did Manager Kim know that this visit would bring him great misfortune. Manager Kim finally got his just desserts. At this moment, he came to see the executive director with a smile on his face. As soon as he entered, the director threw a book at him. The director angrily pointed at the report on the computer. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Didn't you say we were the first? But a certain company's products are already on the market. The comments section is in an uproar now. They're saying, what kind of pioneers are we? Even the company's stock price has plummeted. The manager stared at the report in disbelief. How could this happen? He immediately apologized to the director and suggested suspending the project. The director roared, suspend? Didn't we already publicize it in the media? How much money have we spent on this project? The director angrily told the manager to quickly come up with a solution. The manager trembled in fear. He had a sudden idea to push Shi-yin out as a scapegoat. After all, this plan was originally Shi-yan's. The manager ingratiatingly told the director the whole story. This plan was from a new employee in our department who begged me to approve it. That's why I submitted it. Why don't we push that new employee out? If we issue an apology statement saying it was a 25-year-old new employee who made a mistake due to youthful impetuousness, it might slightly calm the public opinion. The director immediately had a bad feeling. He asked the manager suspiciously about the name of this 25-year-old employee in Marketing Department 1. The manager, of course, told him everything. Her name is Lu Shi-yin. Isn't there a trend of calling people something girl? This time we can release news calling her the plagiarism girl. This way, by sacrificing just one new employee, we can avoid criticism of the company. The manager felt his suggestion was excellent no matter how he thought about it. However, the director asked with a grim expression, "Did you tell Shi-yin that I was the one who asked her to do this project?" Manager Kim, with a fawning expression, replied, "Of course. I wanted her to know I'm your man." The executive director furiously threw the document at the manager. "Go tell her right now that you did this on your own. It has nothing to do with me." Manager Kim walked out of the executive director's office dejectedly, no longer with his usual confidence. As he exited the elevator, the manager reached into his pocket. Inside was a strawberry milk. It was his only comfort. At least he still had the lovely Soo-min by his side. He would overcome this crisis with Soo-min. But when he arrived at the office, Soo-min coldly and distantly told Manager Kim that she couldn't drink strawberry milk. The manager helplessly asked her, "Didn't you say you wanted to drink it this morning?" Soo-min impatiently turned and left. Pushed to the brink, Manager Kim was about to violently attack Ji-yuan in front of everyone in the office. At this point, Manager Kim had no hope for promotion. Soo-min, who was once so enthusiastic about him, had now become cold and distant. Manager Kim stood there, feeling lost and embarrassed. He blamed everything on Ji-yuan. Ji-yuan was so close to Shi-yin, he must have known early on that Shi-yin had backing. Moreover, if Ji-yuan hadn't suggested releasing the news first, the situation wouldn't have become so irreparable. Manager Kim angrily approached Ji-yuan, shouting, "Deputy Jiang, where's the report I asked you to submit today? Didn't I say that report was very important?" Ji-yuan innocently replied that he had already placed it on his desk. Manager Kim continued, "If you submitted it, you should have told me." Ji-yuan explained that he had already reported it via chat software. Manager Kim's anger grew. "You're really something, aren't you? You have an answer for everything. Are you happy to see me in trouble? Did you plan this?" Ji-yuan looked at the manager incredulously. The manager angrily asked if he was glaring at him. I guess your parents didn't teach you well when they were alive." This statement successfully ignited Ji Yuan's anger. He could overlook other things, but his parents were his bottom line. Manager Kim kept going too far, insulting Ji Yuan's parents repeatedly. He even tried to physically attack Ji Yuan. The department head arrived just in time to stop the manager. With an angry face, he said through gritted teeth, "Manager Kim, apologize to Miss Ji Yuan. Right now, immediately." Manager Kim instantly became cowardly. He nervously asked when the department head had returned. The department head angrily urged him to apologize quickly. Manager Kim no longer had his previous arrogance. He timidly apologized to Ji Yuan. The department head released the manager's collar with a look of disgust. Manager Kim collapsed on the ground, but didn't dare to make a sound. The department head coldly told the manager that he would soon face disciplinary action. "The investigation notice from the committee will arrive. Be prepared. This time, the issue can't be resolved with just craftsmanship." The manager sat sprawled on the ground, feeling that the strawberry milk he had carefully bought for Su-min had also been crushed and spilled all over the floor. A few days later, the disciplinary action notice quickly arrived in Manager Kim's hands. Continuous verbal abuse towards Deputy Yang and the additional punishment for threatening Shi Yin and stealing her project plan were all listed on it. Manager Kim was furious. It wasn't enough that Ji Yuan had ruined him like this, but he even had Deputy Yang secretly record him, stabbing him in the back. These damn girls had ruined everything. He was so close to marrying Su-min. Now it was all for nothing. Just as the manager was getting angry, Su-min's voice came from nearby. Su-min was pestering Myung-hwan, explaining that she had no relationship with Manager Kim. Manager Kim happened to witness Su-min in an intimate scene with another man. At this moment, Su-min was shamelessly bad-mouthing the manager to Myung-hwan. "I really have no relationship with the manager. These rumors are so strange." Myung-hwan gently comforted her. "Of course I know. You're so cute. How could you possibly date a bald, old man like that?" Su-min worriedly asked Myung-hwan what would happen to the manager next. Myung-hwan first handed Su-min a drink. "I heard the manager received a very severe punishment, but that's good. After all, everyone hates that incompetent egghead." Myung-hwan advised Su-min not to cater to Manager Kim anymore. That way, the rumors would gradually die down. He also advised her not to change departments. After all, that egghead was finished now. It seemed like he was demoted and suspended. In fact, it wasn't much different from asking him to leave the company. Seeing that Su-min was actually holding strawberry milk in her hand, Manager Kim couldn't take it anymore. He swung his fist hard towards Myung-hwan's face. He asked if he was tired of living. "You have a girlfriend, yet you dare to seduce my woman. Su-min and I are going to get married." Su-min wanted to tear Manager Kim apart. "What nonsense is this old guy saying?" Manager Kim looked at Su-min with anger and pleading. "Su-min, tell him how much we love each other." Su-min, embarrassed, told the manager not to talk nonsense. Colleagues watching nearby gossiped. "Looks like the rumors were true. I heard Su-min abandoned Manager Kim as soon as he lost his position. Seems that's true too." Manager Kim, flustered and helpless, asked Su-min what was wrong. Was it because of Myung-hwan that she was neglecting him? Su-min felt humiliated. She loudly accused the manager of being completely abnormal now. Then she covered her face and ran away. She just wanted to get as far away from the manager as possible now. Running to a secluded corner, Su-min got angrier the more she thought about it. That old guy wasn't even a manager anymore. She had gotten involved with a useless person for nothing. What should she do now? After all, without Manager Kim, it would be difficult for her to become a permanent employee. Suddenly, Su-min had a thought and paused. Right, there was still that person. Without the manager, wasn't there still the department head? At the next day's morning meeting, the department head announced that Manager Kim had been suspended and had his salary reduced due to this incident. The department head specifically asked Myung-hwan how the place where he was hit was doing. Myung-hwan laughed it off, saying it was fine now. Inwardly, he complained about why the department head had to mention him being hit during the meeting. The department head stated that the religious food project had been completely halted. This plan would be returned to its original planner, Shi Yin. It would take some time to restart the project. Deputy Yang's previously delayed project could now proceed normally. Her best friend actually planned to seduce the department head, who had a crush on Ji-won. During the morning meeting, the department head informed everyone that due to the manager's punishment, someone from the development department would temporarily fill the manager's position. Junie enthusiastically greeted everyone, introducing himself as the new chief of Marketing Department 1 starting from today. Ji-won sensed something was off. The personnel change she had originally predicted should have been Soo-min. After all, being involved in rumors with Manager Kim, changing departments would have been the best choice. But now she not only hadn't left, but was smiling. Why was this? The department had announced that they would organize a dinner on Friday. He'd notify everyone once Shi-yin decided on the location. The morning meeting ended like this. Soo-min flipped her hair and gave the department head a cute and bright smile. "You've worked hard, department head." Soo-min was very confident inside. Men always fell for this act of hers. The department head should also fall for her. In her smugness, she didn't notice the department head's exasperated expression. During lunch break, in the cafe, Shi-yin curiously asked Ji-won, "How did you predict it? You knew early on that the project I gave to the manager would have problems, right?" Ji-won casually brushed it off with a couple of vague responses. "I can't say it's from a past life. Maybe around this time this year. A certain company launched religious fast food on a large scale. Myung-hwan, who had unknowingly bought UK stocks, suffered great losses. He was furious. Thanks to this source of opportunity, I was able to remember this incident. I really should thank Myung-hwan for this." Ji-won explained to Hee-yun that religious food has been very popular recently. Since a certain company is entering the fast food industry worldwide, UK definitely can't be the first to do it. Suk-yeon was impressed by Ji-won's intelligence. Ji-won laughed heartily. At this moment, Ryan Ho brought 2 desserts. This was a surprise gift for the 2 guests. He smiled and asked Ji-won if he had brought new colleagues again today. Ji-won quickly introduced the 2 of them. Baek Eun-ho smiled and greeted Hee-yun. Hee-yun immediately recognized him as her brother's competitor. Baek Eun-ho enthusiastically handed the dessert to Hee-yun. "This is what I made. Try it." Hee-yun reluctantly expressed that she doesn't really like sweets. Ryan Ho reassured her, "This isn't very sweet. I barely added any sugar. It's mostly the natural sweetness from raisins." Suk-yeon eagerly took the dessert and smelled it. Then she curiously took a bite. The taste instantly captivated Suk-yeon's taste buds. She couldn't help but exclaim that there could be such a delicious dessert at this time. This delicacy easily won Suk-yeon's favor. She gratefully thanked Baek Eun-ho. Baek Eun-ho smiled and told her she could come anytime if she wanted to eat it again. He looked at Ji-won with love in his eyes. "After all, I always keep one for my best friend here." Using all her tricks to try to win over the director, she didn't expect the director to not fall for her act at all. At this moment, Soo-min saw the director going to the break room alone. She immediately followed him, wagging her tail. She coyly asked the director if he wanted coffee. "I was just about to have coffee too. Shall I make you a cup?" The director politely declined. "I'll just have juice." Unexpectedly, Soo-min quickly took the juice. She enthusiastically poured him a glass. "I'm just like you. I prefer juice too." When handing the juice to the director, Soo-min deliberately didn't hold it steady. She spilled the juice. She crouched down, staring helplessly at the shards on the floor. "Oh no, what should we do? Are you alright, director?" The director wiped his hands and said he was fine. Soo-min deliberately touched the glass shards. Sure enough, her thumb was cut. She looked at the director with teary eyes and whined, "Director, my hand is bleeding." The director calmly asked how she was. Soo-min became even more excited. The glass cut seemed to hurt even more. Her voice was choked with sobs, but the director coldly walked towards the door. "There are band-aids in the cabinet. Clean up the floor, otherwise it'll be sticky." Soo-min was stunned. The director actually left her there and walked out. How could there be such a person? Is this guy even a man? Myung-hwan walked into the break room at this moment. He concernedly asked Soo-min if she was hurt. "I think I heard something break." Soo-min looked at Myung-hwan pitifully, showing him her injured finger with a grieved expression. Myung-hwan sympathetically wanted to take her to get it bandaged. "That's right. This is how a normal man should react," Soo-min thought. She whined, asking Myung-hwan to blow on her finger. "The cut hurts so much." Myung-hwan couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. This little girl really knows how to act. He grinned and nodded. "Okay, I'll try." Myung-hwan lowered his head and gently blew on Soo-min's finger. After a while, Soo-min finally said it was enough. "Thanks to you, I feel much better now." Myung-hwan happily stared at Soo-min's finger. Sumin's hands were so small, completely different from Ji-won's big rough hands. The two didn't notice the department head standing outside the door. The department head angrily listened to their conversation. Sumin, how are your hands so small and pretty? You're making me blush saying that. Hearing this, the department head clenched his fists, veins bulging. Those two were still so disgusting. He couldn't stand it anymore. The department head couldn't let Ji-won be kept in the dark, dating that kind of jerk. But if he told Ji-won the truth, he was afraid it would hurt him a second time. Just then, Ji-won and Hee-yeon came to the break room, laughing. Ji-won almost caught his best friend and boyfriend in an intimate scene. To prevent Ji-won from entering the break room, the department head actively called out to him and Hee-yeon, making conversation. He asked if they had gone to Baek Eun-ho's coffee shop to smoke. Hee-yeon instantly looked guilty. Her brother told her to stay away from Baek Eun-ho and even bribed her with money to help him. But Baek Eun-ho's desserts were just too delicious. Ji-won silently apologized to her brother in her heart. She quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying she had something to do and had to leave. Ji-won walked past the department head, intending to go to the break room to wash his cup. Of course, the department head couldn't let him go in and see the intimate scene between Sumin and Myung-hwan. He blocked Ji-won's way and offered to wash the cup for him. Ji-won awkwardly said it wasn't necessary. In a panic, the department head, blushing, reluctantly asked Ji-won if he was free to have dinner together tonight. I have something I must tell you. Ji-won was stunned. He asked curiously if it was work-related. The department head nodded. It's about Manager Kim. I have something to tell you. Ji-won nodded in understanding and agreed. Seeing that Ji-won still wanted to go to the break room, the department head explained that the water was shut off here and they had to go to the break room across the hall to wash cups. Ji-won thanked him gratefully. Watching Ji-won's retreating figure, the department head finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, Ji-won came to meet as agreed. He asked the department head incredulously what he had to say about Manager Kim that required coming to a 5-star hotel. The department head pretended to raise a glass to him. Because you worked so hard on this matter, I wanted to bring you out to celebrate. Ji-won nodded hesitantly. He felt something was off. The department head was struggling internally, wondering whether to tell Ji-won about Myung-hwan. He tried to ask, do you plan to keep dating Myung-hwan? Although you might not like hearing this question is very important to me. Ji-won was smart. He told the department head not to worry about his personal matters anymore. I don't think I have any obligation to answer you. Myung-hwan and I are doing well, so I hope you won't do this anymore. Although reluctant, the department head respected Ji-won's wishes. I understand. Let's continue eating. He didn't understand why it had to be Myung-hwan, of all people. That guy. From Ji-won's expression, it was clear he didn't love Myung-hwan. Why? Why was he willing to tell lies he wasn't good at just to date that guy? What was the reason? Ji-won finally started to have feelings for the department head. That night, he came out to meet the department head. When they were leaving after dinner, Ji-won felt uncomfortable in his high heels. His heel was hurting. As a result, when going down the stairs, his foot slipped. Ji-won fell to the ground. The department head anxiously and caringly asked if he was all right. Ji-won helplessly took off his shoes. The heel was broken. He complained, I just had these shoes repaired last time. Now they're broken again. The department head carefully helped him stand up. The sharp pain in his ankle made Ji-won stumble a few times. It seemed he had sprained his ankle. The department head first apologized to Ji-won for being rude. Then he picked Ji-won up in his arms. With a serious face, he told him, if you force yourself to walk, it will only make the injury worse. Ji-won's cheeks flushed. He looked at the department head, not knowing what to do. The department head took Ji-won to the hotel's lounge. Before leaving, he told him to wait there for a moment. Ji-won covered his racing heart, sitting there in a daze. Soon, the department head rushed back with some items. He had borrowed a first aid kit from the hotel reception. The department head knelt down and carefully applied ointment to Ji-won's ankle. He gently suggested that Ji-won throw away those shoes. Just repairing and wearing them again might lead to another injury. Ji-won explained that he didn't have many pairs of shoes. The department head hinted, sometimes, instead of repairing, you need to buy new ones, because shoes that have broken once are likely to break again. Ji-won understood the implication in the department head's words. Before he could respond, the department head opened a new pair of shoes he had bought for Ji-won. It was urgent, so I just bought a pair that looked like the right size. He gently and patiently helped Ji-won put on the shoes. Looking up seriously, he said, Miss Ji-won, you deserve to wear better shoes. Ji-won was falling hard for the department head like this. His reason told him he shouldn't. He didn't notice his phone buzzing nearby. Myung-hwan was very angry. Ji-won kept not answering his calls. In the afternoon, he had overheard the department head inviting Ji-won to dinner. In the evening, he wanted to stop Ji-won, but he was busy with work. As a result, he was too late. That bastard dared to seduce his girlfriend. Ji-won had actually accepted Myung-hwan's proposal. Now, learning that his girlfriend went on a date with the department head, Myung-hwan was furious. Recently, Ji-won had become prettier, attracting many flies. The coffee shop owner must also have feelings for Ji-won. Even in the elevator, everyone was looking at Ji-won. There were even rumors saying Ji-won was the prettiest and most capable employee in Marketing Department 1. Myung-hwan was worried that if this continued, Ji-won would be snatched away by someone else. He really was setting the table for others. Myung-hwan reluctantly continued calling Ji-won. This time, the call finally went through. Myung-hwan asked Won unhappily what he was doing and why he wasn't answering the phone. Ji-won explained that he had just finished dinner with the department head and was heading home. Under Myung-hwan's questioning, Ji-won casually brushed him off, saying he had discussed Manager Kim's matter with the department head. Myung-hwan finally relaxed, telling Ji-won to sleep early and reminding him of their date tomorrow night. After hanging up, Myung-hwan's face showed a self-mocking expression. He never thought that he, Park Myung-hwan, would have a day when he had to worry about Ji-won. Initially, he only dated him just to get a bottle of alcohol. At first, it was just a joke. Myung-hwan complained to a friend that a country bumpkin female colleague had joined the company. The friend jokingly challenged him to seduce Ji-won, promising a bottle of alcohol if he succeeded. Myung-hwan confidently stated he could do it within 3 days. Afterward, he actively approached Ji-won to chat and get his number. He thought sending a few sweet messages would be enough to hook the country bumpkin, but Ji-won never replied to his messages. This actually sparked Myung-hwan's competitive spirit. He decided to call Ji-won directly and invite him out on Saturday. Ji-won finally took the bait, and that's how their relationship began. Myung-hwan had originally planned to mooch off Ji-won and then find an opportunity to dump her. But the situation took an unexpected turn. Ji-won was too kind. Not just kind, she was almost like a fool. She would voluntarily help Myung-hwan complete his overtime work. With just a few casual words, Ji-won would continue to invest in their relationship. Myung-hwan was quite satisfied. This was much better than being controlled by a smart woman, although he didn't know how the original fool suddenly changed. But Myung-hwan didn't care much about how Ji-won's personality had changed at this point, because the stocks he bought had risen sharply. If they rose a bit more, he could sell and make a fortune. This way, Ji-won would never be able to escape from his grasp. The next evening, he generously bought flowers. He proposed to Ji-won on a cruise ship. Myung-hwan knelt down and asked Ji-won to marry him. "I will make you happy for the rest of your life." Ji-won smiled and agreed. Myung-hwan excitedly hugged Ji-won, telling her not to worry about the marital home. "I made a lot of money this time. Buying a house won't be a problem." However, Ji-won curled her lips and looked thoughtfully into the distance. On the screen behind Myung-hwan, it was written that MW Tech, the company whose stocks Myung-hwan had bought, suddenly announced its closure. The CEO had fled abroad. It turned out that Ji-won accepted Myung-hwan's proposal to provoke her best friend Soo-min. The next day at work, Ji-won happily told several colleagues about the proposal. She also agreed with Myung-hwan to meet his parents tomorrow night. Recently, Myung-hwan had made some money from stock trading, buying Ji-won bags and clothes. He also told her not to worry about the marital home. Ji-won indicated that she and Myung-hwan would likely set a wedding date soon. Deputy Manager Leong and Shi-yin were shocked to hear this. Only Young-mei was happy. He even gently advised Ji-won not to get married too early. Soo-min had an incredulous expression. She reluctantly asked Ji-won if she was really going to marry Myung-hwan. Ji-won sweetly nodded. "Of course. It's hard to find someone as good as Myung-hwan. He's gentle, has a stable job, and is good at managing finances. He told me to quit my job and rest at home after marriage. I'm sure I'll be very happy marrying him." Ji-won deliberately showed off the ring on her hand, reminding everyone to keep the engagement a secret. This ring successfully sparked Soo-min's competitive spirit. She increasingly wanted to get it. This ring should have belonged to her. But outwardly, she smiled and congratulated Ji-won. Ji-won laughed coldly inside. This was exactly the effect she wanted. The happier she appeared, the more envious Su-min would become. If she wanted it so badly, then she could have it. Go ahead and steal Myung-hwan away. Even until lunch was over, Su-min was still immersed in her own world. She couldn't understand why Myung-hwan wanted to marry Ji-won. What was so good about that girl? Su-min stared at Ji-won's back with resentful eyes. Why should she be the one to find happiness? At this moment, Su-min made up her mind. She would destroy everything and take away Ji-won's happiness. Back at her desk, Ji-won checked the stocks she had bought earlier. As expected, they had risen sharply. The total income was 600,000. Ji-won planned to break up with Myung-hwan and immediately use this money to move and quit her job. On Myung-hwan's side, things were terrible. The stocks he bought had lost everything. Myung-hwan angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the newspaper. His plan for a marital home had fallen through. If Ji-won found out, she would definitely call off the wedding. No, he must keep this from Ji-won. Myung-hwan planned to make money back through other stocks. He could borrow urgent funds from his parents first. This way, he should be able to keep it hidden. Myung-hwan was very regretful at this moment. He had bought Ji-won a bag and clothes. If he had known, he would have bought her a fake bag. After all, Ji-won wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Ji-won came to the break room at this time. She urged Myung-hwan to come out quickly. Today was the launch of Deputy Yang's project. Weren't they going out to celebrate? Everyone was waiting for him. Let's go quickly. Myung-hwan hurriedly hid the newspaper. He forced a smile and left with Ji-won. Ji-won thoughtfully glanced at the newspaper in the trash can. Su-min finally made a move on Ji-won's boyfriend. After work, a group of people from the company went out for dinner. Shi-yin enthusiastically helped grill meat for everyone. Su-min sarcastically commented to Shi-yin, "Your grilled meat is really delicious. I feel like working at a barbecue restaurant suits you better than working in an office." Shi-yin smiled and retorted, "I'm naturally talented in many areas. What can you do, famous sister?" The two went back and forth, neither giving in to the other. Ji-won watched from the side, laughing heartily. Across from her, the department head looked at Ji-won with a dejected expression. Ji-won had already told him about Ji-won and Myung-hwan's engagement. The department head felt like the sky was falling at that time. Seeing Ji-won and Myung-hwan's sweet interactions, the department head felt very dissatisfied deep down. What could he do to prevent Ji-won from getting married? At this moment, Su-min smiled and came over to toast with Myung-hwan. As for Myung-hwan, she was determined to get him tonight. No matter what, she had to get Myung-hwan and steal Ji-won's happiness. Soon, the department head went out to take a phone call. Yun and Deputy Yang went to the bathroom and hadn't returned yet. Ji-won glanced at the two people beside her, realizing that now was the opportunity. Su-min was constantly pestering Myung-hwan to drink. Ji-won interrupted the two, saying they had drunk enough and it was time to leave. She would take Su-min to Myung-hwan's car first. Watching the two leave, Myung-hwan thought that Su-min was more adorable and better looking. Back in the car, Ji-won deliberately mentioned to Su-min how good Myung-hwan was to her. This made Su-min unhappy. Ji-won didn't care and continued, "You can't find someone like Myung-hwan anywhere. I'm so lucky. I must hold on to him tightly and marry him." Su-min laughed coldly inside. After tonight, it wasn't certain who Myung-hwan would belong to. At this time, Myung-hwan also walked out of the restaurant and said he had called for a designated driver. Ji-won pretended that she had left her phone in the restaurant and needed to go back to get it. She asked Myung-hwan to take care of Su-min for her. Myung-hwan naturally agreed. Ji-won left with a cold smile. She could only set things up to this point. What happened next depended on Su-min's performance. Su-min hugged herself and said coyly to Myung-hwan that she was cold. Myung-hwan thoughtfully took off his jacket and put it on her. He told her to wait a moment. Ji-won would be back soon. Su-min covered Myung-hwan's mouth. She pitifully asked him not to mention Ji-won. "Isn't it just the two of us here?" Myung-hwan was stunned. Su-min acted coy. "Myung-hwan appa, don't be so distant with me." Myung-hwan felt like he was about to lose control. Su-min pressed on. "You'll take me home, right?" Their lips were very close. Myung-hwan simply lowered his head and kissed her. It was a while before he finally let go of Su-min. However, Su-min didn't let Myung-hwan go. She looked at him with passionate eyes. "Appa, hug me again." Myung-hwan was of course more than willing. Ji-won quietly watched the two in the car from a corner. She had finally taken the first step in her revenge. But why couldn't she stop her tears from flowing? Going back to Ji-won 10 years ago, she had been constantly pushing her best friend to seduce Mi-young-hwan. Now her plan had finally succeeded. She had taken the first step in her revenge. But looking at the two embracing, Ji-won's tears fell like rain. The painful scenes from her previous life played over and over in her mind. Ji-won firmly wiped away her tears, comforting herself that she shouldn't cry, but should instead celebrate. Ji-won went to a street stall and had a few drinks. At this moment, the department head called. After answering, he anxiously and worriedly asked Ji-won where she was and if she had gone home. Ji-won drunkenly explained that she wanted a drink, so she came to a street stall alone. The department head immediately said he would come over right away. After hanging up, Ji-won downed another glass. Even though in her previous life, she was killed by Soo-min and Mi-young-hwan's betrayal, in this life, she was still foolishly hoping that Soo-min would make a different choice. Just as she had chosen a different path in this life, Ji-won longed for the two of them to be different as well. The same result. Even after being reborn, these two hadn't changed at all. Ji-won continued pouring drinks. She had lost count of how many she'd had. Suddenly, a large hand gripped her glass. The department head caringly told Ji-won to stop drinking. Ji-won smiled and asked how he found her. The department head asked in return, "Why are you here alone? Where did Mi-young-hwan and Soo-min go?" At the mention of those two, Ji-won's smile instantly vanished. They left. They happily left together. Just pretend you don't know. This Ji-won made the department head even more concerned. He didn't stop Ji-won from drinking anymore. He just said that when she'd had enough, he would take her home. Ji-won shook her head, telling the department head not to take care of her. "I'm tired of love." The department head sat down next to Ji-won. His eyes were full of expectation and nervousness. "Then, if not love," Ji-won found it absurd. "Are you teaching me to use you? For example?" The department head explained seriously. "When you don't want to look pathetic, you can use me." Ji-won anxiously asked the department head, "Do I look pathetic now?" The department head nodded. Ji-won laughed at his shocked expression. The department head's face reddened even more. "I should be useful in many ways." Ji-won thought to herself that the department head was a genuine and honest person. That's why she didn't dislike him. Ji-won hesitantly asked, "Can you turn around and sit?" The department head obediently turned his back to Ji-won. Ji-won gently leaned against the department head's back. His back was like a giant tree, so it should be okay for her to lean on it for a while. The department head's heart raced, his cheeks burning as he tapped his head. The best friend finally succeeded in stealing Ji-won's boyfriend. Mi-young-hwan woke up in the morning to see the person beside him. He felt incredibly regretful. If anyone found out, it would be over for him, both at work and in his relationship with Ji-won. Soo-min, who was awakened, called out Appa in a coquettish voice. Mi-young-hwan awkwardly explained to Soo-min that they were both drunk last night. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Of course, Soo-min wasn't happy with that. "We've been together. How can we pretend nothing happened?" Mi-young-hwan incoherently explained that wasn't what he meant. Soo-min's eyes welled up with tears. She choked up and asked Mi-young-hwan, "You clearly know I like you. Do you really have no feelings for me at all?" Mi-young-hwan truly didn't know what to do. Although he felt a bit regretful deep down, he couldn't let rumors spread about him and Ji-won's best friend. Mi-young-hwan explained that he and Ji-won were meeting her parents today. Soo-min said resignedly, "I know. I won't interfere with your relationship with Ji-won. I'll keep it a secret at work too." Soo-min looked at Mi-young-hwan with pitiful eyes. "But you have to date me too. If you don't dislike me, Appa." Mi-young-hwan immediately broke into a delighted smile. "Wow, such a good thing. My damn popularity." He quickly comforted Soo-min. "How could I possibly dislike you?" Soo-min cautiously asked Mi-young-hwan. "Then can I be as intimate with you as Ji-won in the future?" Mi-young-hwan's heart was about to melt. He gently embraced Soo-min. At this time, Ji-won arrived at the beauty salon. She specifically instructed the manager to make her makeup heavier, the kind you can't forget after seeing once. The manager was confused. Wasn't Ji-won meeting the parents today? He had never heard of someone wearing heavy makeup to meet the parents. But since the customer requested it, he could only try his best to satisfy her. although Ji-won recalled her mother-in-law's arrogant face from her previous life. I accept you not because I like you, but because I think you can take good care of my son. Yet you're giving him yesterday's leftovers? Are you crazy? You should make a nutritious meal for your husband on weekend mornings. What are you doing sleeping in? You're always working overtime and not taking care of our Myung-hwan. This is why children without parents are no good. Who knows how your parents died? Recalling this, Ji-won gritted her teeth in anger. Today she would really give her mother-in-law from her past life a piece of her mind. At home, Soo-min paced back and forth anxiously. Myung-hwan was actually going to leave her to marry Ji-won. What's so good about Ji-won? She's no match for herself at all. Suddenly, Soo-min had an idea. Before leaving, Myung-hwan had called Ji-won to inform her of the restaurant location. Soo-min smiled confidently. Now that she knew the location, she would go sabotage their meeting and then steal Ji-won's happiness. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Myung-hwan and his parents arrived first. When they heard their son was bringing his girlfriend to meet them, they were overjoyed. They even urged Myung-hwan to have 2 or 3 chubby sons soon after marriage. Myung-hwan reassured his parents, "I'll get married soon and take good care of mom. Ji-won is very kind and frugal. You'll definitely like her too." Hearing this, his parents were even more pleased. But soon they couldn't smile anymore. They saw Ji-won enter the private room with heavy makeup. For her first time meeting her boyfriend's parents, Ji-won deliberately dressed up with heavy makeup. The elderly couple clearly looked displeased. She didn't seem like an obedient daughter-in-law at all. The mother-in-law forced a smile and greeted Ji-won. "Myung-hwan has told us a lot about you. I heard you're a very frugal girl." Ji-won smiled and took out a designer handbag. "Oh, you mean this bag? Myung-hwan bought it for me. He said it's a new release." Ji-won despised her future in-laws from the bottom of her heart. In her previous life, they had met at this same place. She hadn't done anything wrong, but she didn't know why she was so afraid back then. The mother-in-law, barely containing her displeasure, pointedly asked one if she could do housework. "Our Myung-hwan only eats freshly made food for breakfast." Ji-won laughed inwardly. She had never seen Myung-hwan eat breakfast, but on the surface, she smiled sweetly. "Of course, I'll be responsible and make him a table full of delicious food every morning and night. If he works overtime, I'll make a bento and bring it to him." The mother-in-law finally smiled with satisfaction, but in the next second, she couldn't smile anymore. Ji-won told her with a beaming smile. Myung-hwan said I should quit my job after marriage, since I won't need to work anyway. I'll do housework at home and enjoy my leisure time. The mother-in-law panicked immediately. How could she not work? Wouldn't that burden fall entirely on her son? The mother-in-law asked disapprovingly, "Do you mean you want to spend the money my son earns while being idle at home? How will you raise children in the future?" Ji-won was displeased. How could it be called being idle? I have to do housework. If I have to cook 3 meals a day, how can I work? Besides, if we don't have children, one person's income is enough to spend. The two argued heatedly. Myung-hwan hesitantly wanted to interrupt the two, but didn't know what to say. The father-in-law lost his patience. He slammed his fist on the table. He asked Ji-won if she wanted their family line to end. They need to have sons to take care of ancestral rights in the future. How dare you say you won't have children in front of your elders? Ji-won frowned at the father-in-law. He hadn't even greeted her once until now. It seems he can't stand not having grandsons to perform ancestral rites. My father only has me as his only daughter. We manage the ancestral rites just fine. The father-in-law disagreed. He believed that a married daughter is like spilled water, with no right to handle her natal family's ancestral rights. The mother-in-law chimed in, "Well, we have to understand. After all, your father is also a sinner for having a daughter." Gritting her teeth with anger on her face, Ji-won said, "Auntie." Everyone was stunned by this disrespectful form of address. The mother-in-law incredulously questioned Ji-won if she was talking to her. Ji-won stood up assertively. She impatiently flipped her hair. "I just decided not to marry into this family. So you're not my mother-in-law, just an auntie. Am I wrong?" Ji-won had just broken up with her boyfriend. Her best friend immediately moved in to take over her boyfriend. Now Ji-won, being troubled by her future in-laws, boldly refused the marriage in person. "Whoever wants to marry can marry. I'm not accepting it." Myung-hwan and his parents were shocked. The father-in-law scolded Ji-won for being disrespectful. The mother-in-law went further, directly mocking that children without parents are just no good. Ji-won coldly retorted to the mother-in-law, "Annie, don't you also have no parents now? We're in the same situation. Why mock someone else's parents?" The mother-in-law's fighting spirit was clearly lacking. She simply pretended to faint, shouting that she would never agree to this marriage. I will never let this ill-mannered girl enter our family. Ji-won coldly laughed. Give this blessing to someone else quickly. After saying this, she left without looking back. No matter how Myung-hwan called out, Ji-won ignored him. After leaving, Ji-won felt incredibly relieved in her heart. She didn't want to become the ideal daughter-in-law in her in-laws' minds again. It was enough to have done this once in a muddle-headed state. She would never do it a second time no matter what. Walking out of the restaurant, Ji-won noticed Soo-min's figure. She saw her confidently rushing towards the restaurant. Ji-won chuckled softly. Soo-min came at just the right time. Inside the restaurant, the mother-in-law angrily scolded Myung-hwan for finding such a sharp-tongued girlfriend and told him to break up immediately. Just as Myung-hwan was at a loss, Soo-min walked into the private room. She shyly greeted Myung-hwan. Myung-hwan Appa, I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems you're having a family dinner. The mother-in-law looked at Soo-min in confusion. Soo-min quickly greeted her respectfully and praised the elderly couple for their good looks, which is why they had such a handsome son like Myung-hwan. The mother-in-law was delighted by the compliments, her attitude towards Soo-min instantly becoming much more friendly. Myung-hwan helplessly asked Soo-min why she came. Soo-min deliberately said, My parents were supposed to meet me here too, but they suddenly couldn't come, so I was planning to go home and cook for myself. Cooking is my hobby, you know. She deliberately emphasized the word cooking. The mother-in-law's eyes lit up. This was clearly the standard of a good daughter-in-law, completely different from that scheming girl earlier. The mother-in-law quickly invited Soo-min to sit down and eat together. Soo-min excitedly accepted. Myung-hwan looked at his mother awkwardly. Unexpectedly, even the father spoke up. She's much better than that girl earlier. Just like that, Soo-min was warmly invited to stay. She curved her lips into a smug smile. It was just as she had predicted. It seems Ji-won had completely messed things up with Myung-hwan's parents. She had indeed come at the right time. On her way home, Ji-won received a text from Myung-hwan. Myung-hwan asked her to be understanding towards his parents. After all, marriage requires mutual compromise. Ji-won coldly looked at the message. Let Soo-min and Myung-hwan compromise slowly then. For those 10 years, how much must Soo-min have envied her position? Congratulations, Soo-min. This time you can get your wish earlier. Ji-won planned to let her best friend replace her in marrying Myung-hwan. Things progressed more easily than she had imagined. Soo-min and Myung-hwan went on another business trip together. Ji-won only gave a slight push, and they immediately stuck together. Now all that's left is to sort out this annoying fate. Ji-won took out the resignation letter she had prepared long ago. She had originally planned to resign immediately after Soo-min and Myung-hwan got together to enjoy her new life. But now she felt a strange reluctance in her heart. At this moment, Ki-won and manager Yang enthusiastically came to invite Ji-won downstairs for coffee. Ji-won felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled and got up to meet these kind colleagues she had rarely encountered. She really felt a bit reluctant to leave this place now. She asked the department head if she should bring him a cup too. The department head shook his head. He took out his black card and generously told the three to use it to pay. Ji-won happily accepted. Before leaving, the department head specifically called Ji-won back and gently reminded her to eat more of the food she likes. Ji-won turned away with a flushed face, shyly responding. At the same time, she silently made up her mind to resign after this new product project is finished. On their business trip, Myung-hwan and Soo-min secretly found a place to rest. Seeing it was getting late, Myung-hwan got up to go home and urged Soo-min to leave quickly too. I've already coordinated the story about our business trip time with the partners, he said. Soo-min pouted unhappily. Didn't you say you'd accompany me today? Myung-hwan casually told her to be obedient. I'm busy preparing for my wedding recently. Hearing this, Soo-min became anxious. Didn't your marriage with Ji-won fall through? Myung-hwan confidently replied, My mom and Ji-won are just having a temporary disagreement. If I talk to them properly, they'll definitely reconcile. Soo-min helplessly asked Myung-hwan if he was breaking up with her. Myung-hwan innocently asked back, What breakup? We were never dating. What is there to break up? It was just for fun. Soo-min showed an expression of disbelief. Myung-hwan told her to stop pretending. Isn't that what you thought too? He comfortingly placed a kiss on Soo-min's forehead. See you tomorrow night then. After saying that, he left with big strides. Soo-min's face was full of unwillingness. Then she picked up her phone. She would absolutely not let Ji-won and Myung-hwan get married. The next day, Ji-won received a call from long-haired girl. Long-haired girl was the one who had bullied Ji-won in high school. Since she apologized, Ji-won's relationship with her had improved considerably. Long-haired girl told Ji-won that Soo-min had asked her for Kim Tae-sung's phone number. Ji-won thanked long-haired girl for informing her. Kim Tae-sung is not a good person. At the last class reunion, he shamelessly asked Ji-won for her number. Of course, Ji-won didn't give it to him. Soo-min chose this moment to ask for Kim Tae-sung's phone number. It feels like he has bad intentions. Ji-won handed the organized documents to the department head. After finishing, she hesitated to leave. Ji-won was conflicted about whether to tell the department head about this and asked for his help. The department head noticed Ji-won's unusual behavior and actively asked what was wrong. Ji-won then tentatively asked the department head, "Can I use you again like last time?" The department head's face turned slightly red. He answered without hesitation, "As long as it's for Miss Ji-won, you can use me however you like." To steal Ji-won's boyfriend, her best friend actually arranged for an ill-intentioned muscular man to find Ji-won at night. However, the muscular man, Kim Tae-sung, was smilingly greeting Ji-won as she returned from work. Ji-won stared at him warily. Although she had anticipated that Soo-min would make a move, she didn't expect her to go this far. Kim Tae-sung told Ji-won to stop pretending to be innocent. Ji-won nervously asked what he meant. A car was parked on the roadside in the distance. The person inside witnessed everything. Myung-hwan stared at the two with a grim expression. To reconcile with Ji-won, he had specially bought flowers and gifts. But Ji-won didn't answer his calls, yet she was meeting another man at her doorstep. The sound of a car window rolling down interrupted Myung-hwan's thoughts. It was Soo-min. Myung-hwan couldn't help but wonder why she was here. After getting in the car, Soo-min told Myung-hwan that the muscular man was Ji-won's former classmate. They had been meeting since the last class reunion. Soo-min exaggerated. "You think he's the only one? Ji-won and the owner of the coffee shop downstairs from our company have liked each other since school." Myung-hwan's face grew increasingly grim. He angrily told Soo-min to stop talking nonsense. "Ji-won only has me." Soo-min calmly interrupted him. "You couldn't contact Ji-won on the day of the class reunion, right? Brother, people say a daughter's fate is like her mother's. Didn't Ji-won's mother run away with someone else?" Myung-hwan was shocked. This was the first time he had heard about Ji-won's mother. His heart began to waver. Soo-min quickly pressed on. "If her mother was like that, how could the daughter be any different? Because she's my friend, I've been holding back from telling you. But I can't keep it from you anymore." Soo-min gently held Myung-hwan's hand. "Let's go somewhere else." She leaned close to Myung-hwan's ear and whispered, "It's embarrassing for you to stay here. Why don't we go have some fun instead?" Ji-won glanced at the departing car, thinking that Soo-min had indeed come to confirm. Ji-won explained to Kim Tae-sung that she hadn't contacted him. Kim Tae-sung took out his phone to show the messages, saying, "Don't play dumb. Didn't you actively contact me to come here? Look, you even sent me the address." Ji-won truthfully told him that someone was impersonating her. "Since it's a misunderstanding, you can leave now." But Kim Tae-sung stared at Ji-won furiously. "Are you messing with me? You call me here and then tell me to leave? You've become really arrogant now, you little bitch." Ji-won was startled and kept backing away. Kim Tae-sung forcefully grabbed her hand. "You're not going anywhere today. Brother will buy you something nice to eat." Ji-won was being dragged away by a strange man in the middle of the night. She struggled desperately, but it only excited him more. Just when the situation seemed irredeemable, the department head arrived just in time. Kim Tae-sung nervously asked who the department head was. The department head coldly replied, "I'm Ji-won's boyfriend." Kim Tae-sung became even more flustered. He had never heard that Ji-won had a boyfriend, but he couldn't lose face. Kim Tae-sung said defiantly, "While I'm still being nice, you'd better let go of me quickly." The department head immediately glared at him, his face turning blue with anger, like an enraged lion. Kim Tae-sung was given a good beating by the department head's fists. He grimaced in pain and angrily asked if the department head had gone crazy. But the department head ignored Kim Tae-sung and left with Ji-won. The doctor asked Ji-won if she was hurt anywhere. Ji-won shook her head and thanked the department head for his help. Actually, she was very scared earlier. But miraculously, The moment the department head appeared, she wasn't afraid anymore. Standing behind this man, she felt like she had the courage to fight back. Ji-won's eyes were filled with a smile, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward. After getting into the department head's car, Ji-won thanked him again. The department head told her it wasn't necessary. Miss Ji-won is just using me. I'm the one who told you to do so. They quickly arrived at their destination. Ji-won looked out the window in shock. Isn't this a hotel? She stammered, asking the department head what this meant. The department head explained matter-of-factly. Because that guy knows your address, Miss Ji-won. You'll stay here tonight. I'll come pick you up in the morning. Ji-won quickly waved her hands, saying it wasn't necessary. I'll be fine going back on my own. But the department head firmly replied, Didn't you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend? What kind of boyfriend would drop his girlfriend off at a hotel and then let her go back on her own? Ji-won blurted out. If you put it that way, leaving your girlfriend alone at a hotel and walking away is also strange, isn't it? After saying that, her face turned bright red and she covered her mouth. She just realized what she had said. The department head's face also turned red. He mumbled awkwardly and confusedly, Is that so? Ji-won, embarrassed and annoyed, told him not to think too much and agreed to stay here for one night. As they walked to the hotel reception, the department head took out his card. Ji-won asked puzzledly, Aren't you just dropping me off? The department head nodded. Didn't you say it's strange to leave your girlfriend at a hotel and walk away alone? Ji-won frantically explained that she had misspoken earlier. The department head continued to repeat her words. What kind of boyfriend? Ji-won quickly interrupted him and reluctantly agreed. The department head asked the receptionist for 2 rooms, preferably adjacent ones. Ji-won asked in surprise why 2 rooms. The department head felt happiness came too quickly. If you think 1 room is better, then 1 room it is. Ji-won's face turned red again, her voice rising. Of course it's 1 room. Ji-won and the department head arrived at the hotel. She actually suggested sharing 1 room with the department head. Before the department head could secretly rejoice, Ji-won's face turned bright red as she realized she had misspoken. Covering her blushing face, she quickly told the receptionist to book 2 rooms. Ji-won didn't notice the department head's burning face. The 2 rooms were next to each other. They said goodnight to each other and went to their rooms. As soon as she closed the door, Ji-won frustratedly hit the door. She didn't understand what was wrong with her today, always saying the wrong things and doing stupid things. Well, I'll take a shower to clear my head. The department head stood at the door, staring blankly at Ji-won's room. After a while, he finally turned away. He took out his phone and called someone, telling them to come to the lobby. Soon, 3 people arrived respectfully at the lobby. Big brother, we've taken care of it. That guy won't dare show up in that area again. The department head nodded in satisfaction. Good job, and I've told you not to call me big brother. Call me boss. You're not some gangsters. The man with the buzz cut told the department head, just now that guy named Myung-hwan came by. That woman was with him too. The department head's face instantly turned sour. So all of this was Soo-min's doing. She must have impersonated Ji-won to call that man over. Ji-won had asked the department head in the afternoon, if a strange man appeared at her doorstep, please pretend to be her boyfriend. It seemed Ji-won had already sensed something. That's why she made such a request. The department head checked the time. It was already 9 p.m. What would Ji-won be doing now? Suddenly realizing something, the department head stood up abruptly. The others asked confusedly what was wrong. The department head had an expression as if the sky was falling. He hadn't brought Miss Ji-won dinner. After hesitating for a moment, the department head stood in front of Ji-won's room, nervously knocking on the door. It was already so late, he wasn't sure if Ji-won still wanted to eat. He wished he had eaten outside before coming back. Ji-won quickly opened the door. Having just finished showering, she asked the department head curiously what he needed. The department head's cheeks flushed as he averted his gaze, pretending to be calm as he asked Ji-won if she had any favorite foods. At the mention of food, Ji-won's eyes instantly lit up. I like pork soup with rice. It's really delicious when eaten with chive sauce and pickled radish. Suddenly, a moth gently landed on Ji-won's shower cap. Ji-won was startled and jumped on the spot. She frantically patted her shower cap. The department head quickly stepped forward to help, cautioning her to be careful not to fall. But just as he finished speaking, Ji-won stepped on a puddle of water and fell backwards. Ji-won instinctively grabbed the department head's tie, resulting in both of them falling to the ground. Ji-won accidentally hit the light switch. The room instantly went dark. The moth, having completed its mission, fluttered away. The department head's face was bright red as he stared blankly at Ji-won. Ji-won also blushed as she looked at the department head who was now so close. Their hearts were beating uncontrollably. This was Ji-won and the department head's first intimate contact. The two had fallen together with the moth's assistance. For a moment, the world seemed to go quiet, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats. In the middle of the night, Ji-won tossed and turned. She thought about the department head's expression at that time. She shyly pulled up the blanket. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. In the next room, the department head also couldn't sleep. That moment's image kept replaying in his mind. The department head turned over, forcing himself not to think about it. But when he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but recall that scene again. The joy in his eyes and the blush on his face couldn't be suppressed. This night was destined to be sleepless for both of them. The next day, Ji-won came to the hotel restaurant yawning. She hadn't slept all night. Early in the morning, the department head had come to call her for breakfast. Both of their dark circles were too thick to hide. Just as Ji-won was about to get up to see what food was available, the department head brought over breakfast for both of them. He had a matter-of-fact expression. "Isn't it the boyfriend's job to get the food?" Ji-won looked confused. "What boyfriend?" The department head reminded her. "Didn't you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Ji-won embarrassedly interrupted him. "That was yesterday's thing." The department head seriously replied. "You said it started yesterday, but you didn't say when it would end." Ji-won thought the department head wanted to keep pretending to be a couple. She suddenly became anxious. "So, how long do you plan to pretend?" This reaction made the department head laugh. He explained with a smile that he was just joking. Ji-won stared blankly. She couldn't help but say, "Department head, when you smile, you look like a dog." The department head was thunderstruck. Did that mean he had a fierce image in Ji-won's heart? Ji-won explained with a smile. He was like a Labrador, cute, big, smart, and obedient. A beautiful dog. In short, super adorable. After saying this, Ji-won suddenly turned her face away. Her cheeks also flushed red. She just realized what she had said. The department head's expression changed from shocked to delighted. Ji-won actually called him cute. He couldn't help but grin foolishly. Ji-won coughed twice, bringing the department head back to his senses. She brought up business matters, asking Ji-won, who was planning to move, if she had found a suitable house. Ji-won nodded. Hyeon said there was a very nice house. He said it was a place he used to live. On the weekend, Hyeon took Ji-won to see the house. The house was clean, bright, and had excellent lighting. Ji-won liked it at first sight. Hyeon said she could move in the same day if she signed the contract. Ji-won thanked Hyeon for his help. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to move out of that dangerous house so quickly. Hyeon continued to praise the neighborhood management and surrounding environment, urging Ji-won to make a decision soon. Plus, the landlord not only lowered the rent for us, but also allows us to move in right away. Ji-won smiled and agreed to sign the contract. Han immediately excitedly pulled her to find the agent. He finally succeeded in contributing to his brother's love life. Ji-won now realized that she and the department head had attended the same university. She learned this from Hyeon. Hyeon curiously asked if she had never encountered the department head. Ji-won shook her head. The two had met once, but she couldn't remember it anymore. In the evening, Myung-hwan found Ji-won's house. He frantically pressed the doorbell. Ji-won hadn't been answering his calls or contacting him lately. Myung-hwan suspected Ji-won might have another man. Indeed, a man's voice was heard from inside. "Who is it?" Myung-hwan shouted angrily. "Are you that guy? Are you with Ji-won?" He knocked on the door forcefully, demanding the person to come out. The next second, a muscular man with tattooed arms impatiently opened the door. "What are you going crazy about? I'm already exhausted from moving." Myung-hwan was intimidated. He immediately bowed respectfully and apologized, saying he had come to the wrong place. Remembering the key word moving the man had just said, he carefully asked the man where the woman who used to live here was. The man frowned. "It's because of guys like you that she ran away, isn't it?" The man slammed the door shut, telling Myung-hwan to get lost. Myung-hwan gritted his teeth in anger. Ji-won had moved without telling him a word. He should have chased after her and taught her a lesson that day. It was all because Soo-min suddenly appeared. Myung-hwan took out his phone and kept calling Ji-won, but couldn't get through. He could only leave a voicemail. Jiwon, when did you move? I'll forgive you this time. Your disrespect to my mother and your meeting with other men, I can forgive it all. You won't do it again, right? I'll accept your apology. Contact me quickly. Jiwon listened to Myung-won's message in silence. It wasn't hard to guess that he had gone to her previous residence to look for her. Jiwon was just glad she had moved quickly. After moving until now and finally relaxing, Jiwon realized she was hungry. The department head sent a text message at this time. He said he had ordered pork soup with rice for Jiwon. Just as she finished reading the message, the doorbell rang. Jiwon opened the door in confusion. To her surprise, the department head was standing outside. He handed the takeout to Jiwon with a red face. You once told me you like pork soup with rice. Jiwon was stunned. How did the department head personally deliver it? Suddenly, a cat's meow was heard. Jiwon looked over curiously. She saw a calico cat affectionately rubbing against the department head. Jiwon's heart was instantly captured. She crouched down, happily greeting the cat. Hello, cutie. What's your name? The department head explained. The cat's name is Little Fatty. It's my cat. Ji-won became more confused. Then why are you here, department head? He awkwardly rubbed his nose. I live next door to Miss Ji-won. Ji-won was shocked. She looked up half believing, half doubting. She saw that the next door was wide open. The department head scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. Ji-won stared at the department head in disbelief, unable to believe such a coincidence could happen. The department head actually lived next door to Ji-won. He explained to Ji-won, this was the house where Shi-yin used to live. As her brother, he was worried about his sister living alone outside, so he moved next door. He had been living there until now. Ji-won finally understood. The department head handed her the takeout and reminded her to eat it while it's hot. Ji-won quickly thanked the department head. After delivering the takeout, the department head picked up Little Fatty, preparing to go back to his place. Ji-won patted Little Fatty, reluctantly saying goodbye. Seeing how much she liked Little Fatty, the department head suggested letting Ji-won take Little Fatty back to her place to play for a while. Ji-won was of course eager to do so, but it seemed a bit impolite. After hesitating for a moment, Ji-won invited the department head to come in and sit for a while too. A few minutes later, the department head sat across from Ji-won, red-faced and nervously holding Little Fatty. Ji-won looked at the luxurious takeout on the table and fell into deep thought. Is this really takeout? Not only was it in a stone pot packaging, but it also came with side dish plates. The department head coughed dryly. It's the recent retro trend. Ji-won tried a bite. As soon as it entered her mouth, she froze. The department head nervously asked how it tasted. Ji-won's face lit up with a happy smile. It's really delicious. So delicious it reminds me of home. This is the taste I had with my dad in F-City. The department head was very pleased. I'm glad you like it. In fact, this takeout was specially ordered by the department head, who had his subordinates pack and deliver it from F-City. Ji-won finished the takeout with satisfaction. She gratefully thanked the department head. It was time for the department head to leave. Ji-won reluctantly said goodbye to Little Fatty. The department head said she could come play with Little Fatty anytime she wanted. Ji-won's heart instantly blossomed. Her bright eyes were full of anticipation. Really? Then I'll come visit sometime. Little Fatty's adorable expression hit the department head hard. Just thinking about Ji-won coming to his place, the department head's heart started racing wildly. His face turned bright red. At home, the department head gave Little Fatty an extra meal. He lowered his head and said affectionately to Little Fatty, "You're really amazing. How did you recognize her right away? Do you like Miss Ji-won that much?" A meow answered him. The department head's expression softened considerably. Of course you like her. After all, she's your savior. The next day, Ji-won and Deputy Young went to the supermarket together to check the display of new products and consumer response. However, there were no new company products on the shelves of this supermarket at all. After searching around, they discovered that all of the company's products seemed to have been removed from the supermarket shelves. Deputy Young found it strange. He called over someone from the supermarket. He wanted to clarify what was going on. As soon as the staff heard he was from UK company, their attitude immediately turned cold. How dare you still come here? Deputy Young angrily returned to the company. As soon as he entered the office, he went straight to Soo-min's desk. He shouted loudly, "Soo-min, are you crazy? How could you cause such trouble and then run away?" Once again framed by her best friend, she seemed to be taking the blame this time with no support. Deputy Young found out about the trouble Soo-min caused at the supermarket. He angrily came to question Soo-min. Why would she make such a basic mistake? He heard that she not only gave samples containing peanuts to allergic customers, but also didn't properly apologize to the supermarket. With things in such a state, she returned to the company without saying a word. Soo-min stuttered an explanation that it was a misunderstanding. The department head rushed over, asking what happened. Deputy Young angrily told the department head what had transpired. The department head never questioned Soo-min about what really happened. Soo-min stood there nervously, her mind racing. How could she push all the blame onto Ji-won? Suddenly, she had an idea. Soo-min, with tears in her eyes and a wronged expression, said, "I did forget to warn the customer about allergies. But Ji-won never told me the ingredients of the new product. How was I supposed to know?" Everyone's attention instantly shifted to Ji-won. Soo-min covered her rising smile, secretly glancing at Ji-won. "But I was worried that if people found out about this, Ji-won would be in trouble. That's why I didn't say anything." Deputy Young asked Ji-won in disbelief. "Is everything Soo-min said true?" Ji-won stood silently. Soo-min often did this, transferring blame and suspicion to her. Sympathy and comfort belonged to Soo-min. Although Ji-won was long accustomed to it and didn't even feel hurt anymore, it didn't mean she wasn't tired of it all. Ji-won lowered her head and said she didn't remember. Soo-min immediately jumped in, pretending to be kind and helping Ji-won. "I'm willing to take punishment for Ji-won's mistakes too, so please don't blame her." The department head was very protective. He unconditionally believed Ji-won. He asked Ji-won to think carefully again. Ji-won shook her head, saying it had been a long time and she really couldn't remember. Just as Soo-min was feeling smug, Ji-won suddenly said, "So, why don't we check the surveillance footage from that time?" Soo-min's face changed. She comforted herself that it had been so long. The surveillance storage period must have passed. Unexpectedly, Ji-won took out a USB drive she had prepared in advance. Soo-min wanted to frame Ji-won, but Ji-won had a backup plan. She used the truth to slap Soo-min in the face. Ji-won took out the USB drive, saying it contained the surveillance footage from that day. She explained to everyone that because the project was so important, she had specifically saved all the surveillance videos from the project process onto the USB drive. In the surveillance video, Ji-won was seen specifically handing Soo-min the sign warning about peanut allergies. Soo-min could no longer quibble and had to apologize and admit her mistake. The department head questioned Mi-young-hwan and Soo-min why they didn't report to the company. Soo-min wanted to extricate herself. She spoke first. Mi-young-hwan said to cover it up. Mi-young-hwan couldn't believe Soo-min was this kind of person. Soo-min burst into tears in an instant. Her voice choked with sobs as she said, "He said if just the two of us kept quiet, no one would know. So I could only do as Mi-young-hwan said." Mi-young-hwan interrupted Soo-min with an ashen face, telling her not to talk nonsense. Soo-min tearfully retorted, "Didn't you go with me to take the customer to the hospital? Didn't we visit the ward together?" Mi-young-hwan was about to explode with anger. This crazy woman dared to push all the blame onto him. The department head, with a headache, asked Mi-young-hwan if what Soo-min said was true. Mi-young-hwan immediately stood up, bowed, and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. Because Soo-min was a new employee, I thought I could resolve this matter within my own capabilities." The department head asked both of them to write a report explaining what happened. After submitting the reports, Mi-young-hwan asked Soo-min to meet him on the rooftop. He angrily questioned Soo-min why she stabbed him in the back. Soo-min said she had no choice. "Brother, you just need to write an explanation of what happened. What if I can't become a permanent employee?" Mi-young-hwan scoffed at Soo-min's wishful thinking. "Forget about becoming permanent. You might not even get your contract renewed." Soo-min asked in disbelief what he meant. Mi-young-hwan sneered. "You won't receive any punishment this time, because there's no need to punish you at all." Mi-young-hwan didn't say more and left the rooftop. Soo-min's face turned pale with anger. "This trash company, not giving me a permanent position, and now this." Soo-min picked up her phone and dialed a number. She wanted to make these people taste misfortune. After the call connected, Soo-min smiled. "Hello, customer. I'm a staff member from UK. How are you feeling?" "Ah, nothing else? We just want to send you a gift." She couldn't stand seeing her best friend doing better than her. Before being fired, Soo-min set up Ji-won one more time. Last time, due to Soo-min's work mistake, a customer accidentally ate peanuts and had an allergic reaction. This time, she simply sent a box of food containing peanuts to this customer. The customer called back and angrily scolded her. Soo-min arrogantly told the customer, "If you have the guts, come to the company and find me. I'm Deputy Yang from Marketing Department 1. You better remember that." After hanging up, Soo-min gleefully sent a text message to notify him. She told him to find an excuse to hide, otherwise realized he might get caught up in the company's trouble. During lunch break, as Ji-won and the others were just walking downstairs, they saw a man being held back by security guards, angrily shouting that he wanted to find Deputy Yang Ji-won. They noticed items scattered on the ground, which were the company's new products. Deputy Yang quickly approached the man and asked what he wanted. The man became even angrier upon hearing this. You use food to harm people and still ask what I want? Isn't this what you sent to provoke me? Deputy Yang frowned and crouched down to check the shipping label. This look made him even more confused. He had no recollection of sending such a thing. Ji-won immediately guessed this was Soo-min's doing. Deputy Yang told Ji-won and Suk-yang to step aside for a moment. He said he would handle this. The words step aside pushed the man's anger to the limit. You told me to come, and now you're treating me like a hooligan? The man angrily raised his hand, about to slap Deputy Yang. This scene reminded Ji-won of when Ri Young-hwan hit him in his previous life. In this life, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Ji-won stretched out his hand to block Deputy Yang, loudly telling the customer to calm down. The man was startled and asked unpleasantly who he was. Ji-won quickly bowed, sincerely apologizing to the man. Customer, we're really sorry, but that package wasn't sent by Deputy Yang. The man's attitude softened a bit. He demanded that Ji-won's company must give him an explanation. Ji-won promised that they would definitely catch the woman who sent the package. When that happens, they would make her kneel and apologize to the customer. However, the man was not satisfied. He thought Ji-won was trying to brush him off with empty words. He angrily ran it for a while. Ji-won's head hung even lower. Just when he didn't know what to do, a deep voice sounded from beside him. Miss Finn, raise your head. It was the department head. Ji-won instantly felt more at ease. Learning that the newcomer was a department head of this company, the man finally compromised. He agreed to talk things over in a different place. Before leaving, the department head quietly asked Ji-won if she couldn't contact Soo-min. It seemed he had also guessed that Soo-min was behind this. Ji-won nodded. Soo-min probably wouldn't show up again, but he would definitely make Soo-min come out and apologize. Not far away, someone had been observing the whole incident. The old man was dissatisfied. He complained to his secretary. Why did that kid only come now? Those two employees have already resolved everything. The secretary couldn't respond to that. He quickly changed the subject. Chairman, let's go upstairs. Soo-min actually used this method to steal Ji-won's boyfriend. After sabotaging Ji-won yesterday, Soo-min was now happily getting her hair done at a salon. A text from her mother instantly ruined her good mood. Her mother questioned how she got fired, saying the company had called their home. Soo-min hated her mother. Her mother had never done anything for her except take out her anger on her. She was long tired of that family. Just wait and see. I'll be a pretty lady getting her hair done leisurely for the rest of my life. At this moment, Baek In-ho called. Soo-min answered with a smile. To her surprise, Baek In-ho was calling to ask about Ji-won and Ri Young-hwan, and if it was convenient for her to meet him. In the evening, Soo-min arrived at the izakaya, as agreed. When she pushed open the door and saw who was inside, Soo-min's face immediately turned extremely unpleasant. She saw Ji-won staring at her coldly. After Soo-min sat down, Ji-won explained that he had asked Baek In-ho for help because she wasn't answering her phone or coming to work. Soo-min pretended to be pitiful, explaining that work was too tiring. She blamed everything on Ji-won. You're my only friend, but you're busy playing with others. You don't care about me at all. How depressed do you think I felt? Ji-won interrupted Soo-min speechlessly. He handed over the dismissal notice. He stated that the company would soon send legal documents regarding her sending products containing peanuts to customers. Soo-min again pretended to be innocent. It wasn't me. Why would I do such a thing? How long are you going to use this to pressure me? I've even developed depression and can't go to work. Ji-won inwardly mocked Soo-min, thinking her ability to shift blame was exactly like Myung-hwan's. He calmly replied, "It's good if it wasn't you. The legal department said they would submit your phone number as evidence of the call record, so I was worried." Soo-min froze instantly. Seeing no way out, she could only admit it vaguely. Thinking carefully, I seem to have sent a package indeed. Soo-min made excuses that she accidentally mixed up the boxes. When the customer called, she was too scared and said some bad things. Soo-min held Ji-won's hand tightly, acting cute and apologizing, saying she would be more careful in the future. Ji-won laughed coldly inside. He played along. All right, then you need to make amends. Let's go to the hospital together tomorrow to apologize to the customer. Sumin felt very frustrated. She wanted to set Ji-won up, but ended up setting herself up instead. The next day, Ji-won dragged Sumin to the hospital. He forced her to kneel down and apologize to the customer with him. This made Sumin very embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and reluctantly apologized to the customer. The customer was very dissatisfied with her attitude. Sumin also got angry. She argued with the customer. You were the one who called and yelled at me first. Why should I apologize? Ji-won quickly tried to calm Sumin down. At this moment, department head Myung-hwan arrived at the hospital room. Sumin put on a pitiful expression and looked at Myung-hwan, hoping he would help her. To her surprise, Myung-hwan didn't even glance at her. Sumin's heart sank. The department head brought Myung-hwan and sincerely apologized to the customer again. But the customer wasn't satisfied. He demanded that Sumin must have a proper attitude. Pushed to the edge, Sumin suddenly came up with a plan. With tears streaming down her face, she choked out, I'm really sorry. My emotions have been too unstable lately because I'm in the early stages of pregnancy. As soon as she said this, everyone present was stunned. To marry Myung-hwan, Sumin actually fabricated a lie about being pregnant. This completely ruined the relationship between Myung-hwan and Ji-won. No matter how many times Myung-hwan called Ji-won to ask for forgiveness, Ji-won remained unmoved. Myung-hwan said he would immediately get a paternity test done, but Ji-won coldly replied, whether you do a paternity test or not has nothing to do with me. From now on, I won't answer any calls outside of work. Knowing that they had completely fallen out, Myung-hwan changed his tone. He secretly warned Ji-won not to tell anyone else in the company about Sumin's pregnancy. Otherwise, rumors about marrying his ex-fiancée copyright E's best friend would be bad for everyone. Ji-won was truly speechless at this scumbag. Even at this point, he only cared about his own reputation. Without agreeing or refusing, she loudly said, I need to rest now, and hung up the phone. Myung-hwan then called Sumin, angrily questioning what exactly she had told Ji-won. Unexpectedly, Myung-hwan's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon learning about Sumin's pregnancy, she had already accepted Sumin as her daughter-in-law. The mother disapprovingly asked her son how he could speak to a pregnant woman like that, and urged him to have the wedding with Sumin soon. Myung-hwan was confused. He didn't understand why his mother was with Sumin. His mother scolded him for being inconsiderate, asking how he could let a pregnant woman live alone. She enthusiastically invited Sumin to live with them from now on. Sumin nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While his aunt was on the phone, Sumin smugly curled her lips. She had finally taken everything from Ji-won. Half a day earlier, when Ji-won heard about Sumin's pregnancy, she pulled her to a corner and questioned how she could say such a thing. But Sumin refused to admit it. She only said she was really pregnant. Ji-won pretended to be surprised and asked whose child it was. Sumin glanced at Ji-won with difficulty. Then, she reluctantly said, I'm pregnant with Myung-hwan's child. We've decided to get married. As she spoke, tears welled up in Sumin's eyes. She looked at Ji-won with hope. You'll forgive me, right? We're best friends, aren't we? Ji-won tried hard to suppress her rising smile, saying she needed to calm down. Watching Ji-won's dejected figure leave, Sumin felt very pleased inside. She still had to pretend to look sad. As she cried, she couldn't help but laugh. Ji-won's shocked expression was just too satisfying. She really loved seeing Ji-won lose everything and cry alone. The expression on Sumin's face gradually twisted. Ji-won, you can never be happier than me in this life. Over the next few days, Sumin lived very comfortably at her in-laws. Her mother-in-law made her grilled meat for 3 consecutive days. Sumin expressed her gratitude coquettishly. Her mother-in-law said she would do anything as long as Sumin was carrying a boy. Going back to 10 years ago, she had finally matched her best friend with that scumbag. Sumin and Myung-hwan would get married soon. At this time, Sumin still thought her future mother-in-law was a kind-hearted person. A casual mom will make soup for you. You just wait to drink it, moved Sumin deeply. Compared to her own mother, this mother-in-law was truly family. She felt incredibly happy now. Just as she was feeling touched, her mother-in-law took out a bag of foul-smelling carp juice. She firmly demanded Sumin to drink it, saying it was good for the baby in her belly. Sumin, who wasn't actually pregnant, almost threw up at the smell. In the end, she had to pinch her nose and gulp it down. Her Her mother-in-law was very satisfied with her performance. The doorbell rang at this moment. A delivery had arrived. It turned out that upon hearing about Soo-min's pregnancy, her mother-in-law had taken the liberty of ordering a box of wedding invitations. Soo-min's vision went dark when she saw the invitations. The floral print on them was terribly outdated, like something from 20 years ago. Soo-min was very displeased with this. Her earlier feeling of happiness had completely vanished. It was supposed to be her wedding with a socialite. Why was her mother-in-law meddling? To her surprise, her mother-in-law added, "I've also chosen the wedding dress and suit. You just need to wear them." This time, Soo-min couldn't even maintain a smile. But her mother-in-law continued, "Mom is afraid you'll be too tired, so I've chosen everything for you. Where else can you find such a good mother-in-law?" Soo-min tried to resist. "Mother, maybe Myung-hwan and I should change them." Her mother-in-law reproached Soo-min for being inconsiderate. "Our Myung-hwan works so hard. If you're going to be this selfish, then let's not have a wedding at all." She then instructed Soo-min to remove all her nail polish, saying it was bad for her precious grandchild. Soo-min reluctantly agreed. Myung-hwan returned home exhausted that evening. Now he wasn't so averse to Soo-min anymore. After all, the child was his. Plus, Soo-min had manipulated her father to get money for buying a wedding house. He could use this money to make a comeback in the stock market. Thinking of this, Myung-hwan's mood improved greatly as he went to comfort Soo-min. Meanwhile, Ji-won, who had just returned home, ran into the department head. After chatting briefly, she learned that the department head had taken Little Fatty to the hospital for a checkup. Seeing Ji-won's reluctance to part with Little Fatty, the department head hesitated for a moment before blushing and telling Ji-won his door passcode, 0227. "When I'm not around, you can use the passcode to come in and play with Little Fatty. He'll be very happy." It was unclear who would be happier, but Little Fatty didn't point it out. Ji-won was stunned for a moment, wondering if 0227 was the department head's birthday. The department head handed Little Fatty to Ji-won, saying she could sleep with Little Fatty tonight. Ji-won's face lit up with joy. She asked uncertainly, "Is it really okay?" The department head shyly scratched his head, because Little Fatty also likes Miss Ji-won. Clearly, Ji-won hadn't noticed the word also. That night, Ji-won contentedly hugged Little Fatty. Actually, she had also raised a kitten when she was in college. She just didn't know how that cat was doing now. At this moment, her phone notification sounded. It was a message from Soo-min. Soo-min was pretending to be pregnant to marry Myung-hwan, but she didn't know that Myung-hwan was actually infertile. At this time, she was happily messaging Ji-won, asking to meet after work tomorrow night. She had something to give her. Ji-won guessed right away that Soo-min was referring to the wedding invitation. This reminded her of her previous life, when Myung-hwan handed out wedding invitations at a company dinner. He announced the wedding news, but no one congratulated him. Thinking of this, Ji-won texted Soo-min back, offering to treat her to dinner, and saying she'd booked the restaurant in advance. Soo-min was delighted and couldn't resist teasing Ji-won, replying that she might eat a lot, because your nephew would be going with her. Ji-won couldn't help but laugh at the word nephew. There was one thing Soo-min definitely didn't know. Myung-hwan was actually infertile. The next evening, under her mother-in-law's interference, Soo-min wore conservative and outdated clothes. She was just grateful that at least her face was pretty. After entering the restaurant, the waiter led her to the reserved table. Upon arrival, Soo-min was stunned. The table was full of people from the company. Seeing Soo-min arrive, Myung-hwan's heart sank. He was worried she might say something inappropriate and affect his reputation in the company. The department head gave Soo-min a cold glance. He made no effort to hide his dislike for Soo-min, asking unpleasantly why she was here. Ji-won stood up and approached her. She warmly put her hand on Soo-min's shoulder. Although there had been some unpleasantness when Soo-min left her job, Ji-won said she had good news to share with everyone. Soo-min was seated next to Myung-hwan. He realized that Ji-won had outmaneuvered him tonight. This girl dared to embarrass him. Myung-hwan quietly reminded Soo-min to excuse herself to the bathroom later and then leave discreetly. This comment further provoked Soo-min. She immediately took out the wedding invitations from her bag. Smiling, she announced to everyone, "Myung-hwan and I are getting married." Everyone was shocked by this news. Ji-won was the first to raise her wine glass and offer congratulations to the couple. After recovering from the shock, others also congratulated them, though their faces showed undisguised awkwardness. Soo-min shyly accepted everyone's blessings. Beside her, Myung-hwan's face had turned green with anger. He stood up and tried to pull Soo-min away to leave. Soo-min ignored him and handed the invitation to Ji-won, deliberately adding, "You have to come catch my bouquet, okay?" Ji-won happily agreed, saying she would definitely be there. This reaction made Soo-min feel uneasy. Shouldn't Ji-won's expression be sad and painful? Why was she so calm? Back in the car, Myung-hwan started to lose his temper. He blamed Soo-min for coming to the dinner. Soo-min showed him the text message, explaining that Ji-won had invited her. Myung-hwan was stunned for a moment. Then he yelled at Soo-min again. "You must have offended Ji-won. She loves me so much. She must be heartbroken to do something like this." Soo-min finally got her wish to marry Myung-hwan. She always believed that if she stole Ji-won's happiness, she would be happier herself. But now, seeing Myung-hwan angrily hitting the steering wheel, she felt scared and uneasy. This moment reminded her of her childhood. The scenes of being scolded and complained about by her mother all day. She absolutely didn't want to live that kind of life again. Soo-min softened, apologized to Myung-hwan, and said she would be more careful with her words in the future. She weakly leaned her head against the car window, urging Myung-hwan to go back early. "The baby and I are tired. We want to rest." Although displeased, he stopped blaming Soo-min. Soo-min was determined to maintain her relationship with Myung-hwan well. She had finally escaped that family and would absolutely not go back. She must become happy. Meanwhile, Ji-won in the restaurant also stood up to say goodbye to everyone. After Ji-won left, Hee-yeon couldn't hold back her expression anymore. That scumbag Myung-hwan was engaged to Ji-won before, and not long after they broke up, he went to marry Soo-min. Hee-yeon was about to explode with anger. The department head reminded her not to discuss others' private affairs, and told everyone to continue the dinner, saying they could expense it later. After saying that, he got up to follow Ji-won. In the car on the way back, Ji-won thanked the department head for sending her home. She used to feel awkward, but somehow she had become more and more relaxed around the department head. The department head had voluntarily offered to bring little Fatty to Ji-won. Ji-won felt warmth in her heart. "Are you afraid I'll be sad and want to bring little Fatty over to comfort me?" The department head's face turned red. He shyly added that it was mainly because little Fatty liked her a lot. Ji-won didn't tease the department head further. She thoughtfully looked at the wedding invitation in her hand, then calmly asked the department head, "Can I use you once again like last time?" The tenderness in the department head's eyes was about to overflow. He nodded without hesitation. Time quickly passed to Soo-min's wedding day. The wedding dress chosen by her mother-in-law was very outdated. She also didn't allow Soo-min to wear makeup, worried it would be bad for the baby. No matter how much Soo-min begged, it was useless. In the end, she had to reluctantly compromise. She comforted herself that her mother-in-law was doing this for her and the baby's sake. It was much better than her own mother. After marriage, she would live a good life, no worse than anyone else. She would never let her mother call her a useless dead girl again. Although the outdated wedding dress and barely visible makeup were not to her liking, it didn't matter. She looked good no matter how she dressed. Soo-min's eyes were full of confidence. "I am the protagonist. I won." Myung-hwan was greeting guests in the hall. A friend quietly asked him why the bride's friends hadn't arrived yet. He was hoping to meet some pretty girls. Myung-hwan told him not to fantasize. Soo-min had no friends at all. The friend looked around hopefully and actually spotted one. "Isn't that woman the bride's friend? She's too gorgeous." Myung-hwan curiously turned to look. He saw Ji-won walking in intimately with the department head. She smiled and congratulated Myung-hwan. "Congratulations on your marriage." Ji-won brought the department head to attend her ex-boyfriend's wedding. Seeing Ji-won's fair skin, beautiful appearance, and elegant demeanor, Myung-hwan immediately regretted breaking up with her. He forced a smile and politely received the two. The friend beside him, Lee Jae-young, excitedly asked Myung-hwan why he didn't introduce such a colleague who looked like a female celebrity to him earlier. He flatteringly went forward to greet the goddess. Learning that her name was Ji-won, Lee Jae-young was stunned. Wasn't this the name of Myung-hwan's ex-girlfriend? Myung-hwan often complained to him that Ji-won was too plain. Lee Jae-young uncertainly asked Myung-hwan, "Your company doesn't have two Ji-wons, right?" Myung-hwan lowered his head, not wanting his friend to see his embarrassed and regretful face. Ji-won smiled and said, "There's only one Ji-won in the company, and that's me." After the two left, Lee Jae-young couldn't help but question Myung-hwan. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Didn't you say Ji-won was plain, and you were too embarrassed to introduce her to us? So you were actually afraid we'd steal your girlfriend?" Lee Jae-young really couldn't understand why Myung-hwan would let go of such a beautiful woman. Myung-hwan was already regretting it, and his friend's words made him regret it even more. Ji-won was originally his woman. Why did things turn out like this? After entering the venue, Ji-won and the department head temporarily separated. After all, she had to go to the bride's waiting room, and it wasn't appropriate for the department head to enter. The waiting room was empty. Only Soo-min was sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. This reminded Ji-won of herself in her previous life, sitting there all alone, just like Soo-min. Seeing Ji-won arrive, Soo-min immediately put on a happy smile and coyly asked why she came so late. Inwardly, she blamed Ji-won for dressing up so beautifully, thinking she just wanted to outshine her as the bride. Ji-won apologetically explained that traffic had caused the delay. Soo-min repeatedly said it was fine. With a happy face, she asked Ji-won to remember to catch her bouquet later. She then lifted her skirt and asked Ji-won if she looked pretty. Ji-won smiled and nodded. She could tell at a glance that this wedding dress was definitely chosen by the mother-in-law on her own accord, because in her previous life, she had worn this same dress when marrying Myung-hwan, and Soo-min had caught her bouquet at the wedding. She wondered what feeling Soo-min had when catching the bouquet back then. After leaving the waiting room, Ji-won met Baek and Ho. Baek and Ho explained that long-haired girl had contacted him to come. Long-haired girl was the one who had bullied Ji-won at the class reunion and then apologized. "She asked me to stay by your side to support you, but I seem to have arrived a step too late." Baek and Ho pointed at the department head not far away, who had been watching them. Seeing Ji-won's gloomy expression, Baek and Ho thoughtfully changed the subject. "Otherwise, how could I possibly come to give Soo-min a wedding gift? Though out of courtesy, I still did." Ji-won felt warmth in her heart. She gently told Baek and Ho not to worry about her. "It's all after the breakup anyway. I'm fine." Baek and Ho smiled with relief, happy for Ji-won's strength. But Ji-won's face was left with only shock. Unexpected people had appeared at the wedding. Someone had come to disrupt Soo-min's wedding. The arrivals were her high school classmates. They were wearing delinquent-style clothes to attend the wedding. Anyone who didn't know would think they came to crash the party. Ji-won asked in shock why they were dressed like that. Long-haired girl explained, "We're here to give our blessings to that couple today. These two actually betrayed you." Ji-won felt warmth in her heart. Myung-hwan and Soo-min were once her entire world. The two indispensable people in her life were now stepping into the fire pit together. From the bottom of her heart, she congratulated them on entering hell side by side. She also hoped they could truly feel that pain, because that was the hell she had experienced because of them. When it came time for photos, the trio gathered around Soo-min and caused all kinds of mischief. They even told the photographer that they had known Soo-min since childhood. Soo-min was about to explode with anger. She inwardly complained about why these people had to come, as she hadn't invited them at all. The shouting and various vulgar language from the trio caused other guests at the photo shoot to gossip. Myung-hwan felt like he was losing face completely. He secretly blamed Soo-min, thinking that even if she lacked guests, she shouldn't have invited such people. The photographer asked those catching the bouquet to step forward. Ji-won stood behind. Soo-min, having lost face due to the trio, was furious inside. She really wanted to carelessly throw the bouquet at Ji-won's face. Of course, she only dared to think about it. Ji-won caught the bouquet safely. He smiled and once again congratulated the couple on their marriage. Myung-hwan was captivated by Ji-won's smile. Seeing this, Soo-min became even angrier. She gritted her teeth, remembering what the long-haired girl said in the break room earlier. "Besides congratulations, I have one more thing I must tell you. Congratulations on being like a beggar, picking up and using the trash your friend threw away." At this moment, the photographer reminded the groom to kiss the bride. Soo-min took the initiative to hook Myung-hwan's neck, letting him kiss her. Myung-hwan was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed her. Soo-min's eyes became incredibly determined at this moment. Myung-hwan wasn't something she picked up, but something she snatched. She was the winner. She would be happier than anyone else. Soo-min's wedding was ruined. Her high school classmates were very dissatisfied with Soo-min's framing of Ji-won. The three deliberately caused trouble at her wedding, shouting loudly and using vulgar language, completely embarrassing Soo-min. The parents-in-law were very displeased with this, complaining about how Soo-min could have such friends. Soo-min hurriedly distanced herself from the trio, saying she didn't know them. Hearing this, the trio became unhappy. They said loudly, "Soo-min, aren't we childhood friends who grew up together?" The mother-in-law, with an ashen face, told the staff to kick the three out. If they didn't get them out, they wouldn't get paid for the venue. The staff immediately went to do so. The trio, of course, refused to leave. They loudly mocked that Soo-min was a deeply scheming green tea bitch, acting like a good girl on the surface, but severely harming her friends behind their backs. Soo-min, furious and embarrassed, told the staff to hurry and kick the three out. The group refused to leave. The short-haired girl questioned the staff. "We gave a wedding gift. Why are you kicking us out?" The staff, looking troubled, continued to persuade them. The department head's burly subordinate walked over. With a fierce expression, he handed a card to the staff, telling them to settle this table's bill with this card. This way, the trio would be unrelated guests to the wedding. The staff member tremblingly accepted the card, repeatedly saying it was no problem. When facing the trio, the burly man's expression was completely different from before. He gently and kindly asked them to enjoy their meal. The long-haired girl was momentarily captivated. She liked this type of man with a gapmo. After the wedding banquet, Ji-won's group gathered at the entrance. The trio thanked the burly man for his help. The long-haired girl took the initiative to invite him for a drink next time. The burly man shyly scratched the back of his head. Soon it was time to part. The department head and Ji-won said goodbye to the trio. Before leaving, the trio smilingly told Ji-won and the department head to have a good day tonight. Hearing this, both of their faces turned red. The department head coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Ji-won hooked the corner of his mouth and took the initiative to ask the department head to treat him to a meal. "I just gave so much money as a gift, and I didn't eat anything." Ji-won had put 30,000 won as a gift in the envelope. This would also be the surgery fee for Soo-min's future cancer, although it might all be lost by Myung-hwan in stock trading. At this time, Soo-min and Myung-hwan were sitting in the wedding car on their way home. Myung-hwan complained that Soo-min shouldn't have sent Ji-won a wedding invitation. This way, the trio wouldn't have come to cause trouble. The whole family had lost face, and the wedding was ruined. Soo-min felt guilty and chose to keep quiet, no longer arguing with Myung-hwan. At this moment, a black sedan passed by next to them. Myung-hwan sighed with envy, saying that car was really nice. Soo-min peeked out curiously and asked if that car was very expensive. Myung-hwan chuckled. "Anyway, we can't afford 2 cars in our lifetime." As they walked side by side, through the car window, they saw the person sitting in the black sedan. It was actually the department head. On the first day of marriage to Ji-won, Soo-min already regretted marrying Myung-hwan. The reason was that she saw Ji-won sitting in the department head's luxury car. Moreover, Ji-won's reaction to seeing Myung-hwan was very cold, as if eager to shake off Myung-hwan like a hot potato. This reminded Soo-min of what the long-haired girl had said. "You're like a beggar, picking up and using the trash your friend threw away." Soo-min comforted herself, thinking it's impossible. "These people are just jealous of my happiness." She glanced at Myung-hwan, trying to find good points about him. That's right, Myung-hwan is very handsome and reliable. The man she had used all her efforts to get couldn't possibly be just the trash Ji-won threw away. At the wedding banquet, Suk-yeon, who had eaten and drunk her fill, happened to meet Baek and Ho waiting for a car by the roadside. Suk-yeon approached Baek and Ho and asked curiously why he didn't look too well. Baek and Ho calmly stated that he had been rejected by Ji-won again. "It seems I really have to give up now. Even from afar, I know there's no place for me to intervene." After saying this, he curiously asked Hyun if his face really looked that bad. Hyun quickly tried to salvage the situation by saying he looked handsome. Baek and Ho beamed at the compliment, repeatedly asking Hyun if he really was handsome. Hyun, flustered by the sudden closeness, blushed and awkwardly averted her gaze. She nodded, and Baek and Ho's smile grew even brighter. Hyun was almost losing control. She hurriedly hailed a cab, preparing to leave. She didn't notice Beck and Ho's increasingly gentle gaze beside her. Only after getting into the car did she breathe a sigh of relief. She thought Beck and Ho was really a good person, both sincere and friendly, always wearing a warm smile on his face. He's worthy of Sister Ji-won. She sighed, thinking she should trust her own brother after all. On the other side, the department head took Ji-won for super ice. Ji-won raised her glass to thank the department head for his help. Thank you for always letting me use you. Next time when you need it, please use Ji-won too. The department head's face flushed. As long as Miss Ji-won needs help, even if it's 3 a.m., I'll rush over. But if I ask Miss Ji-won for help, you must think carefully before agreeing. Ji-won curiously asked him why. The department head awkwardly averted his gaze. I might just want to satisfy my own selfish desires. Ji-won chuckled at this. After eating, the department head saw it was raining outside. He asked Ji-won to wait in the restaurant for a while. He went out in the rain to buy an umbrella. Ji-won stared blankly at the department head's back. She didn't understand why a man like the department head, with his tall stature and clean-cut looks, would like someone like her. After buying the umbrella, the department head quickly returned to Ji-won's side. Taking advantage of a bit of tipsiness, Ji-won mustered up the courage to ask the department head why he liked her. The department head shyly said there was no reason. Ji-won smiled and asked when he started liking her. The department head looked at Ji-won with gentle eyes. That, if Miss Ji-won gives me a chance in the future, I'll tell you then. They soon arrived at the doorstep. Seeing Ji-won say she was thirsty and wanted water, the department head invited Ji-won to his place for beer. She disagreed. He added, "Do you want to come see Little Fatty before you go?" At the department head's home, after Ji-won played with Little Fatty for a bit, she opened the fridge to get beer. The department head suddenly approached Ji-won, reaching out to grab a can too. The scent wafting from him made Ji-won feel dizzy. The department head asked Ji-won curiously, "Is there anything else you need?" Ji-won's attention was all focused on the department head's lips. She quickly turned her face away, telling herself not to think nonsense. Unexpectedly, her movement was too big, almost knocking the beer out of the department head's hand. To catch the beer, the department head accidentally got closer to Ji-won. Time and the world seemed to quiet down, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats. With the atmosphere set like this, the department head pinned Ji-won against the wall. He lowered his head, slowly approaching Ji-won. The infatuation and love in his eyes grew more intense. "I want to kiss you. I'm going crazy wanting to. Can I kiss you?" Ji-won actively hooked her arms around the department head's neck. Everything around them went quiet. It was as if time had stopped. The relationship between the department head and Ji-won finally made a major breakthrough. Actually, the department head had a crush on Ji-won since university. That day, he happened to encounter a girl crouching by the roadside. Out of curiosity, he approached and asked what she was doing. The department head's sudden appearance startled Ji-won. She immediately raised her finger to her lips, gesturing for the person behind her to be quiet. The department head then noticed a sleeping kitten lying in the grass. The kitten slowly opened its eyes at the sound. Ji-won then spoke. "Looks like he was abandoned by his mother too. He has no energy at all." The department head sensitively caught the key word, too. Ji-won wanted to go to the convenience store to buy some food for the kitten. The department head quickly stopped her, pulling out a salt-free sausage from his backpack. He told her to make do with feeding the cat that. Ji-won politely thanked the department head. The department head grew more curious about the girl before him. When she said thank you, she didn't even look him in the eye. Ji-won broke the sausage and fed it to the kitten. She cheerfully greeted it. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Ji-won. You don't have a name yet, do you?" The department head thoughtfully stared at the girl before him. She had already forgotten about him, talking to the kitten on her own. "Your mom must have gone somewhere temporarily. You're so beautiful. How could she abandon you?" As she said this, a hint of sadness flashed across Ji-won's face. "If I were as beautiful as you, maybe my mom would come back too." The department head couldn't help but secretly add in his heart, "You're already beautiful enough." After the kitten finished eating, Ji-won handed the money for the sausage to the department head and left, lost in thought. The department head was about to chase after her, when the kitten rubbed against his foot at that moment. The department head reluctantly crouched down to comfort the kitten for a while. He looked straight at the money in his hand, deciding to come back the next day to return the money to that girl. Recalling to this point, the department head gently pulled the blanket over Ji-won. Little Fatty lay sleeping soundly between the two of them. The department head's gaze was full of tenderness. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at the person and the cat. "Thank you, Little Fatty, for letting me meet Ji-won again." He couldn't help but reach out to pat Little Fatty's head. Little Fatty meowed affectionately. This noise woke up Ji-won. She opened her eyes in confusion. The department head asked Ji-won with a smile if she slept well last night. Seeing the department head sleeping next to her, Ji-won was stunned. Memories of last night flooded her mind. Ji-won's face turned bright red as she touched her clothes. It was still the same outfit from yesterday. Did nothing happen? Ji-won awkwardly scratched her head and asked the department head if she had fallen asleep here. The department head's cheeks also turned red. "Don't you remember? Last night, just as they were kissing, someone came knocking on the door." When the atmosphere between the department head and Ji-won was intimate, Kwai-woo suddenly came knocking. After entering, he saw Ji-won was also there. He curiously mentioned that he happened to have something to ask Miss Ji-won. Then he took out some alcohol and invited both of them to drink together. After drinking for a while, Kwai-woo finally gathered the courage to ask Ji-won if she liked muscular men like himself. The drunk Jun enthusiastically gave an affirmative answer. Kwai-woo was secretly delighted. He curiously asked Ji-won if she had someone she liked. Ji-won nodded. "Of course I do." She pulled Little Fatty into her arms and enthusiastically asked the department head to come over too. She was clearly drunk. The department head stepped back with a red face. Ji-won simply cupped the department head's face with her hands. With a hazy look, she leaned in close to him. "Where are you going?" "We need to finish what we started earlier." Hearing this, Kwai-woo excused himself, saying, "I'll head back then. I wish you both a wonderful night." After waking up, Ji-won learned about last night's events from the department head. She was completely petrified. The department head asked Ji-won with a smile if she had a headache or if her stomach felt uncomfortable. Ji-won's face heated up slightly. She awkwardly avoided the department head's gaze and said she was fine. Looking at the clock, it was already past 8. She would be late for work if she didn't leave soon. Ji-won anxiously asked the department head why he didn't wake her up earlier. The department head honestly replied that it was because she looked beautiful while sleeping. This answer made Ji-won blush again. She quickly got up to get ready for work. Unexpectedly, the department head said indulgently, "It's okay to be late. You can write an explanation. I'll approve it." Ji-won blushed and said she wouldn't need that. The department head laughed heartily at her reaction, finding her adorable no matter how he looked at her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soo-min and Myung-hwan were on their honeymoon abroad. Myung-hwan spent all day in the hotel room busy watching stocks. Soo-min whined for him to go out with her, but was coldly rejected by Myung-hwan. Soo-min felt dissatisfied. Coming abroad for a honeymoon was no different from not coming at all. He only knew how to stay in the hotel. She had to use her pregnancy as an excuse, saying that pregnant women need to go out and walk more. Myung-hwan perfunctorily told Soo-min to go swim on the rooftop as long as she didn't bother him. Soo-min lost her patience. "If you don't go out with me, I'll tell your father that you used the money for our marital home to speculate in stocks." Myung-hwan was about to get angry when Soo-min immediately clutched her stomach and cried out, "It hurts so much. You've upset the baby." Myung-hwan remained unmoved. "You were the one who insisted on coming for a honeymoon. If it hurts, just bear with it." Soo-min was out of ideas. She plopped back down on the bed and complained, "If it were Ji-won here with you, you wouldn't be like this, right?" Even though he so quickly moved on to the department head's arms. This sentence successfully triggered Myung-hwan. He roared, saying that it was when Ji-won was heartbroken that the thick-skinned department head took advantage of the situation. Seeing Myung-hwan get more angry and upset at the mention of Ji-won, Soo-min said, "It must have been Ji-won who seduced him first, right? His mother is a prime example. How could he be any better than his mother?" Soo-min laughed coldly and continued to provoke Myung-hwan. "He was always complaining to me, saying that you're just a perpetual acting manager. He wanted to date the department head from the beginning." Myung-hwan angrily told Soo-min to shut up. Ji-won would never say such things. Soo-min decided to play her trump card. "Let me tell you the truth. It was Ji-won who asked me to. That's why I approached you." Myung-hwan was stunned for a moment. Soo-min said she fell in love with Myung-hwan at first sight. "But I never intended to ruin your relationship. Ji-won forced me to seduce you. She threatened me, saying that even if it meant getting pregnant, I had to find a way to separate you two." Myung-hwan widened his eyes and asked Soo-min what she meant. Soo-min covered her face and sobbed, "I'm sorry. I like you so much. That's why I intentionally got pregnant. Uncle Ji-won said if I did this, she could marry you. This way, she could also date the department head without worry. She said it would be good for both of us. I just did what she told me to do. Myung-hwan found it hard to believe, but being suspicious, he felt that everything Soo-min said was true. Soo-min lowered her head guiltily, covering her belly. But I might have been too tired, so I had a miscarriage. She started bad-mouthing Ji-won again. With tears in her eyes, she told Myung-hwan that Ji-won forced her to seduce Myung-hwan in order to be with the department head. That's how she accidentally got pregnant. But on the day she went to the hospital to apologize to the customer, Ji-won forced her to kneel before the customer. This caused her emotional distress, leading to an accidental miscarriage. Soo-min's crying act came naturally to her. Myung-hwan was completely fooled. He angrily questioned Soo-min why she only mentioned the miscarriage now. They had already registered their marriage and even held the wedding. What should they do now? Soo-min pitifully said she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, his parents were so looking forward to this child. She begged Myung-hwan if they could pretend not to know. Myung-hwan angrily told Soo-min to shut up. You've been complaining about stomach pain and craving this and that every day, all because of a child that never existed. Soo-min, you're even more terrifying than Ji-won. Soo-min, with tears in her eyes, apologized to Myung-hwan. I know I was wrong. Are you going to divorce me? Myung-hwan irritably said that his parents would never allow him to divorce. Soo-min gently hugged Myung-hwan from behind, comforting him that they could have children in the future. She also took the opportunity to stir up more hatred towards Ji-won. I don't blame Ji-won. Thanks to her, I met you. I only need you. Hearing this, Myung-hwan gritted his teeth in anger. How dare Ji-won play him like this? That night, Myung-hwan went to drink outside the hotel to clear his mind. He now wanted nothing more than to tear Ji-won apart. It was all because of her that he ended up marrying such a strange woman. That's right, it all started back then. Ji-won, who never talked to anyone except him and Soo-min, personally bought coffee for the department head. When he discovered them that day, Ji-won desperately tried to shake off his hand. The department head pretended to be domineering in front of him. After that, Ji-won suddenly stopped contacting him much. Her change in style also happened during that time. Myung-hwan angrily took out his wallet. He absolutely wouldn't let these two have a good life. He searched for a business card in his wallet. It read, "Can help gather any desired information." A calculating smile appeared on Myung-hwan's face. Just as Ji-won used Soo-min to ruin him, he would use the department head to ruin Ji-won. The next day, as soon as Ji-won arrived at the company building, she ran into Hee-yeon and Deputy Young. The three of them laughed and chatted for a bit. Mr. Lee suddenly appeared behind Deputy Young, enthusiastically striking up a conversation with him. However, after just a few words, Mr. Lee's face turned red and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Ji-won immediately sensed something was off. Could it be that Mr. Lee still? Hee-yeon's excited shout interrupted Ji-won's thoughts. On the bulletin board, it was clearly posted that Deputy Yang had been promoted to section chief, while Ms. Ju had been promoted to deputy. Both of them stared at the bulletin board in disbelief, afraid it might be fake. Ji-won smiled and congratulated the two on their promotions. Deputy Yang excitedly said he would treat everyone tonight. Back at her desk, Ji-won noticed the department head hadn't come to work today. She immediately texted Sheehan to ask about the department head's condition. Sheehan told her not to worry, saying her brother wasn't feeling well and had taken a day off. Ji-won became more worried. She planned to check on the department head after the dinner gathering tonight. Ji-won and the department head had grown closer. They weren't far from dating. That day, Deputy Yang got promoted. After work, he happily invited his colleagues to his parents' restaurant for a gathering. The elderly couple warmly welcomed everyone. Deputy Yang's husband, Lee Jae-yong, was also working at the restaurant. He politely thanked the colleagues for taking care of his wife. At this time, Ji-won received a text from long-haired girl. She walked out of the restaurant to check the message. Myung-hwan threatened Ji-won to break up with the department head, or he would ruin them both. Ji-won felt speechless. This scumbag was now trying to cause trouble for the department head. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught Ji-won's attention. She saw Lee Jae-yong walking out from a corner. He awkwardly came forward to greet Ji-won. Another woman in the corner quickly left. Ji-won glanced at his back, a hint of doubt arising in her mind. After the gathering, Ji-won tiredly returned home. Before entering, she worriedly looked at the department head's house again. She wondered how he was doing now. Ji-won rang the department head's doorbell. No response. She called him, but no one answered. Suddenly, little Fatty's meow came from inside. This sound made Ji-won uneasy. Little Fatty had never meowed like this before. Could something serious have happened? The department head had once told Ji-won his house password. Ji-won hesitated no longer. She entered the password and opened the door. Little Fatty meowed at Ji-won by the door. Then it walked into the house, as if hinting for Ji-won to follow. Ji-won followed Little Fatty to the department head's room. She saw the department head's face with a sickly pallor. When the department head woke up, he saw Ji-won gently wiping his sweat with a towel. He sat up with a splitting headache. Ji-won thoughtfully handed him water and medicine. The department head's first reaction was to worry that Ji-won had missed the gathering to take care of him. Ji-won smiled helplessly, saying she came after the gathering. With his condition like this, was now the time to worry about the gathering? The department head stared at Ji-won without blinking, mesmerized. Ji-won's face turned slightly red as she asked confusedly why he was looking at her like that. The department head took the water and medicine from Ji-won's hand. After drinking it all, he shyly said it was because Miss Ji-won was too beautiful. Ji-won's face turned bright red and she froze. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over him, urging him to eat and go to sleep quickly. The department head said he was about to suffocate. Ji-won misunderstood the department head's words. She coughed dryly and said calmly, "Really, my makeup is all messed up now. How could I be beautiful enough to take your breath away?" The department head finally escaped from under the blanket, gasping for air. "You are beautiful, but it's the blanket that's suffocating." Only then did Ji-won realize her misunderstanding. She quickly apologized to the department head. The department head suddenly pulled Ji-won close. The atmosphere instantly became very intimate. Ji-won felt she should push the department head away. Last time it was due to drunkenness. This time, she was completely sober. But why didn't she want to push him away at all? In the end, Ji-won chose to follow her heart. She took the initiative to lower her head and kiss him. Soo-min learned about the department head's identity. She deeply regretted not seducing him. But Ji-won was very anxious. She couldn't sleep last night. She wasn't sure if she should continue working with the department head. After last night's kiss, she didn't know what their relationship was now. Ji-won shook off her many thoughts and left home. The department head greeted Ji-won casually, as if nothing had happened between them last night. This made Ji-won feel somewhat dissatisfied. Was she the only one who cared? Unexpectedly, the department head suddenly said, "I made a mistake last night. I'm sorry." Ji-won became even more upset hearing this. Was he saying that kiss was a mistake? She hadn't slept all night because of that kiss. She suppressed her anger and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "You don't need to apologize to me. Just forget about it cleanly." The department head asked confusedly what she meant. Ji-won said, "Since it was a mistake, let's be decisive. Let's pretend nothing happened." The department head became anxious. He stopped Ji-won, asking pitifully if she could really do that. Before Ji-won could answer, the department head strode towards his car first. He opened the car door and took out a bouquet that was already prepared inside. "Not giving you this last night was indeed my mistake. I'm sorry, but we absolutely can't pretend it didn't happen. We did kiss yesterday." Ji-won was stunned in disbelief. The department head handed the bouquet to Ji-won. His gaze was gentle and affectionate. "Miss Ji-won, I want to have a more special relationship with you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Myung-hwan asked someone to investigate the department head's identity. However, this person advised Myung-hwan not to continue the investigation. Myung-hwan thought the other party wanted more money and said he was willing to pay more if they could find out. The man with the big gold chain chuckled. "The guy you asked me to look into is the only grandson of Chairman Liu of UK Company." Myung-hwan was shocked. Chairman Liu of UK Company, where he worked, was actually the department head's grandfather. The man with the big gold chain warned Myung-hwan not to investigate further. This ends here. The department head is Chairman Liu's grandson. Pretend you don't know this. Don't let it slip out. Otherwise, we're finished. Myung-hwan was very unwilling, but didn't dare to provoke them. He could only vent his anger on the man with the big gold chain, yelling at him to return the money he paid. The man wasn't a pushover either. He grabbed Myung-hwan's clothes with a fierce expression. "Didn't we help you find out he's dating that G1 woman? And that they live next door to each other? We've done everything for you, and you still want me to return the money?" Myung-hwan immediately backed down and left obediently. In the evening, Soo-min searched through all the cabinets at home, but couldn't find the 30,001 gift from G1. As soon as Myung-hwan got home, Soo-min angrily questioned him if he had spent the gift money from G1. Myung-hwan impatiently admitted that he did spend it. "Why don't you go ask G1 for more?" Her boyfriend is rich anyway. Soo-min asked confusedly what he meant. Myung-hwan sneered. Ji-won is hooked up with a rich guy. The department head is the grandson of Chairman Liu from UK Group. Soo-min was stunned. Impossible. Had she seduced the wrong person? Soo-min couldn't stand the thought of Ji-won being happier than her. She decided to sabotage Ji-won's relationship with the department head. At this moment, Soo-min learned from Myung-hwan. Ji-won's boyfriend, department head Liu, was actually the grandson of Chairman Liu of UK Company. She was completely stunned. Myung-hwan bitterly remarked that the department head must have gotten that position through his background. That bastard even found a house for Ji-won next to his own apartment. The couple was practically living like newlyweds. Soo-min curiously asked how he knew all this. Myung-hwan became nervous and stammered that he had his sources. Soo-min couldn't believe the department head was from a rich family. So Ji-won had a wealthy boyfriend. Was that why she deliberately said those things to her? Like how Myung-hwan was a good man, and she couldn't find someone like him anywhere else. She even swore she would definitely marry Myung-hwan. And that line about Myung-hwan being different from the department head, who was so picky and somewhat rigid. Soo-min gritted her teeth in hatred. She thought Ji-won must have known all along that the department head was the chairman's grandson. She was afraid I'd end up with the department head, so she only spoke badly of him. If I had made a move to seduce the department head, I would be the one dating him now. Soo-min screamed in frustration, holding her head. This crazed behavior startled Myung-hwan. Soo-min anxiously asked Myung-hwan if Ji-won and the department head would really get married. Myung-hwan impatiently said he didn't know. He reached out to take the food from Soo-min's table. Soo-min asked confusedly what he was doing. Myung-hwan replied matter-of-factly, "I'm eating my food. Is there a problem?" Soo-min was incredulous. "That's my food," Myung-hwan retorted dissatisfied. "From this house to every grain of rice in it, it's all bought with my money. How is this your food? Anyway, you have no right to eat." Soo-min was shocked and froze. At that moment, she felt like she was back in her old home. Her mother would often angrily scold her. "If you're going to be like this, don't eat. I earn all the money. What did you do?" Why was her situation still so bad, even after taking away what Ji-won cherished? Soo-min was always hungry as a child. Because they had no money, she didn't eat much at school either. At home, her mother wouldn't cook properly for her. All she could eat was dark chili paste, dry little salted fish, and hard, yellowed rice. But Ji-won was different. Once when she visited Ji-won's house, Ji-won's father warmly welcomed her. As soon as she entered, she smelled the rich aroma of soybean paste soup. That day was the first time she tasted homemade soybean paste soup. It was so delicious it made her want to cry. Soo-min hated Ji-won for demanding egg rolls. Ji-won should be like her, eating chili paste that had been sitting out for a long time, along with hard rice. That would be fair. Late at night, Myung-hwan was snoring loudly, but Soo-min was too angry to sleep. Ji-won's mother was just a vixen. Like mother, like daughter. Ji-won didn't deserve to be happy. Suddenly, Myung-hwan's phone received a message. Soo-min curiously opened it. "If you leak this to the media, both you and I are finished. I've warned you." Soo-min looked confused. She took the chance to check Myung-hwan's other messages with this person. The result was an unexpected surprise. In the messages, there was actually a photo of the department head giving flowers to Ji-won. Soo-min excitedly opened her computer and immediately made a post. The title was "Exposing the Shameless Acts of a Rich Third Generation and a Vixen." Soo-min grinned wickedly. Ji-won would pay the price for deceiving her friend. To ruin Ji-won's happiness, Soo-min deliberately spread rumors online about her relationship with the department head. Soo-min knew how to manipulate public opinion. She started the post by stating that she was only posting because she felt so wronged. "My friend of 10 years assaulted me, causing me to miscarry. And that's not the only bad thing this friend has done. One day, she suddenly told me she was going to seduce a rich third-generation heir. So to dump her boyfriend at the time, she used me." Soo-min's carefully crafted post quickly sparked online discussion and even trended in the news. Netizens speculated about who the people in the photo were and righteously declared they would expose the two. Ji-won also noticed the post and immediately guessed that Soo-min was behind the anonymous post. He sighed, realizing Soo-min was really determined to entangle with him to the end. However, one thing surprised Ji-won. The department head was actually the grandson of UK Company's chairman. He only learned about this from the post. At this moment, long-haired guy called. He had also seen it and guessed it was Soo-min's doing. Long-haired guy was so angry he wanted to tie Soo-min up and throw her in a sewer. Ji-won quickly assured him he was fine and told him to calm down. Long-haired guy curiously asked Ji-won about the department head's rich heir status. Just as Ji-won was about to answer, the doorbell rang. He arranged to talk to long-haired guy in detail later. Ji-won opened the door, puzzled. The department head was standing there, out of breath. He anxiously asked if Ji-won was all right. Once inside, learning that Ji-won had seen the post, the department head immediately apologized. About my family situation, I am indeed the chairman's grandson, but it's nothing special. I got hired and promoted just like other employees through hard work. I absolutely didn't rely on my grandfather's influence. The department head's earnest explanation made Ji-won chuckle. He couldn't help but joke, I've probably seen this setup in TV dramas about 10 times. Ji-won's relaxed reaction relieved the department head. He sincerely apologized to Ji-won again for causing him trouble. Ji-won told the department head tenderly, whether you're the chairman's grandson or the president's son, to me, you're just you. These words made the department head's heart flutter with emotion. More than himself, Ji-won was worried about the department head's situation. He asked if the company would respond to this matter. The department head shook his head, suppressing a sigh. If the media had exposed it first, the company could have made a statement. But with an anonymous post, it was harder to handle. Ji-won stated directly that the poster must be Myung-hwan and Soo-min. Myung-hwan had threatened him before, saying if he didn't break up with the department head, he'd ruin them both. The department head was deeply exasperated by this couple's behavior. Ji-won couldn't tolerate them using the department head's family matters as a threat. He himself was already used to this kind of thing, since the couple shouldn't have provoked the department head. Ji-won thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a plan. Since Soo-min and Myung-hwan were so dramatic, why not help them livestream it? Ji-won immediately told the department head his plan. He concluded by saying they should make the situation even bigger. Let them deal with it. Not only did Soo-min fail to get revenge on Ji-won, but she also put her relationship with Myung-hwan in crisis. Myung-hwan found out Soo-min had gone through his phone. He was furious at her. Soo-min mocked Myung-hwan, asking if he still couldn't forget Ji-won. Just then, Ji-won called. Myung-hwan, looking panicked, told Soo-min not to answer. The more he insisted, the more Soo-min wanted to do it. After answering the call, Ji-won anxiously asked Soo-min if she wrote the post online. Soo-min smugly asked back, "Why do you think it's me?" Ji-won took a deep breath. After calming down, he told Soo-min to delete the post immediately. "Do you know how difficult this is for me now?" Soo-min angrily shouted into the phone. "Why should I delete it? You've always been the one making things difficult for me, but I still considered you my friend." Ji-won's tone softened considerably. He begged Soo-min to delete the post. Soo-min's expression became even more smug. I don't really want to delete it." Ji-won directly asked how much money she wanted. He said he could give it all. Soo-min suddenly got excited. That's right, if he's the chairman's grandson, any amount wouldn't be a problem. Ji-won pleaded with Soo-min to delete the post after getting the money, then tell reporters it was just a misunderstanding. But Soo-min said she wasn't interested in that small amount of money. Ji-won gritted his teeth and agreed to give Soo-min $1 million. But Soo-min wasn't satisfied. She greedily wanted $3 million. Ji-won was a bit troubled. Soo-min pretended not to care, saying, "If you don't want to give it, forget it. I have nothing to lose anyway." Ji-won quickly stopped her. With a tearful voice, he agreed to pay the amount. Soo-min felt extremely satisfied. This was how Ji-won should be, begging her desperately. Ji-won said he couldn't transfer such a large sum, so he asked Soo-min to come get the cash in person. Soo-min excitedly agreed. Ji-won said he'd text her the address and asked her to bring her husband along. Soo-min suddenly felt jealous. She cautiously asked Ji-won why he wanted Myung-hwan to come. Ji-won explained that the $3 million was in exchange for deleting the photos Myung-hwan had. Hearing this, Soo-min could only agree. Myung-hwan overheard their conversation. After the call ended, he excitedly asked Soo-min if Ji-won was really giving them $3 million. Soo-min proudly tapped her head, saying, "You should understand that we can get this money thanks to me. This is how you should use your brain." "Got it." On Ji-won's side, after hanging up, he smirked. Myung-hwan, Soo-min, let's settle this once and for all this time. The next evening, Soo-min and Myung-hwan arrived at the hotel as agreed. After this incident, Soo-min guessed that Ji-won might be dumped by his rich boyfriend. He might even lose his job. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. Myung-hwan lovingly patted Soo-min's head. Can't help it, my wife earned too much this time. He had been trying to please Soo-min all the way here. They soon met Ji-won and the department head. Myung-hwan asked the department head with a smile, "Did you bring the money?" The department head pointed at the door. "Yes, we'll give it to you after we go in." The couple walked in first. Ji-won coldly glanced at Soo-min. Soo-min smugly chuckled. "Ji-won, you deserve this. I really made a good friend." Soo-min walked in with light steps. Just thinking about getting 3 million soon made her laugh out loud. Suddenly, various clicking sounds were heard. Soo-min's heart skipped a beat. They saw a group of reporters sitting in the room. They eagerly asked various questions. "Please tell us, why did you have to hold a press conference with the victim? Are you planning to make a public apology?" After Ji-won locked the door, he first thanked the reporters for coming. The department head, holding some documents, announced, "The press conference regarding the UK 70-employee dispute will now begin." Soo-min and Myung-hwan were completely stunned. This was Soo-min's most embarrassing moment. She had tried to blackmail Ji-won for money, but unexpectedly, Ji-won had turned the tables on her. After arriving at the agreed meeting place, they discovered it was actually a press conference. Soo-min panicked and covered her face, angrily questioning Ji-won about what he was doing. Ji-won coldly told Soo-min it would be best to tell the reporters the truth. Soo-min was furious. She thought, "Since you've pulled this trick on me, I'll make you dig your own grave today." After the four of them were seated, the department head announced the press conference would begin. The reporters immediately fired off questions. What kind of relationship did they have? Did the department head really rent a house for a subordinate with whom he had an ambiguous relationship next door to his own home? Why did UK company allow subordinates to live together? Why did they cause the victim to miscarry? Ji-won spoke up voluntarily, stating that he was the subordinate Jung Ji-won mentioned in the news. "Although I was once engaged to a socialite, we ultimately broke off the engagement." A reporter immediately asked if the engagement was broken off because of the department head. Ji-won shook his head. "After marriage, I would have to work to earn money, cook for my husband, and must give birth to a son. In the end, I wouldn't even be allowed to pay respects to my own father. I broke off the engagement because of these demands from the groom's family." Myung-hwan, embarrassed and angry, interrupted Ji-won. "Aren't these all reasonable requests? Then how do you explain moving next door to the department head right after breaking off the engagement?" Hyun appeared at the right moment, holding some documents. She stated that she had introduced the house to Ji-won. If they didn't believe it, they could check the relevant documents. Ji-won was very surprised by Hyun's arrival. He quietly asked the department head if he had called her. The department head shook his head helplessly. Hyun showed the rental contract to the reporters, proving that the department head hadn't subsidized the house at all. She explained that she introduced the house to Ji-won because Myung-hwan had been stalking and harassing him. Hyun took out some photos. "Everyone please look. He's been taking secret photos like a stalker. They've already broken up. His invasion of someone else's privacy is clearly a crime." Myung-hwan snatched the photos, angrily telling Hyun not to talk nonsense. He then quietly threatened that if she caused any more trouble, he would make sure she couldn't renew her contract with the company. Hyun smirked, telling him to calculate his severance pay instead. After causing such a big incident, the company wouldn't keep him. Looking at the noisy reporters below, Soo-min panicked a bit. She needed to find a way to escape quickly. She covered her mouth pitifully, instantly bursting into tears. "Jung, why did you make me miscarry? I wanted that child so much." Ji-won had anticipated Soo-min would pull this move. He calmly said, "I don't remember ever causing you to miscarry." Soo-min stood up angrily, accusing Ji-won of playing dumb. She demanded he apologize to her and the dead child. Ji-won asked slowly and deliberately, "I'm curious, Miss Soo-min, were you really pregnant?" Soo-min froze in terror. Ji-won's single question shattered Soo-min's false happiness. She stated directly at the press conference that Soo-min was never pregnant. The reporters asked Ji-won if she had evidence. Ji-won first asked Myung-hwan if he had ever accompanied Soo-min to the obstetrician after she became pregnant. Myung-hwan realized he had never done so. Soo-min nervously explained that she went to the hospital alone because her husband was very busy. Ji-won then asked Myung-hwan if he had seen the ultrasound photos and the pregnancy handbook given by the hospital. Soo-min became increasingly panicked. She stubbornly explained that she didn't show these things to Myung-hwan because she was too sad after losing the baby, so she burned everything. Ji-won asked Soo-min which hospital she went to. Soo-min casually mentioned a hospital name. Ji-won immediately called the hospital and put it on speakerphone. He said he wanted to make an appointment for a follow-up at the obstetrics department. The doctor asked for the patient's name and date of birth. Ji-won gave Soo-min's name and birth date. Soo-min panicked and told Ji-won to stop asking, but it was too late. The doctor's response came through the phone. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find any medical records for you." Ji-won asked the doctor again if they really couldn't find anything. After receiving a confirmation, the reporters immediately erupted into a frenzy. They bombarded Soo-min with questions, asking if her accusation post was fake, what the purpose of such a false accusation was, and how she planned to take legal responsibility. Soo-min broke down, holding her head. She didn't understand why these people were treating her like this. She blamed it all on that dead girl, Ji-won. In her panic, Soo-min placed her last hope on Myung-hwan. She tugged at his sleeve, begging him to say something. However, Myung-hwan coldly pushed Soo-min away. With a furious expression, he accused Soo-min of fabricating lies about pregnancy and miscarriage, saying, "You've ruined my life." Soo-min's heart sank to the bottom. Myung-hwan left the press conference with an ashen face. Soo-min hurriedly chased after him. The department head summarized the press conference. "I believe everyone now understands the general situation. First, I want to clarify that our UK company has nothing to do with this matter. Regarding the various issues, we will take legal measures and impose strict punishments in the future." A reporter suddenly asked the department head if he really had no relationship with Ji-won. Just as the department head was about to nod, Ji-won, with a blushing face, quickly spoke up. "We've recently developed feelings for each other and are getting to know each other better. It's a relationship that's more special than just colleagues or neighbors." The reporters became excited upon hearing this. They eagerly asked Ji-won if she was admitting that they were in a romantic relationship. The department head looked at Ji-won with wide eyes, surprised and expectant. Ji-won looked back at the department head with a smile in her eyes and said, "Yes, if the department head agrees." The department head shyly took the microphone. The reporters raised their cameras, capturing this breaking news. The department head's ears turned red. Under the table, his hand quietly reached for Ji-won's. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Thank you, Miss Ji-won." That evening, the department head came to Ji-won's house for a celebratory drink. The department head was slightly tipsy and became bolder. He asked Ji-won not to call him department head anymore, but to use a different term of address. Ji-won thought for a moment and tried saying, "Then should I call you brother?" The department head's heart couldn't quite handle it. Ji-won then said, "Or maybe darling?" The department head's face turned even redder. He fiercely told Ji-won to just call him by his name. The department head, a graduate of the gentleman's class, simply adored Ji-won to the moon and back. He not only took care of all the housework, but also prepared various dishes that Ji-won liked in creative ways. After meals, he wouldn't even let Ji-won wash the dishes. In his words, "You don't need to do anything in the future. I absolutely won't let your hands become rough." Ji-won felt a wave of emotion. She stared blankly at their clasped hands. Now her hands were soft and smooth, but in her past life, these hands had been extremely rough and scarred. Ji-won shyly expressed that she didn't know how to go to work tomorrow. Now that everyone at the company knew about their relationship, it would surely be noisy. The department head told Ji-won not to worry, saying he would resign. He explained that he had been planning to resign anyway. Joining the company was his grandfather's idea, but he didn't want to inherit UK company. The department head said he was currently running a company called JN. Seeing Ji-won's curious expression, the department head explained that it was a security company he had established. The burly man was also an employee of JN. Now the company was growing larger and was responsible for the security of many companies. So, the department head wanted to focus his energy on his own business. Ji-won looked at the department head with admiration, impressed that he not only became a department head at UK through his own abilities, but also had another business. He was truly an outstanding person. In the end, Ji-won sighed, realizing that the department head was still leaving, just like 10 years ago. The department head said it would take about 3 months to hand over his work. He shyly and expectantly asked Won if she would be sad not seeing him at the company. Ji-won suddenly leaned close to the department head and said seriously, "I will. What if other women covet you when I'm not around?" The department head was crazy about Ji-won behaving this way. It showed that she cared about him. Unable to resist his desire any longer, The department head planted a firm kiss on Ji-won's lips. It took a while before he reluctantly let go. With eyes full of affection, he promised Ji-won, "That won't happen. I'm already yours." Ji-won was deeply moved hearing this. There was no longer a husband who would get drunk and beat her, nor the cancer that had caused her whole body to suffer. Ji-won happily pressed her forehead against the department head's. She felt that her father must have sent the department head to her, and that she had been reborn to meet him. From now on, only happiness awaited them. As Ji-won happily cuddled with the department head, she didn't notice that the phone on the table was silently vibrating. The caller was Manager Yang. At that moment, he was crying as he dialed Ji-won's number, but the call wasn't going through. Manager Yang sat helplessly in a corner, sobbing in despair. Manager Yang had experienced the same thing as Ji-won in her past life. Ji-won only noticed late at night that Manager Yang had called her. She rushed to Manager Yang's house. When the door opened, she apologetically explained to Manager Yang that she had seen her phone very late. Unexpectedly, Manager Yang was in tears, looking at Ji-won with a sad face. Half an hour later, Ji-won finally understood the whole story. Manager Yang had noticed something strange about her husband's behavior. The wedding ring that had disappeared at some point, the steam in the master bathroom when she returned home from work in the evening, and the cosmetics that had been bought recently but were already half gone. At first, Manager Yang thought she was being too sensitive. Later, it was her husband who exposed a sleeping habit he never had before, hugging her intimately while asleep. That's when Manager Yang realized something was wrong. She lied about working overtime and hid in the stairwell to watch. Then she saw a woman enter her home, using the password set to their wedding anniversary. The memory ended there. Manager Yang covered his face and sobbed painfully. At that time, he didn't have the courage to open the door. He just ran away. It was as if opening that door would shatter everything. Ji-won comforted him empathetically. Manager Yang understood his feelings. Once the door was opened, there would be no going back. Manager Yang's emotions were in turmoil. Although he had thought about divorce many times before, he didn't want his daughter to become unhappy without a father. The child surprisingly comforted Manager Yang, saying that not having a father doesn't make one unhappy. "I don't have a mother. She ran away with another man when I was little. I'm not unhappy." Manager Yang looked straight at Ji-won. This was the first time Ji-won had mentioned her family situation. Ji-won gently told Manager Yang, "I grew up with enough love from my father. However, if my mother had stayed in the family half-heartedly, I might have truly been unhappy." As for letting Manager Yang make his own choice, Ji-won explained that she shared her family story only to show that even a single-parent family can provide enough love for a child. Suddenly, Manager Yang felt a surge of infinite courage. "That's right, I have my own abilities, a house, savings, and my parents are nearby to help me. Most importantly, I love my daughter more than anyone else. What's stopping me from getting a divorce?" Manager Yang's confidence grew. Even if he divorced, he would absolutely not let his daughter feel the absence of a father's love. Ji-won watched with satisfaction and couldn't help but give Manager Yang a thumbs up. Manager Yang broke into tears and smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. He shyly thanked Ji-won. "Thank you, Ji-won. I didn't expect a company colleague to see me in such an unsightly state." Ji-won took Manager Yang's hand. She carefully expressed that by now, they were more than just colleagues. She sweetly called Manager Yang Sister Julan. Manager Yang felt warmth in her heart. From this moment on, she truly considered Ji-won as her sister. Seeing that Manager Yang was completely fine now, Ji-won finally relaxed. At the same time, she was pondering how to help Manager Yang get revenge on Lee Jae-hyun. In Korean law, married individuals who betray their partners can be sentenced to up to 2 years in prison. It's now 2009, and this law hasn't been abolished yet. Ji-won planned to help Manager Yang get revenge on the scumbag. Manager Yang found the woman's social media account. There were many couple photos of Lee Jae-hyun and her. Manager Yang quickly saved all the pictures as evidence. Ji-won felt the woman in the photos looked familiar. Manager Yang solved Ji-won's confusion. "She worked at my parents' store for a long time." Ji-won suddenly remembered. "On the day of your promotion dinner, I ran into her when I went out. I saw her and Lee Jae-hyun coming out from a corner of the yard." At the time, Ji-won thought it was just a coincidence. Manager Yang was already angry, but hearing this made her even more furious. These two are really something. They dared to be so blatant even when I was there, and with all the company people around. Ji-won was very worried about Manager Yang's emotions. After complaining for a while, Manager Young didn't continue to get angry. Now, the most important thing was to gather evidence to fight for more benefits for herself. Manager Young decided to tell Lee Jae-hyun in a few days that she was going on a business trip, then use that opportunity to catch them in the act, leaving them no room for denial. For some reason, Ji-won felt uneasy in her heart. Just as she was about to say something, Manager Young suddenly covered her stomach with a pained expression. Her stomach felt very uncomfortable. She suspected it might be from drinking too much coffee. Ji-won gently patted Manager Yang's back, caringly advising her to drink less in the future. Manager Young nodded. Neither of them took this matter seriously. It was already past midnight when Ji-won returned from Manager Yang's house. Thanks to the department head's help with the ride in the middle of the night, Ji-won thanked him and was about to go home to sleep. However, the department head called out to Ji-won with concern. He hesitantly asked Ji-won if she had any worries. "If there's anything I can help with, I'm willing to do anything." Ji-won smiled and thanked the department head. He said this was something he had to do himself. It was also something he must do well. The department head nodded understandingly. He didn't push Ji-won any further. He just gently embraced Ji-won, encouraging and cheering him on. Ji-won felt warmth in his heart. The department head would always stand behind him unconditionally, trusting and supporting him. Ji-won wanted to say something. 1,000 words came to his lips, but only a thank you remained. The next day, Manager Young told Lee Jae-hyun that she would be on a business trip for a few days. After seeing Manager Young off, Lee Jae-hyun's smile became more genuine. He even thoughtfully reminded Manager Young to be careful while away. Manager Young nodded with a smile, showing no signs of suspicion. After the car left, Lee Jae-hyun eagerly called Blonde. Blonde happily hugged Lee Jae-hyun when she arrived at the apartment complex. The two walked arm in arm, swaggering towards the apartment. The sweet couple hadn't realized that a storm was about to hit. Ji-won's tragic fate from his previous life had somehow transferred to Manager Young. At this moment, Manager Young and Ji-won were quietly heading home with the police. One of the police officers raised a finger, signaling everyone to be quiet. Another held a prepared camera. Although it seemed dramatic, to establish the crime of infidelity, they had to gather concrete evidence at the scene with the police. Manager Young quietly opened the front door. Seeing the shoes on the floor, she could no longer suppress her anger. She furiously opened the bedroom door, calling out Lee Jae-hyun's name. The two inside were caught red-handed. The police timely photographed the entire process. One of them told Lee Jae-hyun that he was being arrested on the spot for the crime of infidelity. Lee Jae-hyun was stunned. Blonde felt utterly humiliated and frantically asked Lee Jae-hyun to think of something. The police told the two to get dressed quickly and come out. Manager Young asked Ji-won and the police to step out for a moment, saying she had something to say to Lee Jae-hyun. Ji-won felt very uneasy. This scene was too familiar. He cautiously surveyed the room. The more he looked, the more he felt that the situation in this room was too similar to when he died in his previous life. Ji-won first apologized to Manager Young. Then he suddenly pushed over the dressing table. With a fierce expression, he warned Lee Jae-hyun, "If you dare touch a hair on Sister Jalan's head, I'll smash your skull just like I smashed this dressing table." Only then did he feel reassured enough to leave the room with the police. Afterward, Ji-won felt something wasn't quite right. Last time, Manager Young said her stomach hurt from drinking too much coffee. But what if it wasn't because of the coffee? He remembered what Myung-hwan said to Soo-min in his previous life. Ji-won always had indigestion and said his stomach hurt, so I bought insurance before taking him to the hospital. In his previous life, Ji-won indeed got stomach cancer, and after discovering Myung-hwan and Soo-min's secret, he was accidentally killed by Myung-hwan. A sound from inside the room interrupted Ji-won's memories. Ji-won frantically knocked on the door, asking Manager Young what happened. There was no response from inside. The police had to break down the door. Ji-won was shocked by the scene inside the room. Inside, they saw Manager Young lying unconscious on the floor. Ji-won, in an attempt to transfer his previous life's fate to Soo-min, had decided to approach Myung-hwan again. At this moment, Manager Young had been attacked by her husband. Fortunately, Ji-won discovered it in time. Manager Young was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. After regaining consciousness, Ji-won told manager Yang that her husband Lee Jae-hyun would be detained. Having gone through all this, manager Yang felt a mix of emotions. The doctor's arrival interrupted their conversation. He brought additional test results from manager Yang. "We found cancer cells in your stomach." Hearing this, manager Yang was thunderstruck. Ji-won also found it hard to believe. The doctor reassured them not to worry too much. It was currently in the early stage of stomach cancer, stage 1. The tumor was small and could be removed through endoscopic surgery. It was almost completely curable. Manager Young wept with joy, feeling it was unbelievable. Fortunately, she had the examination. This was all thanks to Ji-won. Manager Young had thought it was just indigestion, but Ji-won had kept urging her to get checked. Ji-won held Manager Yang's hand, feeling scared in retrospect. His eyes welled up with tears. He kept reminding Manager Yang to take better care of her health in the future. They made a promise to live a long and happy life together. Manager Young nodded firmly with tears in her eyes, agreeing to the promise. After Manager Young rested, Ji-won walked out of the hospital room. As soon as he closed the door, he crouched down like a deflated balloon. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. If he hadn't smashed the dressing table, Manager Young might have actually died. Ji-won had thought fate would take away his destiny. Could it be because he interfered with Manager Yang's life, that his previous life's fate was transferred to her? Guilt grew wildly in Ji-won's heart. He had to take responsibility for this. Ji-won's mind raced. To save Manager Yang, he needed to prevent the situation where she would be killed by her husband in front of a close female friend. Ji-won suddenly thought of the key. Yes, a close female friend. To transfer this terrible fate to Soo-min, he would have to become Myung-hwan's close female friend. Understanding everything, Ji-won immediately picked up the phone and called someone. "I have a favor to ask you." On the other side, Myung-hwan was about to break down. All the stocks he bought had fallen. He had even lost all the severance pay he invested. He irritably asked Soo-min if dinner was ready. Soo-min, not wanting to provoke him, meekly said the seaweed soup was ready. Hearing that dinner was just seaweed soup, Myung-hwan was very dissatisfied. Soo-min helplessly explained that they were short on living expenses, so she had no choice. Myung-hwan complained that Soo-min was just a bloodsucker who couldn't earn money. Hearing this, Soo-min got angry and retorted, "Weren't you fired by the company too? What are you showing off about? What are you bragging about?" After saying this, she slammed the door and left. Myung-hwan felt disgusted. This woman had become increasingly vulgar after marriage. Just then, his phone notification sounded. A stranger sent a message saying, "Brother, how have you been lately?" It was clearly from a girl. Myung-hwan gleefully dialed the number. He had been very bored lately. Even if it was a stranger, hearing a girl's voice would be great. When the call connected, it was indeed a woman's voice. While Ji-won was intentionally approaching Myung-hwan, Soo-min also planned to take the initiative to get revenge on Ji-won. At this time, Myung-hwan received a message from a stranger. The tone of the message clearly indicated it was from a girl. He happily dialed the number and softly asked who it was. The woman on the other end asked confusedly, "Isn't this Myung-sung's brother's number?" Myung-hwan cheerfully said she had the wrong person. The woman then realized she had remembered the number incorrectly and apologized shyly. After hanging up, Myung-hwan stared at his phone with a big smile. It had been a long time since he'd heard another woman's voice. Indeed, newly acquainted women were the best. Since this opportunity had fallen from the sky, he couldn't let it slip away. Myung-hwan immediately sent her a message. "I'm very interested in what you just said. Can you tell me more about your story?" After receiving the message, Myung-hwan chuckled, thinking the fish had taken the bait. "My story is quite long. Are you willing to listen?" Soo-min had been having a tough time lately. After finishing housework, she received a call from her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law asked her to come over and help make bone broth so Myung-hwan could have it for dinner. Soo-min was reluctant and gently pointed out that it was only 11 a.m. The mother-in-law interrupted her disapprovingly. "Is there still no movement in your belly?" Hearing a negative response, she questioned if Soo-min had physical problems. Otherwise, why couldn't she get pregnant? Soo-min couldn't help but retort, "Is it my fault that I'm not pregnant?" This single sentence ignited the mother-in-law's anger. "If it's not your fault, is it Myung-hwan's fault? The land is dry and rocky. No matter how much you sow, what use is it?" Soo-min couldn't help but talk back to her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law didn't hold back at all and continued with hurtful words. "If you can't have children, just get divorced. You caused such a scandal, embarrassing our family. I don't know where we found a beggar like you, who only knows how to leech off my son." These words touched Soo-min's childhood trauma. She felt humiliated and angry. The mother-in-law continued, "That G1 from before, although a bit harsh, was still better than you. At least he could earn money." Seeing Sumin not responding, the mother-in-law left a final message. "Anyway, come over before lunch," and hung up. Sumin angrily threw down the clothes in her hand. She was just about to forget about this when her mother-in-law compared her to that dead girl. How was she inferior to Ji-won? What was so good about Jun anyway? Myung-hwan had been listening to sad love songs all day recently. He was looking at old photos on his phone. Even at the wedding, he couldn't take his eyes off Ji-won. Thinking about this, Sumin suddenly felt uneasy. Could they have started contacting each other again? No. Sumin decided she needed to take action. Myung-hwan went out to eat with a friend. He complained to his friend about being fired from the company, losing money in stocks, and his marriage falling apart. However, the one fortunate thing was that he had recently met a special woman. They got along very well as they chatted. This woman was gentle and understanding, but they had only been texting and hadn't met in person yet, mainly because she always said she was too busy, not even having time for phone calls. The friend encouraged Myung-hwan to ask this woman out for drinks, but the woman replied that it was too late today. "Next time," she said, and Myung-hwan had to give up. On the other side, Ji-won stared at his phone with disgust. He sighed, "Indeed, a leopard can't change its spots." Ji-won's contact with Myung-hwan was unexpectedly seen by the department head. Ji-won secretly approached Myung-hwan with a completely new identity, deceiving him to gain his trust. He first pretended to send a wrong text message to catch Myung-hwan's attention. Then he had the long-haired girl call him, successfully piquing Myung-hwan's interest. After the long-haired girl finished these tasks, she returned the phone to Ji-won. From then on, he personally communicated with Myung-hwan. Ji-won knew Myung-hwan too well. After just a few days of interaction, Myung-hwan already saw him as a confidant. The department head noticed that Ji-won had been staring at his phone lately. Although curious, he didn't ask too much. He had helped Ji-won set up this phone. Although he didn't know what Ji-won was using it for, since it was Ji-won's decision, it must be something he needed. Even Ji-won was surprised. Was the department head trusting him too much? The department head, with a loyal expression, said this wasn't trust. It was blind faith. Ji-won chuckled and gently patted the department head's head. The department head took the opportunity to ask Ji-won for a reward. Ji-won looked confused, asking what reward. The department head's cheeks turned red, his eyes full of expectation. "I helped you set up the phone. I'm asking for credit here." Ji-won smiled sweetly. He planted a kiss on the department head's cheek. He sincerely thanked the department head for his trust. The department head's eyes were full of deep affection. He was willing to do anything to make Ji-won happy. Meanwhile, at Myung-hwan's house, Sumin angrily watched Myung-hwan, who came home drunk in the early morning and couldn't help but complain a bit. Myung-hwan impatiently pushed Sumin aside, telling her to get lost. This attitude immediately led Sumin to have negative thoughts. Could he have met with Ji-won, and that's why he's coming back so late? Myung-hwan fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, completely unconcerned about what his wife was imagining. After Sumin entered the room, she quietly took out Myung-hwan's phone from his bag. She looked through his recent chat history. Sure enough, there was a suspicious person he frequently contacted. This number wasn't Ji-won's. But this didn't stop Sumin from getting angry. Although she didn't know which girl this was, she thought, "You're dead." After Sumin wrote down the other person's number on her phone, she tiptoed out of the room. If it weren't for Myung-hwan being easily woken up, she would have called right away and cursed the other person out. After leaving the room, Sumin immediately sent a text message questioning who the other person was, what their relationship with Myung-hwan was, and why they took him out drinking late at night. The other person replied quickly, "Who are you? What do you mean, your husband? Are you talking about Mr. Myung-hwan?" Sumin thought the other person was playing dumb and angrily sent a few more text messages. The other person didn't get angry, but gently explained that they didn't know Myung-hwan was married. "He told me he had been single for 3 years. I've never met him in person. I accidentally sent him a wrong text message. He kept contacting me, and we gradually became familiar." The other person clearly stated they would block Myung-hwan and stop contacting him. Sumin was confused after seeing these messages. She wasn't sure if what the other person said was true or false. With Ji-won's instigation, Sumin finally discovered that Myung-hwan was infertile. At this moment, Soo-min was texting with a stranger. The other person denied any relationship with Myung-hwan and stated that it was all Myung-hwan who actively approached them. Finally, they feigned surprise and said, "Your husband came home at dawn? But I haven't been in contact with him since about 11 p.m. Soo-min's eyes widened in shock. Could Myung-hwan have really gone to see Ji-won? Maybe they did something after getting drunk. For a moment, Soo-min started imagining things again. She painfully covered her head, feeling incredibly resentful. Ji-won. The stranger continued to send messages to Soo-min. First, they sincerely expressed their apologies, then said some comforting words to Soo-min and offered to help if needed. This touched Soo-min's heart. She desperately needed someone to confide in. Soo-min, as if possessed, told the other person, "Myung-hwan seems to be dating my friend. I'm going crazy, but it's just a suspicion. I don't have concrete evidence." The other person righteously condemned Soo-min's friend, saying exactly what Soo-min wanted to hear. They advised Soo-min to pretend not to know for now, and when she finds evidence, to catch that friend and teach them a lesson. Soo-min agreed wholeheartedly. If she confronted them now, both Myung-hwan and Ji-won would surely deny it. The stranger took the opportunity to send another message, telling Soo-min not to keep her troubles to herself and to share them. "I'll help you curse them out together." Soo-min found herself getting along well with the stranger and eventually let her guard down, telling them everything. She complained that Myung-hwan's mother was crazy. She wants a grandchild, but they can't conceive. There's nothing she can do about it. The person texting Soo-min was actually Ji-won. He took the chance to advise Soo-min to go for a checkup with Myung-hwan. Soo-min hesitated, knowing Myung-hwan wouldn't want to go. Ji-won suggested using the mother-in-law as an excuse, saying she's so eager for a grandchild that they might as well go for a checkup together. Once the results are out, it would put the mother-in-law at ease. Soo-min thought it made sense and immediately agreed to Ji-won's suggestion. When Ji-won received the message, he inwardly laughed coldly. He looked forward to Soo-min's reaction when she sees the test results. A few days later, Soo-min went to the hospital to get the test results. She called Myung-hwan to come together, but he impatiently refused. Accompanying Soo-min for the checkup was already his limit of tolerance. Now she wants him to get some stupid test results? Myung-hwan confidently believed that not being able to conceive was all Soo-min's problem. Soo-min was furious but couldn't do anything about it. When she entered the consultation room and saw the test results, Soo-min was shocked. The doctor told her that they couldn't conceive because the man had no fertility. Hearing this result, Soo-min was shocked, angry, and felt wronged at the same time. All this time, she had endured so much suffering from her mother-in-law for the sake of getting pregnant. It turned out to be all because Myung-hwan had no fertility. Soo-min discovered that her inability to get pregnant was actually due to Myung-hwan's lack of fertility. She decided to take revenge on Myung-hwan's family. At this moment, Soo-min, who had just returned to her in-law's house from the hospital, was scolded by her mother-in-law. She incessantly complained about Soo-min, not only for being unable to have children, but also for being sloppy with housework and finding places to slack off. Soo-min suppressed her displeasure and put on an obedient facade, which made her mother-in-law ease up a bit. Walking into the living room, Soo-min realized there were guests, her mother-in-law's friends. The content of their conversation made Soo-min very uncomfortable. "Sister, you really have your daughter-in-law under control. I'm so envious. My daughter-in-law is simply out of control." Soo-min finally understood that her mother-in-law was making such a fuss today because her friends were here. She smiled coldly as she walked up to them. She placed the hospital report on the table. At first, they praised Soo-min for going to the hospital to check on the infertility issue. As they looked at it, their expressions changed. "Isn't this Myung-hwan's name?" The mother-in-law asked Soo-min suspiciously. "What is this?" Soo-min smirked and said lightly, "It's Myung-hwan's test results. The doctor said he has no fertility. He can never have children in this lifetime." The mother-in-law stood up, shocked and angry. "Impossible. It must be your problem." Soo-min's eyes flashed with vengeful satisfaction. She innocently repeated what she had just said and told her mother-in-law that if she didn't believe it, she could call the hospital herself to ask. The mother-in-law was thunderstruck. She thought it was impossible, but seeing Soo-min's confident expression, she was already 90% convinced. Hearing this juicy gossip, the friends immediately started whispering among themselves. The mother-in-law felt even more embarrassed. Soo-min smiled brightly and comforted her mother-in-law. "I don't mind, Mom, as long as you let us live our lives happily. Isn't that enough?" The friends, fearing the tension between the two might spread to them, quickly left. After everyone left, the mother-in-law angrily questioned Soo-min about what she was doing. What kind of crazy woman would do this kind of test on her husband? And why did you put the test results here? Soo-min innocently replied that she had just put them on the table. How could she know those two would rummage through other people's things? The mother-in-law felt dizzy with anger, her body swaying. How could our tall and handsome Myung-hwan be infertile? Unable to accept the truth, the mother-in-law took out her anger on Soo-min, blaming her for marrying the wrong daughter-in-law. Soo-min was angered by these words. Before she could speak, the mother-in-law continued her tirade. "It's all your fault Myung-hwan got this disease. You're a jinx," Soo-min retorted defiantly. "Then why don't you kick me out? I'd like to see who else would marry a man with no job and who can't have children." After saying this, she threw the scallions and apron at her mother-in-law. She angrily told her not to call her any more in the future. The mother-in-law trembled with rage. She opened her mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. The mother-in-law staggered and collapsed in front of Soo-min. Soo-min pretended to care and asked what was wrong. She saw her eyes wide open, mouth twisted, and body constantly shaking. Soo-min chuckled and said, "Nothing's wrong? Looks like you're destined for a long life." As Soo-min picked up her bag to leave, she reminded her mother-in-law, "Just rest well on the floor until father-in-law comes back." She then smirked and added, "Oh, I heard father-in-law went fishing today. He won't be back until tomorrow." She continued chatting with her online friend, getting along better and better. She even told the other person about making her mother-in-law sick with anger. She didn't know that this online friend was actually Ji-won. Seeing the message, Ji-won sighed, thinking to himself that Soo-min had become more and more vicious after her hasty marriage. He curiously asked the department head if there were any married people around him. After all, on TV, children of rich people always have arranged marriages and alliances. The department head honestly said that his grandfather had also forced him to go on many blind dates. Ji-won asked, "Among the people you've met for blind dates, were there no girls you liked?" The department head nodded shyly. "Probably no girls like me either." Ji-won exclaimed, "Impossible! You're so handsome." He then asked to borrow the department head's phone. After opening the camera, Ji-won praised the department head's appearance. "Your eyebrows are thick, very manly. Your nose bridge is also very straight." The department head shyly asked Ji-won, "Don't you think I look scary?" Ji-won nodded and smiled. "At first glance, you might seem a bit intimidating, but haven't others seen you smile?" Ji-won asked the department head to smile. The department head tried hard for a while, only managing to produce an awkward and stiff smile, making Ji-won burst into laughter. He smiled brightly and told the department head to do it like him. This bright smile made the department head blush. He finally showed a genuine smile. Ji-won quickly pressed the camera button. He proudly asked the department head, "Doesn't this smile look great?" Seeing the department head staring at the phone with a red face for a long time without responding, Ji-won couldn't help but tease, "You don't like it? Then I'll delete it and take another one." The department head moved the phone away and seriously refused. Ji-won then asked the department head to give him his hand. This time, the department head obediently complied. Ji-won thought the department head was unbearably cute like this. He couldn't understand. Those girls from the blind dates, how could they not have discovered the department head's good qualities? The department head softly said, "As long as you've discovered it, that's enough." The two walked towards their residence, laughing and joking. On the department head's phone screen was a photo of the two of them smiling brightly together. Most likely, this would be the department head's phone wallpaper until their wedding day. The next day at the hospital, Myung-hwan rushed to visit his sick mother. She was lying in bed, eyes wide open, unable to speak. Soo-min also pretended to be concerned, asking her mother-in-law what happened. Seeing Soo-min, the mother-in-law trembled with anger. Her throat could only make a sound. The father-in-law explained that when he returned from fishing, he found his wife lying on the floor. The doctor said it was a cerebral hemorrhage. Soo-min cried and threw herself by her mother-in-law's bedside. She blamed herself, saying, "It's all my fault. I was in a hurry to go back and cook for you, and I didn't pay attention to your health. Don't worry, I'll stay at the hospital and take care of you." Hearing this, the mother-in-law's eyes were filled with terror. Myung-hwan didn't notice his mother's unusual reaction. He comforted her, "Mom, don't worry. Your daughter-in-law will take good care of you." The father-in-law instructed Soo-min, "Your mother-in-law's condition is most vulnerable to cold drafts now. Make sure to cover her well with a blanket. Don't let her catch a chill." The father and son blatantly pushed the caretaking responsibility onto Soo-min. Soo-min felt anger rising inside her. She could take care of her, but if they did this, they couldn't blame her for causing trouble. The father and son returned to the car. The father noticed a report in the car and curiously asked Myung-hwan what it was. Myung-hwan also looked puzzled, saying it seemed to be something Soo-min had left behind. The father opened the report with a grin, thinking Soo-min had gone for an infertility check. The next second, he couldn't smile anymore. The father angrily threw the report at Myung-hwan. The test results show that you can't have children. Myung-hwan was stunned as if struck by lightning. His father's insults continued. You useless fellow. You're going to end our family line. Myung-hwan actually harbored thoughts of killing Soo-min. Soo-min had deliberately left the report in the car, causing Myung-hwan's father to learn about his son's infertility. Myung-hwan was scolded harshly by his father. As soon as he got home, he called Soo-min to question if she did it on purpose. Soo-min innocently claimed she knew nothing about it. After saying that, she quickly hung up, not giving Myung-hwan a chance to get angry. Myung-hwan felt his life was miserable. He was infertile, the stocks he bought had plummeted, his mother had fallen ill at this time, and his wife was not only unsupportive, but also causing trouble. Myung-hwan, who had drunk a bucket of alcohol, cried like a 200-pound child. At this moment, he thought of his first love, Ji-won. If Ji-won knew about his current situation, he surely wouldn't abandon him. As he thought about it, Myung-hwan took out his phone and dialed Ji-won. After the call connected, Myung-hwan begged Ji-won not to hang up. I'm really exhausted. My mom is sick. Everything is going wrong for me. If you were by my side, everything would go smoothly. Ji-won, let's start over. I'll divorce right away and come find you. You, Myung-hwan said. He could forgive Ji-won's past mistakes without holding grudges. I know that even if you're cold towards me, it's not from your heart. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end replied, it should be sincere. It was the director's voice. Myung-hwan angrily questioned the director why he was answering Ji-won's phone. The director matter-of-factly stated that he was Ji-won's boyfriend. Myung-hwan yelled, demanding the director to put Ji-won on the phone. The director warned Myung-hwan not to think about approaching Ji-won. I've already arranged bodyguards around Ji-won. Getting rid of someone like you is a piece of cake for me. Myung-hwan wanted to curse at the director more, but he hung up. Myung-hwan was furious, but helpless. After hanging up, the director returned to the living room. He saw Ji-won playing with little Fatty using a cat teaser. This heartwarming scene warmed the director's heart. It also strengthened his determination to protect Ji-won and never let Myung-hwan get close. Myung-hwan, whose call was hung up, angrily threw his phone. He blamed everything on Soo-min. It's all because of that damn Soo-min. Once mother is discharged, I'll divorce Soo-min immediately. Suddenly, Myung-hwan noticed something and his eyes lit up. There was a newspaper on the ground. A sentence caught Myung-hwan's attention. Buy travel insurance before going on a trip. You can get up to $500 million in compensation. Myung-hwan grinned maliciously. Why not just get rid of Soo-min directly? Meanwhile, Soo-min was at the hospital taking care of her mother-in-law. She was fanning her mother-in-law to worsen her condition while chatting with a new online friend. She complained to her friend that she had been taking care of her mother-in-law for days, but her husband hadn't even said a word of thanks. The friend comforted Soo-min. Soo-min treated the friend as her confidant and told her everything. I just hope my mother-in-law dies soon. After replying to the message, Soo-min fanned even more vigorously. Suddenly, someone opened the curtain. Soo-min quickly hid the fan and pretended to be caring by adjusting her mother-in-law's blanket. It was Myung-hwan. He asked Soo-min about his mother's condition. Soo-min shook her head, regretfully saying that her mother-in-law couldn't speak at all. Unusually, Myung-hwan didn't lose his temper. He sat down next to Soo-min with a gentle attitude. Honey, you've worked hard. The weather's nice lately. Let's go on a trip. Soo-min had actually killed her mother-in-law. At this moment, Myung-hwan was planning to kill her for insurance fraud. Soo-min was unaware of this. Hearing Myung-hwan invite her on a trip, Soo-min was overjoyed. She didn't notice the calculation in Myung-hwan's eyes. Myung-hwan thoughtfully suggested finding a caregiver to replace Soo-min in taking care of his mother. Soo-min was elated, thinking Myung-hwan was the best husband in the world. The elderly ladies in the next bed, overhearing their conversation about finding a caregiver, enthusiastically offered to introduce a famous caregiver. This caregiver is very reliable. Our neighbor, Old Kim, was discharged thanks to her care. Soo-min became a bit scared upon hearing this. She couldn't let her mother-in-law be discharged. The elderly lady took out her phone to call the caregiver. She's particularly attentive in caring for stroke patients. They recover quickly. I'm not sure if she has any availability. The elderly lady quickly confirmed the time with the caregiver. The caregiver could come anytime. Myung-hwan also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked the elderly lady. The lady cheerfully said there was no need for thanks. By the time you return from your trip, your mother might be able to greet you on her feet. Sumin broke out in a cold sweat hearing this. She nervously told Myung-hwan not to find a caregiver. I can take care of Mom better. Her soul disapprovingly shook its head. During our trip, you can take a good rest. After saying this, he asked the elderly lady for the caregiver's phone number. Sumin's face grew increasingly troubled. What if that caregiver came and really took good care of her mother-in-law? What if her mother-in-law could speak again? She would surely reveal that Sumin had watched her collapse and then left. That night, Sumin was so worried she couldn't sleep. If she didn't go on the trip, she'd regret missing such a rare opportunity. But if she went and her mother-in-law could speak, she would surely tell everything. What should she do? Sumin's mind was in a jumble. Just then, a nurse pushed a cart into the room. She informed Sumin that it was time for the patient's injection. But there was a problem with the syringe. It would be dangerous to inject like this. I'll get you a new syringe, Sumin. Sumin curiously asked the nurse why it would be dangerous. The nurse explained that if there were many air bubbles like this, air would enter the blood vessels, which is very dangerous for the patient. Looking at the air bubbles in the syringe, Sumin suddenly had an idea. After the nurse left with the cart, Sumin approached her mother-in-law's bedside. In her right hand, she held the syringe full of air bubbles. At that moment, her mother-in-law opened her eyes. In that second, she was terrified by the scene before her. She saw Sumin holding the syringe towards her. The mother-in-law was so anxious she could only make sounds. Sumin calmly held down her mother-in-law's arm. You'll fall asleep soon. I've had enough too. The living must continue to live. Sumin's face flashed with madness. She forcefully jabbed the syringe into her mother-in-law's arm. The mother-in-law was shocked and frightened, tears of fear welling up in her eyes. She trembled with anger, but could only watch helplessly as Sumin killed her. You should go early. After all, Mom, you should have died long ago. The last image the mother-in-law saw was Sumin's relieved smile. Myung-hwan finally learned Sumin's true nature. In the morning, he received an anonymous email. It contained all of Sumin's chat records, various complaints about her husband and mother-in-law. These words were so vicious that Myung-hwan was about to explode with anger. The female online friend sent a timely text message, admitting that she had sent the email. She said that at first, she felt sorry for Sumin, but as her words became increasingly vicious, the friend couldn't stand by and do nothing. So she told Myung-hwan the truth. Finally, she stated that she wouldn't contact Myung-hwan again. Myung-hwan looked at the text message, his anger boiling over. He suspected that this woman was working with Sumin to fool him. But seeing Sumin's message hoping her mother-in-law would die soon, Myung-hwan couldn't sit still anymore. Sumin, this ungrateful lunatic. His mother had been so good to her, yet she cursed for her to die early. Myung-hwan clenched the paper in fury. He was determined to take Sumin on a trip as soon as possible. Then he would punish Sumin for his mother's situation as well. Thinking of the 500 million won he would soon receive, Myung-hwan revealed a sinister smile. Sumin, you're going on a trip to hell. In the afternoon, Myung-hwan came with tools to tamper with his own car. He finished in less than 10 minutes. He excitedly opened the car door, ready to test if it worked well. After operating it for a while, Myung-hwan revealed a satisfied smile. Very good, perfect. By tomorrow, everything will be over. Whether it's the hateful Sumin or the annoying debts. In the end, there will only be a pitiful husband who lost his beloved wife in an accident and 500 million in insurance money. After getting out of the car, Myung-hwan casually tossed the lighter into the car. He said goodbye to his beloved car in advance. Don't work too hard. Farewell, little car. The lighter bounced from the seat to the floor. Myung-hwan didn't notice this detail. Or perhaps even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. At this time, Ji-won received a text message from Sumin. She excitedly said her husband would take her on a trip tomorrow. Ji-won couldn't understand what was going on. Myung-hwan had already seen the email he sent. Why would he still go on a trip with Sumin? It's really hard to understand what Myung-hwan is thinking. In her previous life, she married Myung-hwan and experienced life with his family. In this life, it was Soo-min experiencing these things. In the previous life, she approached Ji-won's friend. In this life, she also approached Soo-min's friend. What will happen next? In the previous life, Myung-hwan bought insurance when he was sick. Thinking of this, Ji-won suddenly felt uneasy. At this moment, a text message alert suddenly sounded. After reading the text, Ji-won covered his mouth, eyes wide open in disbelief. An hour ago, Myung-hwan was happily drinking, celebrating that he would soon get 500 million won. But after receiving a phone call the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. Myung-hwan wanted to kill Soo-min, but he didn't expect to die first. At this time, he was happily drinking, joyfully imagining how to spend the 500 million insurance money after Soo-min died. Suddenly, someone called at this moment. Again? This is already the 5th call. How annoying. Myung-hwan impatiently answered the phone. Who is it? Can you stop calling? His father's angry roar came through the phone. You unfilial son, come to the hospital right now. Your mother has passed away. Myung-hwan was thunderstruck, staring blankly at the phone. A car sped by on the street. Myung-hwan drove to the hospital in a daze. He couldn't believe his mother had really passed away. He could only pray repeatedly in his heart for his mother's safety. But the car in front was driving too slowly. Myung-hwan angrily honked the horn, urging the person in front to get out of the way. But when he stepped on the brake, he realized the brakes had failed. Myung-hwan then remembered he had tampered with the brakes himself that afternoon. As the car was about to crash into a truck ahead, in desperation, Myung-hwan jerked the steering wheel. The out-of-control car hit the guardrail on the bridge. The airbag deployed timely. Myung-hwan was dazed from the impact, but he felt relieved in his heart. At least he survived. He needed to hurry to see his mother. Myung-hwan didn't notice the flames in the car slowly approaching the lighter. The next second, the car suddenly exploded. Myung-hwan, engulfed in flames, frantically escaped from the car. He felt his entire body burning intensely. In desperation, he jumped directly into the river. Myung-hwan could feel his consciousness gradually fading. Am I going to die like this? I can't die. I was about to get a new car with the 500 million. Filled with regret, Myung-hwan saw the last glimpse of this world. It was his phone sinking along with him. Soo-min's husband and mother-in-law both died. At the funeral hall, she cried with snot and tears. Anyone who saw her would feel pity. People said this daughter-in-law took care of her mother-in-law very attentively. She's still so young, it's really pitiful. The emotionally distraught Soo-min grabbed her father-in-law's sleeve, begging him to bring Myung-hwan back. My husband is not dead. The one lying there surely isn't him. The exhausted father-in-law had no energy to comfort Soo-min. He could only persuade her to rest in the inner room for a while. Soo-min walked into the inner room, sobbing. After the door closed, her expression instantly changed. The mother and son were so annoying. They made her cry until her throat hurt terribly. Soo-min irritably covered her throat, thinking of Myung-hwan. Her eyes instantly filled with immense hatred. Yesterday, the police told her that the night before Myung-hwan's accident, the parking lot surveillance captured footage of him working on the car with tools. The shocked Soo-min ran to the insurance company to inquire and found out that Myung-hwan had purchased high-value insurance in her name. She almost died, and it was her own husband who tried to kill her. Thinking of this, Soo-min revealed a sarcastic smile. Myung-hwan's death was truly deserved. After work in the evening, Ji-won and Hee-yeon came together to pay respects to Myung-hwan. They saw Manager Kim among the crowd. As a former superior coming to pay respects to a subordinate, it seemed reasonable. After entering the funeral hall, they only saw Myung-hwan's father standing inside. For some reason, Soo-min wasn't there. Looking at the photos of Myung-hwan and his mother on the wall, Ji-won felt a mix of emotions. Why did it end up such a tragic outcome? Yesterday, when he received the text notification of Myung-hwan's death, he truly felt it was unbelievable. Although there were hardly any good memories, Ji-won sincerely hoped he could rest in peace. As for the mother-in-law, although she had been vicious to Ji-won before, Ji-won also hoped she could have a peaceful journey. For the sake of our past mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, I will try my best to help you seek justice, Ji-won said silently in his heart. The father-in-law wanted to go to the bathroom, but the funeral hall couldn't be left unattended. So he went to the inner room and asked Sumin to come out and attend to the guests. Sumin agreed, sobbing. After the father-in-law left, her expression instantly changed. How annoying. After fiddling with her phone to adjust her appearance for a while, Sumin finally revealed a satisfied look. Good, now I look like I've just been crying. Sumin walked out of the inner room, wiping her tears and looking fragile. Seeing the people in front of her, she instantly lost her composure. Sumin angrily questioned Jiwon about why he was here. Hyun unhappily asked Sumin if this was how she treated people who came to pay respects. Jiwon stated that he only came to quietly say goodbye. Sumin's eyes burned with anger and hatred. Who had driven her and Myung-hwan to their deaths? It was all because Jiwon held that press conference, causing them to be fired from the company. Jiwon still had the nerve to come and pay respects. She and Myung-hwan ended up like this all because of Jiwon. That's right, Myung-hwan and her mother-in-law were all killed by Jiwon. Jiwon couldn't guess what Sumin was thinking, but seeing his twisted expression, it was certainly nothing good. Not wanting to say more to Sumin, Jiwon planned to leave early with Hyun. Of course, Sumin wouldn't let Jiwon leave just like that. She decided to make a scene in front of everyone. Sumin hadn't expected that someone had seen her kill her mother-in-law. At this moment, she encountered Jiwon, who had come to pay respects at the funeral hall. Sumin believed that all her tragedy was caused by Jiwon. Jiwon was about to leave after paying respects. No way, she absolutely wouldn't let Jiwon go. In front of all the guests, Sumin angrily questioned Jiwon, asking how she had the face to come here. All of this was caused by you. As she spoke, she covered her face and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. Myung-hwan suffered so much because of you. It would have been better if he had continued to see you. Even if I was a bit sad, at least Myung-hwan wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Jiwon hadn't expected Sumin to be so shameless. He coldly stated that this matter had nothing to do with him. Sumin became even more agitated. She choked up and raised her head to accuse Jiwon. Nothing to do with you? How can you say such a thing? After we got married, weren't you still with your brother? Before she could finish, she was interrupted. Hyun fell to the ground, crying painfully. Mother-in-law, if you leave like this, how pitiful will our Sumin be? This move completely confused Sumin. On the surface, Hyun seemed grief-stricken, but she was actually smirking inside. Sumin, you old fox, trying to blame Jiwon in front of everyone. I won't let Jiwon be misunderstood. Thinking of this, Hyun continued to wail loudly. Our Sumin is so pitiful. Sumin started to panic. With this crazy woman Hyun causing trouble, her acting couldn't be effective. Sumin could only warn Jiwon, quickly take Hyun away, or I'll call the police. Then she pointed at Hyun, displeased. This is someone else's funeral. What kind of behavior is this without common sense? Ji-won's gaze gradually turned cold. He originally didn't want to say much to Sumin, but since she insisted on starting this, he might as well finish it. Common sense? I didn't know you knew this word. He approached Sumin step by step. Sumin felt uneasy under Ji-won's gaze and took 2 steps back. Ji-won knew that if he didn't give Sumin a painful blow today, she would never repent. Leaving your fallen mother-in-law and walking away, is that behavior with common sense? Sumin's heart tightened. Her heart began to race wildly. Countless thoughts collided in her mind. In her confusion, she blurted out asking Ji-won how he knew. Ji-won held up his phone, showing Sumin's chat records. You told me yourself. You were so happy chatting with me before. Don't you remember? Sumin was stunned. She really hadn't expected that the online friend she had been chatting with all night was actually Ji-won. Sumin's heart was filled with fear and unease. She had already lost her composure. Now she had only one thought, to quickly drive Ji-won out. Otherwise, everyone would know about her killing her mother-in-law. Suddenly, 2 strangers looking around walked in. Sumin immediately recognized them as police officers. She quickly asked the 2 to drive Ji-won and Hyun out. They killed my husband and are now threatening me. Unexpectedly, the police put handcuffs on her instead. Miss Sumin, we are now arresting you on suspicion of murdering your mother-in-law. Sumin was stunned as if struck by lightning. How could this be? She screamed madly. What have I done? You're framing me. It was Ji-won who killed her. You should arrest her. Ji-won and Hyun were shocked by Sumin's shameless behavior. The police could only restrain the frantic Sumin. Please calm down. Someone witnessed you killing your mother-in-law. Sumin's face turned pale. She couldn't believe someone had seen all this. What she didn't know was, that night when she was giving her mother-in-law an injection, there was a figure standing outside the window. She had taken everything in with her eyes. It turns out there was a reason why Soo-min hated Ji-won. When they first met as children, she felt that Ji-won was very calculating, always pretending to have no ambition. Yet he had everything he wanted. Soo-min couldn't understand why Ji-won had so many friends. He was just like a bamboo pole, only tall, and an ugly duckling wearing round glasses. When Soo-min learned that Ji-won, like herself, came from a single-parent family, she felt a bit better inside, but this feeling was quickly shattered. Their situations were exactly the same. Why could Ji-won live happily with his father, while her mother would only beat and scold her all day? Soo-min was very resentful. That day at Ji-won's house, after dinner, the two were chatting in the room. Soo-min curiously asked Ji-won, "Why isn't your mom at home?" Ji-won said he wasn't sure either. He heard from adults that she met an uncle and then left the family. Soo-min felt a secret joy in her heart. That's right, Ji-won was ultimately the same as her. She asked gloatingly, "Don't you miss your mom?" Ji-won forced a smile. "It's okay, I have grandma and dad. And don't I have you too, Soo-min?" As he spoke, he reached for a photo frame, saying that when he occasionally missed his mom, he would look at her photo. Soo-min curiously leaned over to take a look at the photo. At this glance, she was stunned. The aunt in the photo was the same aunt from her father's car. Their intimate appearance, Soo-min would never forget in this lifetime. Since her father left the family, her gentle mother had completely changed. She would either beat or scold Soo-min. She blamed everything on Soo-min. "It's because you don't study well and come home so late every day that your father ran off with someone else." At this moment, Soo-min had only one thought. If her father leaving was really because of her, then that aunt leaving home was because of Ji-won. All the misfortune of being beaten and scolded by her mother, and the path of marrying Myung-hwan. And now this outcome were all because of Ji-won. Soo-min, about to be taken away by the police, suddenly screamed at Ji-won with a twisted face. "Ji-won, where are you going? You little bitch, come back here." Ji-won couldn't be bothered to respond to Soo-min. He left without looking back, pulling Hee-yeon along. Soo-min, furious and desperate, shouted and cursed at Ji-won's back without any regard for her image. But Ji-won didn't even spare her a glance. The two police officers struggled to restrain Soo-min, warning her that if she continued like this, they would have to forcibly arrest her. Despair washed over Soo-min's face. "No, I absolutely cannot be arrested like this." She suddenly changed her demeanor, asking the police pitifully if they could be lenient and let her finish sending off her mother-in-law and husband first. "The funeral procession is at dawn today. Just give me a few hours." The two police officers hesitated, exchanging a glance. Soo-min pressed on, sobbing, "After I send them off, I'll go with you voluntarily." Finally, the police agreed to Soo-min's request, warning her not to go anywhere. Soo-min hurriedly agreed, shedding tears of gratitude. Time passed quickly. The funeral procession was about to begin. Soo-min was anxious. She couldn't find an opportunity to leave. The two police officers were watching her closely without a moment's rest. Soo-min had to change her plan. She asked the police to allow her to go to the bathroom. The police didn't fuss over such a small matter. "Go ahead, I'll wait outside the door." The two police officers didn't know that Soo-min was about to use this opportunity to escape. And the first person she would seek revenge on after escaping was Ji-won. To get revenge on Ji-won, Soo-min actually planned to hit her with a car. At this moment, Soo-min was trying to find a way to shake off the police. She asked to go to the bathroom. The police could only wait outside the door. When alone, Soo-min's face showed hatred. She suspected that Ji-won had reported her for killing her mother-in-law. Now she had only one thought in mind: escape and take revenge on Ji-won. "If I can't have a good life, Ji-won, you won't have one either." Soo-min looked around, surveying the bathroom. She saw cleaning tools in the corner and immediately had an idea. Soon, Soo-min had changed into a cleaner's uniform, put on a mask, and slowly pushed a cart out of the bathroom. The police at the door were idly looking at their phones. As she passed the police, Soo-min was very nervous. Fortunately, they didn't notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, Manager Kim was walking towards the parking lot exit with a bag. He had noticed that Soo-min didn't look well. Worried that Soo-min might not eat, he had gone to the convenience store to buy some drinks for her. Halfway there, someone suddenly appeared, startling Manager Kim. Looking closely, it was actually Soo-min. Soo-min hugged her trembling body, looking pitifully at Manager Kim. She softly called out, "Brother Kim." Manager Kim immediately took Soo-min to his car. After covering her with his coat, he asked concernedly what had happened. Soo-min anxiously begged Manager Kim not to tell anyone she was here. Manager Kim, feeling sorry for her, immediately agreed. He then handed Soo-min a strawberry drink, remembering it was her favorite flavor. Unfortunately, Soo-min wasn't in the mood to notice these things. She just wanted to get rid of Manager Kim quickly. "I want a hot drink now. Can you go buy one for me?" Manager Kim naturally agreed. He lovingly patted Soo-min's head, promising to return quickly. After Manager Kim left, Soo-min disgustedly patted the hair he had touched. Then she moved to the driver's seat. After starting the car, she planned to go find Ji-won for revenge. But suddenly, someone appeared and disrupted Soo-min's plan. A man was standing not far away. It was the director. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Soon after, Ji-won appeared. The two embraced lovingly. This warm scene hurt Soo-min's eyes. She was about to go to prison because of Ji-won, yet this girl was here, being intimate with a rich man. "Ji-won, you really deserve to die." Neither of them noticed Soo-min in the car nearby. Ji-won relaxed in the director's arms. It's all over now. There would be no more Myung-hwan and Soo-min to trouble her. The painful cycle of fate had finally ended. Ji-won planned to tell the director everything, including that he had come back from 10 years in the future. But just as Ji-won was about to speak, the director's expression suddenly changed. He noticed a car speeding towards them. Soo-min stepped hard on the accelerator. Her face was full of madness. "I'm going to be caught anyway. One more life won't make a difference. Ji-won, go join my mother-in-law." Ji-won's eyes widened, shocked at the car coming towards them. The car was too fast. There wasn't enough time to dodge. In desperation, he reached out and pushed Ji-won away. The car hit and made a loud crash. Only then did Soo-min realize what she had done. Her face was filled with terror as she stared blankly outside the car. Ji-won, who had been pushed aside, escaped the accident. But the scene before him filled him with despair. The director lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Soo-min finally got her just deserts. Several weeks had passed since the director was hit. Although he was out of life-threatening danger, he remained in a coma. His family stayed at the hospital daily, too distraught to work. Days went by. Shi-in grew increasingly anxious. She worried her brother might become a vegetable and cried all day. Ji-won felt very guilty beside her. All of this was because of him. Just like his cancer had transferred to Manager Yong, the director had almost died in his place. It was all because of his fate, which might transfer to those around him. Regret cut into Ji-won's heart like a dull knife. He held the director's hand, silently apologizing in his heart. "Director, I'm so sorry. I will leave. Before you wake up, I'll have everything sorted out and leave. So please, don't let anything happen to you." Leaving was the last thing he could do for those he loved. A few weeks later in court, Soo-min's father-in-law sat in the audience, devastated and helpless. Ji-won was also there, sitting expressionless on the other side. Soo-min was soon brought to the courtroom. Reporters crowded the entrance, asking Soo-min why she had harmed the heir of UK Group and what her motive was. Soo-min's face was ashen. She didn't answer any of the reporters' questions. After the trial began, the judge asked Soo-min if she had murdered her bedridden mother-in-law by injecting air into her foreline while caring for her. Soo-min chose to act weak and deny everything. "I didn't. Why would I harm my family?" At this point, the prosecutor requested to call a witness. Soo-min's heart sank. Soon, the witness was brought in. Soo-min's eyes widened in shock as she saw who it was. The witness turned out to be the old lady from the next bed. She stated that she had personally witnessed Soo-min's crime. Soo-min completely panicked. She loudly denied it, saying, "She's lying. She's jealous of me because I'm young and pretty. That's why she's lying. I took such good care of my mother-in-law. She has no evidence." The judge angrily reprimanded Soo-min. "Be quiet." The prosecutor presented another piece of evidence. According to the autopsy results, the victim's cause of death was an air embolism caused by a large amount of air entering the blood vessels. Moreover, there was a record of a missing syringe from the hospital where the incident occurred. Hearing this, Soo-min became increasingly restless. The prosecutor then submitted another piece of evidence to the court for attempted murder. It was the footage of Soo-min driving into Ji-won and the director. The entire scene had been captured by the car's dashboard camera. Soo-min stared blankly at the irrefutable evidence, realizing she was completely finished this time. The judge asked the defense if they had anything else to say. The lawyer helplessly shook his head. Soo-min refused to accept this reality. She frantically grabbed her lawyer's collar, yelling, Aren't you my lawyer? Quickly tell the judge I did nothing wrong. The prosecutor read out Soo-min's crimes. The defendant had killed her mother-in-law through vicious means, and while escaping, attempted to harm a friend she had issues with. Moreover, the defendant showed no remorse for these crimes. Soo-min collapsed, covering her head and shouting that she had done nothing wrong. She didn't understand why everyone was against her. Isn't the director from a rich family? His family is so wealthy. Even if he's crippled, what difference does it make? Only then did Soo-min notice Ji-won sitting in the audience. Seeing Ji-won unharmed, she suddenly became enraged, wanting to cause trouble. The director was also reborn. At this moment in the courtroom, Soo-min couldn't accept that she would be sentenced. She frantically pushed all the blame onto Ji-won. This was all planned by that bitch Ji-won. You should arrest her. The judge urged Soo-min to be quiet, then proceeded to announce the verdict. This court sentences the defendant to life imprisonment. Soo-min broke down, screaming that she was innocent. But no one was willing to pay her any attention. Ji-won had finally waited for this verdict. The karmic connection between her and Soo-min was completely over. As she was leaving the courthouse, Myung-won's father blocked Ji-won's path. He stared at Ji-won with resentment. If you had married our Myung-won back then, such terrible things wouldn't have happened. I hate you. Ji-won opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She gripped her bag strap and took a deep breath. Then she firmly retorted, when your late wife was bullying your daughter-in-law, what did you do? Didn't you just think that a daughter-in-law was only there to cook for your son and give you grandchildren? You were the one standing by and doing nothing all along. Though harsh, it was the truth. The father-in-law couldn't refute. Ji-won stated that being a bystander is also a form of violence. To all those who stood by and did nothing, it was actually you. Yet you come to hate me. It's truly regrettable. The father-in-law finally realized his mistake. He covered his face and broke down crying. But his realization came too late. Ji-won held back tears as she left the courthouse. The father-in-law's words had still hurt her. She could only comfort herself. It's okay. I'm used to being disliked anyway. Self-comfort didn't have much effect. Instead, it made her miss the director even more. After returning to the apartment, Ji-won first went to the director's place. After feeding the 8 chubby cats, she planned to clean the director's house. The director's study was very large. Ji-won noticed a calendar on his desk, still open to the April page. It was already October now. Ji-won thought it was the director's carelessness, but the details on the calendar caught her attention. April 10th was marked, with the words "this time for sure" written on it. Ji-won felt puzzled. This was the day he returned to 10 years ago. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Ji-won casually flipped the calendar to October. He saw another mark on October 2nd, with the words "don't run away" written on it. Ji-won remembered. This was the day he married Myung-hwan in his previous life. An address was written in the bottom left corner of the calendar. Upon closer inspection, Ji-won was stunned. It was 2009 now. This year, addresses shouldn't have been divided by roads yet. A letter was tucked inside the calendar. Ji-won curiously opened it to check. His expression changed from curiosity to shock, then to being moved. Only now did he understand. The director had also returned to the past. Ji-won learned through the letter that the director had been reborn. He finally knew what the director had experienced in his previous life. It turned out the director had fallen for Ji-won back in their student days. At that time, he didn't know Ji-won's name, but often encountered him behind the school. That girl liked wildflowers and cats. He always wore a high ponytail. His eyes were beautiful. At some point, the director's heart began to waver. He fell for that girl whose name he didn't even know. On graduation day, he finally mustered the courage to confess. But that girl never appeared there again. His confession was never delivered. The stray cat, however, moved into the director's home. It had fallen ill a few days ago, so the director brought it home. Perhaps it was because the cat disappeared that the girl stopped coming. The director guiltily patted the cat's head. In the days that followed, he never encountered that girl again. But he always thought of him. Until that day, the director suppressed his inner excitement. He called the HR department, requesting additional staff for his department. Send Miss Kang Ji-won from the new employees to our department. He finally met him again. It didn't matter if Ji-won didn't remember him. The director excitedly practiced greetings in front of the mirror all night. But the next day, he acted like a fool, only able to say stiff words. He ruined Ji-won's first impression of him. Despite this, seeing Ji-won again filled him more with excitement and happiness. But his clumsiness made him miss out on Ji-won once again. At that dinner gathering, another employee named Myung-hwan expressed concern for Ji-won. This was the beginning of their love story. It was also the day the director regretted the most. He regretted countless times that he shouldn't have silently watched Ji-won. Instead, he should have mustered the courage to sit beside him, comfort, and protect him. In the days that followed, Myung-hwan and Ji-won grew closer. Although the director was reluctant, he silently wished Ji-won well in his heart. At that time, he thought that perhaps Myung-hwan could make Ji-won happier for a lifetime than his uninteresting self. He didn't dare hope to have Ji-won. Just seeing Ji-won smile from afar was enough for him. Until that day, the director accidentally witnessed an intimate scene between Myung-hwan and Soo-min. Soo-min coyly asked Myung-hwan if her earrings looked good. They were matching friendship earrings with Ji-won's, but she said they didn't look as good on her as on Ji-won. Myung-hwan smiled mischievously. He leaned close to Soo-min and said, "How could that be? These earrings suit you better. Compared to Ji-won, you're prettier and cuter, Soo-min." The director was furious hearing this. He suddenly pushed open the break room door, startling the two inside. Soo-min immediately greeted him with a smile, offering to make him coffee. The director coldly refused and told her to get back to work. After only the two of them were left in the break room, the director warned Myung-hwan not to let Ji-won write his documents anymore. He should do his own work from now on. Although Myung-hwan was displeased, he didn't dare to argue and reluctantly agreed. The next day at the company, the director encountered Ji-won. He immediately noticed those earrings. Ji-won shyly explained that Soo-min had given them to him. The director instantly recalled the intimate scene in the break room. He stiffly said, "They don't suit you." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The director opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. That wasn't what he meant. He wanted to say it wasn't the earrings that didn't suit Ji-won, but Myung-hwan. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, Myung-hwan and Ji-won got married. The director had been delaying his resignation. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. Only this way could he bury Ji-won in his heart once again. Several years passed like this. Then he learned that Ji-won had fallen ill. It turned out that in the previous life, after Ji-won's death, the director had done so much for him. After not seeing each other for years, when the director heard about Ji-won's illness, he immediately brought fruits to visit him. But when he entered the hospital room, he found Ji-won was gone. The old lady in the next bed told the director that Ji-won seemed to have gone for a walk. Mentioning Ji-won, the old lady's face was full of pity. She said no one had come to visit him, and he looked quite lonely. The director noticed the blood-stained 4-tube on the bed. He instantly realized Ji-won hadn't gone for a walk. He hurriedly ran to the window and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw Ji-won waiting for a car by the roadside. By the time the director ran downstairs, Ji-won had already gotten into a taxi. He could only hail another taxi and asked the driver to follow Ji-won's car. Half an hour later, the car stopped at an apartment building. The director watched Ji-won's back as he went upstairs to his home, but didn't follow. He stood quietly like a statue at the bottom of the building, not leaving for a long time. His reason told him he shouldn't disturb Ji-won's life, but his emotions prevented him from leaving. He wanted so much to see Ji-won again. Even if from afar, just a look at his back would be enough. Just as the director was hesitating, a loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. The director's heart tightened. He immediately started running, rushing towards Ji-won's home at top speed. He was very afraid, worried that something might have happened to Ji-won. In less than a minute, the director arrived at Ji-won's home. The front door was open. The director hurriedly walked into the house. Seeing the shoes at the entrance, he paused. A pair of red high heels and a pair of men's leather shoes. The women's shoes obviously weren't Ji-won's. The uneasiness in the director's heart grew stronger. When he reached the bedroom door, the scene before him made him stop breathing, his face as white as paper. He struggled to lift his feet, walking step by step towards the person he loved. Inside, Myung-hwan and Soo-min only then realized there was an outsider. The two anxiously questioned the director about what he wanted to do. The director, devastated, picked up the blood-covered Ji-won. He kept begging him to wake up, but Ji-won had already stopped breathing. He lay quietly in the director's arms. Tears of resentment still lingered on his face. The director refused to accept the reality. He repeatedly begged Ji-won to open his eyes. "I'll take you away. Let's go to the hospital. Please, Ji-won. I'll do anything. Please open your eyes." But Ji-won could no longer respond to him. A few days later, the director arranged Ji-won's funeral. The investigating police told him that Ji-won's father had passed away years ago. It seemed there were no relatives who could come. His mother was still alive, but the police couldn't contact her. In the end, they handed Ji-won's belongings to the director. It was the phone Ji-won used when he was alive. There were many videos of Ji-won feeding stray cats. The director's heart ached as he watched. Even as time passed, he still loved flowers and stray cats. Tears fell one by one, landing on the phone. The director cried in despair. He desperately wished time could turn back. If only he could correct the past mistakes. If only he could save Ji-won. Just to see Ji-won smile again, he would be willing to die. It turns out the director was reborn because he sacrificed his life for Ji-won. In the previous life, after Ji-won's death, the director arranged his funeral. The funeral hall was empty. No one came to pay respects for an entire day. It wasn't until evening that a woman walked in. The director looked up and recognized her as Yang, a former colleague from the company. He felt comforted that someone besides him still cared about Ji-won. After paying respects, Yang chatted with the director. She said to him, "It seems you never managed to confess in the end." His thoughts exposed, the director was shocked. Yang smiled and said she had known for a long time. This should be a married woman's intuition. Ji-won was always such a good person. The director's heart ached hearing this. His feelings were apparently obvious enough for others to notice. But why hadn't he done anything? Just as the director was feeling guilty and regretful, the arrival of several people interrupted his thoughts. It was long-haired girl and her group. They had all seen the news and learned about Soo-min's actions. They also understood how ridiculous their actions in high school were. Just because Soo-min cried a few times, they had bullied Ji-won. Now it seems Soo-min had been lying all along. Feeling guilty, the three knelt before Ji-won's altar, silently apologizing. They also sincerely prayed for Ji-won before leaving. Soon after, another person entered. The director was quite surprised. The newcomer turned out to be his own sister, Hyun. Hyun said she had many things to thank Ji-won for. When she was still a trainee, Ji-won often secretly taught her some work experiences. The past memories gradually brought mist to Hyun's eyes. Why would such a good person as Ji-won meet such an unfair end? She sniffled and made a pinky promise to Ji-won's photo, saying, "Sister Ji-won, if we can meet in the next life, let's be good sisters, okay?" A man walked in. Hyun wiped her tears as she passed by him. This was their first meeting in this life. It would also be their last meeting. Baek Eun-ho knelt down in the funeral hall. He cried uncontrollably. The director felt sad, but also comforted for Ji-won. "Ji-won, many friends came to see you. These people miss you very much. I hope you can see their sincerity from heaven." After burying Ji-won, the director took a taxi to the seaside. The kind-hearted driver reminded the director that it would be very cold to go to the sea at night this season. The director stared blankly out the window. It doesn't matter if it's cold. There's still someone staying alone in a colder and lonelier place. The driver seemed unaware of the director's unusual state. He chatted casually with him. "Now that I look at you, sir, you're quite handsome. You'd be a perfect match for my daughter. You don't know how beautiful my daughter is. She's tall, has a good personality, and excellent grades. That's why she got a job at a big company." The driver's words reminded the director of Ji-won. Even if he was sick, what would Ji-won be like if he was happy? The driver suddenly asked with a smile. "If you could live again, what would you want to do?" The director replied without hesitation that he would give everything for the woman he loved. If she told him to die, he would die. The driver laughed and remarked, "What a handsome young man." After reaching the destination, the director gave the money to the driver, telling him to keep the change. After the director got out of the car, the driver, holding the money, thoughtfully stared at the director's retreating figure. In his palm lay quietly the 10,000 won the director had given him. Xian had once mentioned casually that drawing a heart on someone's photo means that person is as important as one's own heart. The director didn't have a photo of Ji-won, So he drew a heart on the 10,001 bill Ji-won had once given him. Although this money was very precious to him, he felt he should say goodbye to it, because a life filled with only regret no longer had value to continue. The director walked step by step into the deep sea. If there was a next life, he wanted to see Ji-won happy. Unexpectedly, heaven really gave him this chance. When the director opened his eyes again, it was April 10th, 2009. Exactly 10 years before the day he sent Ji-won off. The director, who wanted to die for love, opened his eyes and returned to 10 years ago, seeing the person he had been thinking of day and night standing right in front of him. The director, shocked and excited, called out to Ji-won, afraid that all this was just his imagination. At the moment of rebirth, the director thought he was dreaming, or perhaps this was the world after death. But the surrounding environment gave him a strange sense of familiarity. A roar interrupted the director's thoughts. "Let go of me. Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me." The director anxiously and worriedly called Ji-won's name. When he saw Ji-won appear, the director lost composure for only a few seconds before returning to his usual attitude. He was very worried that this was just a dream he was having. He feared that if he acted abnormally, it would shatter this dream. Therefore, he decided to keep his behavior and tone the same as in his previous life. Although they were reunited, he couldn't properly look at Ji-won's face. But his determination was clear. In this life he was reliving, he must prevent the tragedy that happened to Ji-won. He wanted to keep a bright smile on Ji-won's face always. This life he had regained, he would live only for Ji-won. In this lifetime, he would definitely protect Ji-won well. With this resolve, the director wrote that letter. After reading the letter, Ji-won burst into tears. So the director had come back to save him. At this moment, little Fatty affectionately rubbed against Ji-won's leg. Ji-won crouched down and hugged him tightly. "So you were that cat behind the school? No wonder you're so cute. He brought you back to raise you." Ji-won cried uncontrollably. If before it was always the director protecting him from behind, then from now on he would protect the director. Ji-won took a taxi to the hospital. He quickly ran towards the director's hospital room. He still had so many things he hadn't been able to tell the director, so many things he wanted to do with him. Ji-won held the director's hand tightly. Crying, he pleaded, "If you want to see my smile, then wake up quickly. Wake up to hear me call your name. Wake up to see me smile at you." But the director still lay motionless on the hospital bed, as if no sound could wake him up. At this moment, the director found himself sitting in a taxi. The driver greeted him with a smile. "The gentleman going to the seaside. We meet again." Before the director could speak, the driver asked, "In this life, did you give everything for the woman you love?" The director shook his head. "No, but I plan to take away the fate that belongs to him." The driver smiled and said, "Yes, you did say you were willing to die for him." The car stopped at a platform. The driver urged the director to get out. "Someone is waiting for you here. No need to pay. Thanks to you, I can now rest in peace too." The director stared blankly at the driver. He seemed to understand something, yet found it hard to believe. The driver waved goodbye to the director with a smile. "I entrust my princess to you." The director wanted to ask more, but a powerful force pushed him out. The next second, the director suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that the person he had been thinking about day and night was right by his side. Ji-won's eyes were blurred with tears. He couldn't believe the director would suddenly wake up. He even doubted if this was all just his imagination. They looked at each other, staring blankly. Ji-won could no longer suppress his surging emotions. He threw himself forward and hugged the director tightly. "Why did you come only now? I was so worried about you." The director hugged Ji-won back, saying softly, "I'm sorry. I came late." Ji-won's heart ached. He shook his head. "No, I should apologize. I'm sorry I came late. I made you wait for 10 long years." The director, with tears in his eyes, embraced Ji-won. Ji-won sobbed and hugged the director back. "I really missed you." Ji-won and the director finally knew that they had both been reborn. Ji-won took out the letter and questioned the director. "Why didn't you tell me? You knew me before and even witnessed my death." And at this point, Ji-won's voice choked up. "And you died too." The director was stunned. Ji-won's reaction seemed to suggest that he had also been reborn. This realization made the director a bit incredulous. With tears in his eyes, Ji-won complained resentfully. "How long were you planning to keep this from me? Did you want me to not care about your life or death? To live without knowing anything?" The director's eyes immediately misted over. With tears glistening in his eyes, he gently caressed Ji-won's face. "Ji-won, you've come back too?" Ji-won held the director's hand and nodded with a smile. Yes, we've actually returned to the same day in 2009. The two, who hadn't seen each other for so long, had endless things to talk about. The director curiously asked Ji-won what happened in his previous life, how he spent the days between marrying Myung-hwan and 2019. The past memories stirred up countless thoughts in Ji-won. One day, he really wanted to eat jjajangmyeon, but all his salary had gone to pay off Myung-hwan's debts. Not a penny was left. After much deliberation, he bought a packet of instant jjajangmyeon to eat. However, Myung-hwan and his mother-in-law saw him. The mother-in-law criticized Ji-won, saying he didn't think about how to feed his husband better, yet was cooking instant noodles for himself. Myung-hwan didn't want to waste time on Ji-won. He quickly pacified his mother with a few words, then ordered his mother's favorite dry-fried shrimp for takeout. Neither the mother nor son asked if Ji-won wanted to eat. They just casually tossed out, "Jun, you've already eaten, right? You must be full." Ji-won looked at the dry, bland instant jjajangmyeon in his bowl, and after a long while, softly replied, The mother and son happily enjoyed their delicious food, while Ji-won stood aside like an outsider, cleaning up the dishes. After eating, Myung-won burped contentedly and casually called out to Ji-won, "You can eat this. I specially saved it for you." Only some cold leftovers remained on the table. Ji-won had always thought that if he endured, he would be rewarded. He always felt that Myung-hwan and his parents weren't bad people, that if he understood them, he'd find they were actually good people. It wasn't until the moment of his death that he realized he was wrong. But by then it was too late, so after being reborn, he wanted to change his fate and pursue a new life. But the situation became increasingly complicated. For example, if he avoided misfortune because he knew the future, the same misfortune would happen in other circumstances. If he changed fate repeatedly, others' fates would change because of him. Saying this, Ji-won looked at the director with guilt and worry. "I'm afraid my death will be transferred to you." The director pulled Ji-won into a tight embrace. He told him firmly, "I've already made up my mind. In this life, even if I have to take all those misfortunes away, I will protect you. Even if I have to face other fates, I won't stand by and let things become like that." Ji-won, with tears in his eyes, hugged the director tightly. He had the same determination. If his fate was transferred to the director, he wouldn't stand idly by either. While Ji-won and the director were sweetly in love, the flowers of love were also quietly blooming for others. That day, Shi-in worked overtime and left work very late. Passing by the coffee shop, she noticed Bai In-hyo was still inside. Hearing the doorbell ring, Bai In-hyo was about to remind the customer they were closed. But looking up, he saw it was Shi-in. Shi-in had just said hello when her stomach growled loudly. She immediately turned red with embarrassment. Bai In-hyo smiled and invited her in for some dessert. The shop happened to have some unsold pudding. The visually appealing pudding was served. Just looking at its appearance, Shi-in was captivated. She eagerly scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately widened. She suddenly banged her head on the table with a loud thud. Bai In-hyo was startled. Shi-in's whole body trembled. She said, Two. She suddenly sat up straight. Her eyes had turned into satisfied hearts. "Too delicious. It's so good I almost fainted. But if I fainted, I wouldn't be able to eat the rest of the pudding. So I woke up again." This exaggerated praise made Bai In-hyo a bit shy. Shi-in couldn't understand. How could such delicious pudding not sell out? Bai In-hyo smiled and told her that if she wanted to eat when working overtime, she could come anytime. "I'll definitely save one for you." Shi-in was stunned for a moment. Then she showed a look of understanding. "Oh, so this was made for me, your benefactor." Bai In-hyo awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Shi-in hesitated for a while, but still advised Bai In-hyo to give up early. After all, Ji-won and the director were already lovers. Bai In-hyo said he had actually given up long ago. He had seen the look of mutual trust between the director and Ji-won. He understood that he could never win. But giving up didn't mean he no longer liked Ji-won. All he could do for Ji-won was to save a pudding every day. So this was a bittersweet pudding. For a moment, Shi-in didn't know if she should eat it. By Enhao notitsi zanshe hestiti no. He smiled and told her to eat without worry. After all, Ji-won wouldn't come to eat it anyway. Shi-in ate the pudding with mixed feelings. She thought Bai In-hyo was just a silly handsome guy. "Boss, if you keep saying that, it'll make me want to come eat again tomorrow." The next day on the subway, Section Chief Young was physically and mentally exhausted after a day's work. After being diagnosed with stomach cancer, he had been hospitalized for treatment. Today was his first day back at work after recovery. His body couldn't quite keep up. At the same time, Yang was puzzled. Was the evening rush hour subway always this relaxed? No one was pushing him from behind. The reflection in the window made Yang notice the man behind him. It was Deputy Lee. Yang was very surprised. Lee explained that he had decided to commute by subway from now on. It was much more convenient this way, but he looked very uncomfortable. Yang stared at Lee puzzledly, concerned. Yang noticed a bunch of people squeezing behind him. Lee quickly changed the subject. He handed his MP3 player to Yang, inviting him to listen to music together. After all, riding the subway was boring. Listening to music could pass the time. Yang didn't think much of it and put on the earphones. The lyrics were singing, "Why do you only treat me like a brother?" Yang was surprised. This was exactly the song he liked. Lee hummed along, "It must be because I like you. That's why it's like this." Yang suddenly realized something and blushed. He abruptly pulled off the earphones. He coldly returned the MP3 player to Lee. "I don't want to listen anymore." Lee, at a loss, explained that the MP3 player was meant to be a gift for him. Yang coldly refusé. Lee stubbornly refused to take it back. "If you don't need it, just throw it away." Yang wanted to say something more, but the subway announced the arrival at the station. He quickly got off the train. Before the subway doors closed, Lee smiled and said goodbye to him. Yang reluctantly waved his hand. He didn't notice Lee inside the train, whose eyes were full of intense love. On the way back, Yang made up his mind. Tomorrow he would return the MP3 player to Lee. As for now, just relax. Section Chief Yang smiled as he put on the earphones. He leisurely walked home while listening to music. Halfway there, he stopped in his tracks. Section Chief Yang looked ahead with a terrified expression. His ex-husband greeted him with a smile. "Wife, how have you been?" Section Chief Yang's divorce failed, and instead, he faced retaliation from his husband. Ever since obtaining evidence of his husband Lee Jae-hyun's wrongdoing, Section Chief Yang had contacted a lawyer to file a lawsuit against him. Lee Jae-hyun, desperate, intercepted Section Chief Yang on his way home from work. He pretended to be pitiful, begging Section Chief Yang to drop the lawsuit and forgive him. However, Section Chief Yang coldly refused. Enraged and humiliated, Lee Jae-hyun first accused Section Chief Yang of being too heartless, disregarding their past marital bond. Then he urged him to think about their daughter, asking if he wanted her to have a father with a criminal record. Section Chief Yang, furious, violently shook off Lee Jae-hyun's hand. He snorted, "Even for our daughter's sake, I will absolutely not drop the lawsuit." When Ji-won heard about this, he instead advised Section Chief Yang to drop the lawsuit. Section Chief Yang couldn't understand. Ji-won explained that although adultery is a crime in Korea, this law is likely to be abolished in a few years. By then, those imprisoned for adultery would be released. Section Chief Yang was very surprised and curious about where Ji-won got this information. Ji-won could only awkwardly explain that he had seen it in the news. He advised Section Chief Yang to use dropping the lawsuit as a condition for agreeing to divorce Lee Jae-hyun. This way, Section Chief Yang could keep important things like custody, child support, and visitation rights. Section Chief Yang hesitated, realizing this would completely exclude the children's father from their lives. But after a few seconds of hesitation, Section Chief Yang agreed to Ji-won's suggestion. Such a person would definitely try to blackmail their daughter in the future. He wanted to ensure Lee Jae-hyun could never appear in front of their daughter again. That evening after work, Section Chief Yang encountered Deputy Lee. The deputy warmly greeted Section Chief Yang and invited him to walk to the subway station together. However, Section Chief Yang declined with an uncomfortable expression. "I'm not going home today. I have an appointment with my husband. Also, although I'm getting divorced, legally speaking, I'm still a married woman. Even after the divorce, I'll still be a mother to a child." Deputy Lee didn't understand Section Chief Yang's hint and asked confusedly, "So what?" Section Chief Yang sighed helplessly. He had to spell it out. "What I mean is following me like this is useless. Don't think about having any more involvement with me." Deputy Lee, however, answered off topic, saying seriously, "Section Chief, you said you're going to meet that bastard now. Let me accompany you. It could be dangerous. I'll just keep watch nearby." Section Chief Yang was stunned. He couldn't utter a word of the speech he had prepared. An hour later at the coffee shop, Section Chief Yang handed the documents to Lee Jae-hyun, urging him to agree to the divorce settlement soon. In return, he would be willing to drop the lawsuit. After reading the agreement, Lee Jae-hyun was very dissatisfied. "Why do you get all the assets? And you want me to give up custody, child support, and visitation rights?" Section Chief Young explained that the so-called assets were just one house, which was bought by his parents. The mortgage was also paid with his salary. "You have no right to that house." Lee Jae-hyun's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. He angrily stated that he hadn't gone out to earn money because he was taking care of their daughter. Section Chief Young coldly exposed him. "To be precise, you've been idle since before our daughter was born." Enraged and humiliated, Lee Jae-hyun suddenly raised his hand and swung it violently towards Section Chief Yang's face. The husband, in order to blackmail his wife, actually kidnapped his own daughter. At this time, Section Chief Young proposed a divorce agreement to her husband Lee Jae-hyun. But after Lee Jae-hyun read the divorce agreement she had drafted, he refused with an angry expression. It stated that the property would go to Section Chief Young, while he, Lee Jae-hyun, not only had to give up custody and visitation rights for the child, but also had to pay his wife 50 million won in emotional damages. Lee Jae-hyun refused to agree to any of it, seeing that the negotiation had failed. Section Chief Young no longer wasted words with Lee Jae-hyun and left the coffee shop without looking back. Lee Jae-hyun, unwilling to give up, chased after her, asking Section Chief Young to retain his custody rights for the child. "I'm a father. Don't I even have the right to see my own child?" Section Chief Young angrily interrupted him. "You think I don't know? You want to use our daughter as a hostage, trying to extort money from me in every possible way." Exposed, Lee Jae-hyun irritably scratched his head. As a last struggle, he said, "Fine then. Remove the emotional damages, and I'll sign." Section Chief Young felt the man before her was beyond redemption. Unwilling to discuss further, she turned to leave. Seeing Section Chief Yang's unyielding attitude, Lee Jae-hyun, enraged and humiliated, raised his hand and swung it violently towards Section Chief Young. Section Chief Young stood there stunned, seemingly not expecting Lee Jae-hyun to go this far. But the expected pain didn't come. Deputy Lee appeared just in time, taking the slap meant for Section Chief Young. After being hit, his first reaction was to worry if Section Chief Young was alright. Lee Jae-hyun was confused by this situation. When he came to his senses, his first move was to slander Section Chief Young. "Who's this guy? Is he your new boyfriend?" Deputy Lee coldly mocked Lee Jae-hyun. People with poor intellect always try to win through violence. As Lee Jae-hyun was about to get angry again, Deputy Lee warned him that there were surveillance cameras here. Continuing to resort to violence would only add to his crimes. Hearing this, Lee Jae-hyun immediately backed down, worried that Deputy Lee might seek retribution for the earlier slap. He left, cursing under his breath. After he was gone, Section Chief Young scolded Deputy Lee, saying he shouldn't have rushed out to take the hit for her. After saying this, she handed the MP3 player back to him. With a cold attitude, she drew a clear line between them. "From now on, let's not have any interactions outside of work. And don't follow me anymore." Deputy Lee, at a loss, called out Section Chief Yang's name. But Section Chief Yang steeled her heart and left without looking back. She didn't want Deputy Lee to keep getting involved in these matters because of her. Deputy Lee stood there, holding the gift in his hand. It was a present prepared for Section Chief Yang's daughter. Her birthday was in a few days, but now it seemed the gift couldn't be given. A few days later, Section Chief Young invited a group of good friends to celebrate her daughter's birthday. After the meal, the director left early due to work reasons, saying goodbye to everyone. When only 3 women were left in the yard, Lee Jae-hyun, hiding outside the wall, prepared to take action. The blonde man nervously asked, "Is this really okay?" Lee Jae-hyun reassured him, "I'm the child's father. There won't be any problems. Once we get the child, we can demand compensation and compete for property from that woman. Otherwise, we'll both end up in jail for adultery." "We'll definitely go to jail?" The blonde man was shocked and immediately stopped hesitating. Lee Jae-hyun explained that his daughter liked to play hide-and-seek in the yard at this time. He told the blonde man to use a doll to lure her over when she was hiding. The blonde man reluctantly hid by the wall, observing everyone. When the timing was right, he immediately took out a rabbit doll and waved it at the girl. "Hello, come play with me." The girl happily rushed over as expected. The blonde man quickly picked up the girl. Section Chief Young, who had been watching her daughter intently, stood up in panic. Chien and Ziwon also noticed this sudden change. The blonde man hurriedly carried the girl towards the car. Even though Meng Min was in jail, he didn't forget to trip up Ziyuan. This is the content from later in the comic. I'm sorry, but due to copyright reasons, I can't continue updating the following content. The comic has ended. Everyone can watch the anime. The comic's extra chapters have also been completed. The extras cover Ziyuan and the director's married life, as well as the endings for the supporting characters. All of this can be seen in the anime. There's one more thing. Many people are confused about how Ziyuan's father suddenly appeared, and why he could make the director reborn. Actually, this was mentioned in the first chapter of the comic, but at that time, I went straight to this part of the content. I didn't expect that the content I went to would become a foreshadowing for later. Now I'll fill in that part about Ziyuan for everyone. Before his rebirth, he was hospitalized with cancer and hadn't seen his husband, Ming Xian, visit for 2 months. Disheartened, he hailed a taxi, intending to go home for a look. The driver chatted with him casually. "You seem to be very ill." Ziyuan nodded absent-mindedly. The driver encouraged him in dialect. "You'll get better soon." Ziyuan felt a pang in his heart hearing this. This familiar dialect made him miss his hometown terribly, and miss his deceased father. Scenes of playing and cuddling with his father kept replaying in Ziyuan's mind. The driver encouraged him again. "Cheer up, as they say. Today is the tomorrow that yesterday's people were dying to have." Ziyuan pessimistically replied, "If I'm going to die today, I don't think I'd long for tomorrow. Even if tomorrow comes, nothing good will happen." The driver disagreed. "How can you say nothing will happen? Just make something happen." The car soon reached its destination. Ziyuan handed money to the driver. Note the detail. There was a heart drawn on the bill. This might be the bill the director drew on. Sisters, you can discuss why this bill appeared in Ziyuan's hands. The driver refused to take Ziyuan's money. "Just consider it pocket money from your dad." The driver encouraged Ziyuan. "Everything will get better. You'll soon be healthy. Go to various places to earn lots of money. You'll also meet a young man who loves you very much. Today is my last day driving. Miss, you're my last passenger. Promise me you'll live well, and that'll be my fare." After saying this, the driver placed a candy in Ziyuan's hand. Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, then finally smiled and nodded firmly in agreement. Watching the taxi drive away, Ziyuan silently thanked the driver in his heart. "Thank you for leaving me with a beautiful memory at the end of my miserable life." The events that happened are all described in the first episode of the collection. After Ziyuan was killed by Manhwa, he fell into darkness. Someone kept calling his name. Ziyuan turned around and was surprised to find it was his father. His father asked Ziyuan to promise him one thing. If he agreed, his father would give him a gift. Ziyuan, not understanding, reached out to pinky swear with his father. His father smiled at Ziyuan. "You must live happily." Ziyuan smiled and nodded vigorously. "I promise you." When Ziyuan opened his eyes again, he had already returned to 10 years ago. The subsequent plot is all in the first episode of the collection. When Ziyuan left the company, sitting on the bus, he felt something in his pocket. He took it out and looked. Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a bill with a heart drawn on it and a piece of candy. Those caring and encouraging words were still ringing in his ears. Ziyuan couldn't help but burst into tears. Only now did he realize his rebirth was because of his father. This was the last gift his father gave him. Ziyuan covered his face and cried uncontrollably. "Thank you, Dad. I will live well again. I will be happy." Ziyuan's video updates end here. Thank you all for accompanying me for so long. See you in the next comic.